interesting, interesting lives that are going on tonight. How many of you decided to call my job? Like, really? Because, like, the more of you that called with bullshit, it just was so credible. Wow. We'll wait for everybody to realize that, you know, like, I'm alive as they're over there just talking shit. Hey, hi. Like, everybody apparently called my job. Like, there's screenshots of, you know, Lala doing it. Like, everybody doing it. Like, has anybody decided to come to RT? And supposedly I'm mad. Do I look mad? Annoyed. Annoyed is more like it, that every time I wake up and open my eyes, this is what I find. Yet one more person stirring up shit on TikTok for a story. Like, y'all, isn't it Sunday? Isn't this like the holy day? I thought Sundays were the holy day. There might be a chance of seeing some northern lights tonight. There's clear sky. But, yeah, hey girl, Worf, we're gonna have to feed Worf. Hang on. You ready? Yep. It's Artie's cat. Before somebody, like, accuses me of starving this ferocious beast on TikTok. Oh, let's see. I need this. Hold on, Worf. I know. It's painful to watch. Ugh. Just imagine that smoker's cough in a week.
And it's all kind of crap coming up.
Oh, it's okay, Ash. Missy and Train and them were all live about, like, my job. I don't know if they're still live, but this is what I woke up to again. I would hope that she goes to bed. She has to work tomorrow. Yeah. Hang on, as soon as I feed this ferocious thing in my kitchen, I'll open the text messages that I got. They don't have anything. No, they don't. They seriously, that's what we all wonder too. That these people don't have anything better to do.
What a fucking waste of time and energy.
It is a waste of time and energy. See, this is what normal people think. Let's see here. It was an hour and a half ago. There was a battle between who was the bigger trailer trash. They're fighting over who is the queen of the double wides.
Oh, fucking shit.
I feel like I'm watching the two blue eyeliner bitches battle. Holy shit, did she just say she'd give stuff to RT? I don't need or want it. We covered this morning. Like, if you all could just stop doing this and like leave me out of it, that'd be great. Like, I asked you to stop doing this. I don't want anything from you. We all know who did it. You all did. Y'all, when we use that word y'all over on the Reddit that you don't like, Tessie admitted it. See, this is the thing. It's already done and over with. All of the crap that they posted over there made themselves look bad to begin with. work didn't believe their bullshit. The text messages that went on wanting me to lose whatever else in my life that, you know, my kids have was a little much. Yeah. What makes me mad, though, is Jenn sits over here in the middle of all of this after telling me that she can't work with me because of the drama that I wrap myself up in. Not Jenn in the box stirring the pot on Ashland. Like, how the fuck did Ashland get drugged back into this? Ashland didn't do shit to anybody. She's the victim of Odin's jealous ex. So how did Ashland get involved in all that tonight? Where... I see, I might be missing something, honey. Did I or Miranda say anything negative? On training them? No. Nope. Not a word. Matter of fact, Camo, you had said you talked to Missy and Train. But even though that you talked to them, doesn't mean like you can't still civilly talk to me. Didn't mean you talked a word about them. I did. Miranda and Camo, see, this is what they're doing. They're just dragging people back into shit. Jenn threatened to call the cops on Ashley. Yeah, apparently the girls didn't.
So she's in here. So Ashley, listen.
She messaged.
Listen.
No, she messaged.
Okay.
Yeah. She messaged me.
Okay. I just know I saw her come in, and last I remembered you saying something about that, saying about it, and I'm like, oh shit, let me, try to get her attention so that it could be taken care of.
Yeah,
okay, that was all, Ashley. I just know we were trying to get you to take care of something, or whatever. So that was it. That was it. I was just trying to get her attention.
Gotcha.
I can think of a laundry list of people who don't want any part of this. I being one of them. Ashland probably another. Just watching, listening. Yeah, you didn't say anything. And if people want to start rumors based on, well, you were over in her live talking to her, y'all, we're not in middle school no more. Hold on, Ellie. I'm sorry. You're neglecting the other cat. Forget cat neglect. Like, look at her, sitting there on her little scratch pad waiting for her little treats. Like, you see me here, right? I'm not. Here's Worf. And those are mine too. Here. As you lick the gravy off your wet food. Gravy licker. Geriatric. Dude, did I forget? I did. I'm fired. Shit. I went and got those monsters and never put them in the fucking fridge. Okay, just get me out of the fridge. Every obstacle. Every one of them. I truly don't I don't get this. I truly don't. Like, I wake up to this. Like, I didn't watch any of it. Tessie called is what was said, and so did blah blah. Actually, this is a crazy good thing. I'm not watching this. I was sleeping. That CMC Dawn said, like, whatever her name is, just said she contacted RT's job as well. Screenshots of Lala calling RT's job. They're all saying I'm mad. I put up a post on Reddit. Yeah. because I watched Missy's response post to Katie, which was full of crap, saying that I've affected so many people. No, they've affected themselves by involving themselves. Okay, Mama. By all of this. Sorry, I missed some of the arguing in the comments. Oh, Mama, I'm sorry, Camo. I don't think Mama Dukes realized that you and I had talked this morning. I'll take care of that. I'm just sitting here. Yeah, like, please don't sit in my comments and tell people that their drama and their problems. If you can get along with each other in my comments and talk to me like I'm human, you're welcome here. Like, me and Camo have squashed our problems. Like, there is no future problem with me and Camo, and if me and Camo have a problem with each other, we will talk to each other off the app. If it can't be solved, then the whole fucking world will know. You'll know. Trust. But I think that, I don't think Camo has been my problem. I think other people have been Camo and I's problem from the beginning. And I'm willing to start over. You are being a civil person. You are probably being somebody who has a little bit more maturity than most on this app right now. I didn't expect this chat to be this long when I woke up. When did I get mad at anyone on the app recently? Well, I got a little bit irritated. But I certainly wasn't screaming, yelling, mad like you all. And what happened in this live tonight? Like, stop it. Just stop. I don't care who called the job. If you all want to send me shit, you can put it up on Reddit. I'll find it. I'll get what I need. But if you could just stop doing these things, then your friends wouldn't have to choose sides. Because you're putting your friends in awkward positions, y'all. Yeah, honey. Let me slide these over.
Okay, so I'm going to say this because I know not everybody was awake at 5 a.m. when I'm getting 6 billion. I did not get any sleep, by the way, so I'm kind of crabby. Please don't take it to heart. Okay. RT apparently had mentioned my name in a live this morning, and I had over 5 billion freaking messages stating she's talking on me. Listen, I came in here, I asked RT, like adults are supposed to. I said, RT, are you speaking on me? And you know what she said? No, I said, I'm going to apologize to you because I found out something through a video. I did not speak on Missy, never said anything negative on Train or Missy. I came in here, I squashed my shit, and I left because I'm trying to go to bed at 5 a.m. Where people want to blow up my phone all goddamn morning. Listen, whatever problems I have with whoever on this app, and I feel like squashing it in private, it's none of your fucking business. I'm done with this. This is an everyday ordeal. I am done. I spoke to certain people that I do not like tonight. Yes, I made a comment about somebody I don't like, and I spoke on it in someone else's live tonight. Had nothing to do with RT. Not one thing. I had to get in Missy's box to explain to her, not one time did I say anything negative while in this live at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was trying to go back to bed, actually, at 5.
You were
So
literally
I
asking
decided,
people to stop doing that. And the only inference that you had made is that even if I don't get along with them, doesn't mean that you and I can't speak civilly. And that was the closest reference that you had made.
when RT made a comment toward them, what did I say to you, RT? I talked to them, but I'm not getting involved in that comment because it has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to sit here and fight and argue and get pissy with everybody. I know people don't get along on this. I am so tired of this shit. And people say to me, oh, misinsert yourself. RT can explain it to you because she's watched from the outside of my lives. I do not insert myself. People come to me with their bullshit. And because I'm usually in someone's live, they ask me for proof. Sorry. You don't have to like me for me to come in and say, hey, can I have a conversation with you? I can
That's
come in here, have a conversation with RT, and just because everybody on this goddamn app may not like her, does not mean I cannot have a conversation. I am 38 years old. You guys are not feeding me, fucking me, or financing me. Please keep your opinions to yourself.
yeah.
I come in here, it's not to talk about anybody, it's to come in here and ask her questions on something that I may have done. RT don't need it, I don't need it, I don't even want so much of a message anymore, unless you literally have solid proof stating that she's saying negative on me. And again, I'm gonna take it off the app and ask her. I'm done hearing it. Stop fucking
And just
messaging me at
know
5
that
a.m. because you're gonna get a crotchety person every time.
And just know that we're going to start holding the ones that drag this shit over here to us to make
Yeah,
up these lies accountable for the lie that they come over and told to start drama. Like, you're going to be the ones that are going to start owning this shit because it's y'all who are dragging it on by doing this.
can I ask how hard it is for somebody to go get in someone's box and say, hey, are you speaking on me?
And
How
I
hard
let
is it?
Camo stay in here, even despite the like everybody's like, Camo's in here, and I was like, Camo, you can stay, but man, she's like, no, I just come over to see if you were talking on me. Somebody told me you were, and I'm like, what? I
You didn't
literally
look at
was going to
the face.
apologize, and that's what started this whole conversation and getting us along and civil with each other is because you all started some fuck shit out there.
I'm an adult. If I feel somebody is talking on me, I'm going to jump in their box and say something. And I will speak to who I want to speak to, and there's nobody in this world that's going to stop me. I'm going to school. I ain't got time to sit here and deal with everybody's little bit of bullshit every day. Do not wake me up at 5 a.m. just to tell me someone is talking on me. Send me a goddamn message. I'll read it later.
Screen record it, send it. Like I wake up like my moderators thought it wise to just let me sleep through that nightmare. Oh yes, they did. Good call. Good call. Probably didn't want to lose sleep over some more people talking shit.
This part is, and I said it in RT's live this morning, everybody writes on there, oh, people are being nosy. Everybody on TikTok goes in other people's lives to be nosy. I'm sorry, it's a thing, okay? It's like watching Days of Our Lives on fucking TikTok. You want
It
to know
is.
the
And
next
how are you
episode.
supposed to keep up with all this if you can't watch it and go in and out? Because that's where like the comments are the best part. Because you can be having two completely different conversations. There could be one up here and one here, right?
Right.
It's like, quit blocking everybody so they can hear you.
I told RT, I did look up her job. I told it to her face. There is not something I haven't said to RT that I have not said to RT. Whether
And I
it be in a
blame
voice
her
clip
for
or
calling
anything.
and emailing my job. And people have been holding whole ass lives about it, them doing it. But this woman here is who I blamed unfairly. So
really
do I
have
owe her
nothing
a
to do.
fucking apology? Yes.
Did we squash whatever problem we had? Absolutely. But I'm not going to sit here and have people say, oh, well, they're best friends now. No. We're civil adults. There's a big
No.
difference.
No more than I'm best friends with Jenn or anybody else that I've spoken to. That's not how it works. Like when people in the government fight and then they come up with a bill that they got along with bipartisanship, are they best friends now? Because it's
No.
the same type of thing. Or can they figure out a way to civilly work together to maintain peace on this app and a little bit of their, I
Charlie,
think it's worth it.
it's absolutely ridiculous, Charlie, especially when you're sleeping and people are blowing up your phone at
And I
5 o'clock in the morning.
seriously was wanting to apologize to her. Like they could have woke her up and said, Camo RT wants to apologize to you. Can you believe this shit? That might have been something, but no, they literally went over there and said I was talking shit on her.
I'm
Twice.
pretty sure
Twice.
because I know RT does research too. I'm pretty sure she can get her ass away to get a hold of me and say something. If she really wanted to say, she has me on Facebook. She's not blocked on my head. She could have unblocked me and said, "Hey, Camo, you know what? I thought I'd say this to you. I don't need 60 billion people coming at me saying, 'Hey, Camo, she's talking on you.' She said your name. What are we in fucking high school? Ooh,
That's
somebody said my name.
and
Name
that's
one
what
person on this app that has not drugged me or said anything negative about me. Who the hell cares?
that's the way it is. But we come from kind of a generation where we did that for fun. Like we kind of started the roasting thing that's popular on these apps and shit now and in a comedy, but that's what we used to do is insult each other on the playground to see who could get one up. You know what I mean? So like we have thick skin. We have thick skin and we can let things go. Like I don't take things that you've said towards me in anger or that somebody has lied to you about or a twisted whatever, and like you're not continuing on with it. You know what I mean? Like it was
No,
material at the time and we've moved on.
I have not spoke to RT other than one time in a chat that
Hmm.
we were going to squash our beef before, and then other shit happened.
And that's because
Other than
I
that,
reached out to you.
it's been pretty goddamn quiet. Do you know why? Because we don't care about everybody else's fucking opinions right now.
Mm-mm.
I'm going to school. She's got to work. None of us care at the point. Really don't.
Nope. But you all
I have
care because we're your
I feel
drama.
like you guys are waking me up. Okay, you're lucky that today was Sunday and y'all woke me up at 5 a.m. Listen, when I'm going to school and you're waking me up at 5 a.m. for some drama ass shit, expect me to be a rotten person. Expect it. People say, "Oh, Kimmo, you changed. You're real mean." You guys poke and poke and poke at people and then expect them to be okay. That's not how that works here. You're going to eventually, and I'm going to tell you this right now. You ever came in my face and you decided to poke me, it's going to be a problem. This is the internet. I can turn you off my phone and it's cool. That's why it doesn't faze me when people are on here talking shit about me every day. Why do you think RT acts like nothing bothers her? Because it's the internet. You can turn it off.
Here, let me have that.
None of you people, and I'm going to explain this. There's a lot of people
You
I
can
don't
fucking
plan
unplug
on
the
meeting.
satellite. Fucking roommate.
I really
Because I
don't.
can
I don't. I
unplug the
don't plan on
satellite.
meeting nobody. RT knows that. I don't really plan on meeting a whole lot of people on here. That's why I don't let it phase me.
Yeah,
And
you
it's not
guys
what
have
to
got to
tell you.
find that ability to put that boundary in. That was one of the things that I kept trying to get through to Dawn when she was messaging me in November over this last year. And I'm like, just ignore it. Just deactivate your shit for a little while, ignore it, and let it go away. I didn't
Right?
realize how bad it had gotten. Like maybe if she would have done that in the beginning, not, like months and months and months after it's built up and shit, it might have worked. But when you drop out of people's like mind on this app for a week or two, it's been like 2 months to them. Like everything on this app, every day is a week of
Right.
drama. So handling it, like I'm sure Camo would have no problem shutting this app off for 2 weeks and going about her life, and because that 2 weeks of being submersed in school and adult life and living, it goes by quickly. But you know what? Everybody on this app would be hunting you down, wanting to know if you were still fucking breathing.
Oh, I've had it
Because
happen.
you can live without it, but they can't.
I'm waiting for the EMP to happen.
You
The
guys
EM.
don't understand. Like,
Electromagnetic
I'm
pulse
going
that
to
shuts
school to better
everything
myself. You guys are all sitting here talking about me on here. That's cool. Talk all you want. But guess what? One day when something goes wrong, whether it be emergency thing for weather or whatever it may be, you may see my face. I'm gonna be the person that has to help you. But guess what? I'm not gonna sit here and use what you guys do against me. That's the difference about being an adult and acting like a child on here. It's not what people call you, it's what you answer to.
Yep. If you feel like you own that shoe that people are throwing, that you want to prance around in a shoe that wasn't meant for you, people do that all the time on here too. Like if the shoe fits, wear it, I guess. It wasn't meant for you. You're wearing a combat boot, but hey, okay. Whatever. If people own a lot of things that don't belong to them, or they give feelings a personal, like a physical form, and you can't really do that, guys. I don't know what the answer is other than to continue to be civil. I could get very mad at Train and Missy and come out here and do all the things that the internet wants me to do, right? And my views would go up to 300, I'm sure. I don't want any of those things. I've said what I've had to say about the matter. I made a statement on Reddit of a clear, matter of fact, how I feel, and that's that. I'm not going to come out here and hold live after live and go through everything anybody who's ever talked to them has ever said about them.
Right.
That's not going to do anything for anybody, right? It's not going to help me out. It's not going to help any of the people out that get thrown under the bus that didn't ask for any of that out there. I know I've asked people like, hey, if you could not do any more of that, and if there's something that I need to see, if we could just have a private conversation and not put it all over TikTok, that would be great. It is my job and all, That's it. The fuck are you
I literally, I had to come in here and ask RT because somebody decided to come in here this morning, and say, hey, I recorded something and I seen that Miranda's a mod here and that bad things were being said. Stop doing that shit. That right there is how something happens. All negative shit happens due to that right there. If you're going to follow somebody and love on them, cool, follow and love. Missy already knows that eventually, and who doesn't know, when RT's going to make a video and say, hey, I know that you did this. She does not need everybody and their brother recording her fucking live and taking it over to somebody because she makes her own videos. This is getting ridiculous. It's childish. I ain't got time for this. I had to jump in this woman's box twice now.
And
Just
you
to
should
tell everybody, leave me the fuck alone and stop worrying about what I do behind my scenes.
And you shouldn't have to be questioned like that either by anybody else either for who you talk to. You know what I mean? You're free to talk to who you want to. We're in a free country. If somebody has rules like that for their friendship, then I think that's not like a friendship. That's a one-sided dictatorship of who you can or can't talk to. There's rules, and okay, cool. I guess they're clear. If people don't like who other people talk to, that's not, that usually doesn't work in a spousal and domestic relationship. It doesn't usually work well in a good friendship either. Same rules apply. You all should probably quit telling people who they can or can't.
I know,
What
but
happens
people are
when
going
people
for
tell
it and telling, oh, well, Miranda is her mod and she was speaking to RT. Come on, man. Really?
quit caring? I've had to get up. I don't know about you, but I've had to get upset with people who get more mad about the shit that other people say than I do. And I'm like, I'm not bothered by it. Why are you so angry?
Right.
For me. I don't need you to be that angry. If you are getting that angry, that's bad. And it's the same type of situation. Other people, if Missy and Train didn't have a problem with it, but somebody else did, that's a pretty bold statement to make from somebody, thinking that
I
that's
did. I got in Missy's box and I told her what I did this morning. Listen, you guys are not going to sit here and talk about, oh, Camo's this, Camo's that, Camo's this. You really don't spend time with me to really know who I am. But you know what, you guys,
and
if you notice, some of the followers on here, you cause a lot of the problem. I'm not gonna say I'm innocent. I'm an asshole. I'll be honest with it.
No, but we've fed into it, not really realizing it that that's what they were doing. But once we start to realize who the
I know.
problem is, because you see them in the other comments, which is nice because you can go in and out of other lives, because you're nosy and all. But you see the consistent people who are frequently doing that. You know what I mean? Especially if you're in there on a sneaky or a name that nobody's realizing is yours
Right.
because you don't come in and announce every damn thing. But you just be able to sit and watch people, and there's live hoppers. There's a few of them, and they'll come and gift every single one of us, girl. They'll gift
Right.
us all just to keep the shit going.
Um, yeah, that's when I'm right
And I
there with
know
you
they're
on
in
that.
my inbox, so I know they're probably in everybody else's too, right?
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna say this loud and clear so everybody knows. Do not message me anything on RG. I don't want to hear it.
And I don't want it either because I know that she knows that, hey, I'm right here. We talk to mutual people. If she can't get a hold of me, she knows people who can. Um, and it's like I've said all along, everybody who has consistently talked to me and you during this whole process of on this app has never had anything extremely negative to say. It's just a reaction, like a Camo's upset, and people are talking shit on her, she's getting pushed. It's more of an explanation as to what happened than, a derogatory statement. Other people, they have told me how caring you are. So all of these things get taken into consideration. There's some people that I just can't talk to.
Now,
There's just no talking to them.
RT, how many times have those same people told you that I get dragged into quite a bit?
Every single fucking time. Every single time. Every single fucking time. Because I'm like, wait a second. I think like the time before last, I'm like, what happened with Camo? I thought she wasn't doing drama anymore. Here she's like plumb drug right in the middle of it, and then I got the explanation, and I'm like, I can see that. I can see how that happened.
There's a lot of people.
100%.
I go
Because
into
I
a
know
lot
the
of
other
people's.
people too.
I go into a lot of people's life to be just, supportive. Be like, hey, how you doing? How's your day? Things like that. Not to sit here and argue with everybody.
You were probably one of those folks in school who kind of got along with everybody and didn't sit in a clique, that just kind of visited and made sure everybody was cool and were just kind of cool with all different groups of people. I
I
know
did.
I was.
Dude, I'm an honor student. I ain't got time for all this shit. Like, I legit am trying to finish my schooling.
That takes
Well,
effort, guys. You really can't get an easy A through school, um, especially when it comes to emergency management and disaster planning, because it's completely backwards of the way everybody on this app thinks. So you just kind of have to like rethink how you do things. For example, I'm going to use a really quick one that we dealt with in healthcare. Everybody thought that we were making the decision whether grandma lived or didn't live with Rona because we were picking and choosing who got a ventilator. But there's actually a weight formula that kind of goes into that, like, who has the highest chance of living. If I have a pint of blood that, or 12 pints of blood that could go to possibly save one human, or 12 pints of blood that could save 12 people, who has the better chance of survival, those kind of things. But you all turned it around to like we were deciding that grandma was going to not live. And see, that's what happens with narratives. That's why you're not allowed to make those decisions. You have to be trained in that. So there's are important decisions that get made in emergency management that I don't think half of TikTok has the maturity to even understand and not argue with the teacher about. Could you imagine these people learning your material?
no. I'm getting a bachelor's in this, and it's still it gets kind of tough. So, no, I
It
don't.
does. It does. And
But
the way that their minds,
how did that one go on the other day?
I don't know,
But
babe.
I'm going to let you have your life back. I'm going to get out of this box because I'm tired of being in the box.
All right, honey.
All
And
right.
I don't think that you came over here and overtook anything. Trump girl, no, I don't want to subscribe to that channel. No, I'm not going to unblock her. No,
I know where you're going with that and why,
I'm just
but
not
she
going to
screamed that at me because of something I may have called her, and you know that I'm not really bashful, and I said something to hurt her feelings, but it happens because you say bad things on me. I'm gonna comfort you, and I'm gonna say what I need to.
That's really how it works for me. I just know that I'm not subscribing to that channel. Again, I'm good. I'm over here doing my thing. I don't. Mm-mm.
But
Ooh,
you will be
Lord,
back in life. Y'all have a good night.
Camo.
Yes.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, honey. Sincerely, I'm not trying to even speak it. I'm not even trying to address it. I'm just not subscribing. No. Yeah, I just can't. I can't do that. There's like a list of people who are still very angry that their information got shared for TikTok. That yeah, no. And Caitlin, thank you, but I have to attribute it to the new iPhone camera. Your comment earlier. Um, I feel like it added freckles I do not have. I'm looking at my face going, I don't really see all those in the mirror. Oh, yeah, that is no, girl, no. I would have a whole ass dinner party with my enemies before I did that again. Like I would invite my enemies to dinner before I did that again.
What, Mouthy? What do you want?
She's like, Mom was on the TikTok again.
Yeah.
I just keep waking up to this shit. My face matches my pictures. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how to use makeup. It looks like a 2-year-old. Like, remember that filter thing that would put the makeup on and make you look terrible? Yeah, that would be RT. RT plays with wrenches and grease and all of that. Makeup is not my thing. If anything, I would probably could use some eyelashes. But then I would be sitting here batting like flies away, and people would think I was really fucked up because I wouldn't be able to stop twitching them because they feel weird. I'm just, y'all quit trying to one up each other. Quit making threats to give stuff to RT. If you got something to send it, just put it up for the world to see. They deserve to see it too. They were looking for the same answers I am. But if you all could quit fighting over this, just know I'm not calling anybody's jobs. I haven't called anybody's jobs. I've only called the police when it was absolutely necessary to what I was doing. and pertinent and legit. I have never done any of the fucking things that I have been accused of. Yeah. Bet. It has tentacles and a cancerous tumor that just is interwoven into every bit of dramatic controversy that it possibly can know. I learned I learned on the TikTok that, is cancerous. And that's a deep one. That's a deep one. Yep. She can stay mad. They can all stay fucking mad. All of them can just stay mad over there, away from me. Shh. Just go see. Nobody cares. Like, nope. She will, yeah. Yes, Ash, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes. Bet. And talking to you when I was down there and realizing that you had that history, I was like, oh. Well, that just gives a little bit new perspective here. So when I got home a week and a half, 2 weeks later, and all the shit started with the rumors, I was like, oh. Yeah. You mean the page that she screen recorded my messages? You were spot on with your prediction. I only have this to say. She, in fact, is the one who inserts herself in everything. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. I'm going to do me and make the choices I want. See, it seems to me that the warnings I heeded before in the past are what got this last 5 months of I'm going to continue to go back and do it the way I was doing it before I started listening to that. And I would appreciate that everybody quit using me, my job, and everything else as a talking point in their life. And that if there is something to be said about, like that, you can either put it on Reddit, we'll all see it. That's what you put it there for, remember? It'll get to me. That's all I need. I don't need a whole ass live dedicated to trashing anybody, to trying to one up each other with my job. Claims of what you think I did. you got on Public Defender Jenn's platform and stated those claims, and none of you acted upon the advice that was given. So we're here now, and all of you are fine. You incurred no monetary damages. Which is all a court cares about in a defamation suit. So you're going to have to put your big girl pants on and like grow the fuck up and move on and deal with things that make you uncomfortable and that you don't like to hear, because I don't like to hear a lot of the things you have to say, but you're still over there saying them. Thank you, Mrs. Majors. I am not trying to wish ill will upon Train. I mean, I'm sure my best friend would love to see her fry over, but that's why I'm here, is to quell, fuck with me, difficulties. Yeah. But if I come out here and continue to troll somebody, that does not make me any better than them. I'm not going to get wrapped up in the bullshit and sit and listen to the person that helped cause some of the bullshit that I should have never listened to in the first place. And I wouldn't be having any of these problems. So, no, I'm good. I find it a little weird that you're sitting outside watching my live. Like, I know I've seen that. And I've also heard Blessed claims that Train was making indirect videos. So I go over there and I watch these indirect videos and I'm like, oh, we all know Train. We all know Train. Train knows Train well. We can all say that if she was going to make a video, she would make a video. I have a whole hard drive full of them, right? And I'm like, this is really reaching. This is even I have to admit that Johanna's wrong. That there wasn't a legit, if you weren't in the direct know of the problem, you weren't going to know, right? This is where Joe, if she would shush and quit jumping around in traffic going, look at me, pick me, pointing it out, nobody would fucking know, and it would all be a guess, right? Stop yelling, it's me, you're the problem. We all know. Yeah, I haven't seen anything bad. The only thing I wish that they would quit holding lives about and doing videos on is my job. If we can just deal with that off the app, I would appreciate it. Go back to your personal things with each other and leave my job alone and quit ratting each other out. You could just send me a message. You know what I mean? Just it doesn't need, leave me out of it is what I'm asking. I don't need to be involved in any of that. I'm not mad. I just want you to stop it. Yeah. And the kid thing was just a bit much. Yeah. If we could stop that, that would be good. You were correct. 100% entirely correct. Very much so. Camo. Yeah, I do feel like maybe some folks are trying to get me fired up again, and I'm not subscribing to that either. We've all learned some valuable lessons, and we'll use that as examples as we go down the road. I would like the way that me and, because even if me and Jenn are frustrated with each other, I've only stated, hey, I wish she would stop weaponizing my disability. There's a clear, particular thing that I wish that they would stop doing. It's not you suck, everything about you sucks. I don't think you're a good person because I don't like you. But you know what? There's a bunch of people who do. So, obviously, some people, they appreciate the human. What are you wearing? Is that Harry Potter?
No, it's Disney.
But who is that?
That's me.
Oh, okay. What's on your head?
Ursula's music crown. We got to put on a show for the village.
Oh, you're going to put on a show, all right.
Yeah. I'm like, whatever. Let me get through this quest and put my pirate gear back on. Yeah.
Putting on a show for the village. But
The village people.
it looks like could be our village. These people are going a little bit too far. Like there's some things like if they could just stay on the topic of them as to how like they are directly affected. Like, were you directly affected by somebody calling my job? I know I was directly affected. So like if you weren't directly affected by the actions of that person, you should probably just like please stop. And I'm not going to get upset. I am not going to do those things. I would rather set an example about how we can all live in a peaceful, harmonious state, because I know I'm an adult. Camo's conducting herself like an adult, and it's going to be left to just a few people who can't conduct themselves like adults. And we all know who they are. I hope they don't vote this year with this election until we start making like adult choices and setting adult examples, because this is not, we got some work to do in society before 2024. We all got some growing up to do, and I hope that this nightmare that has evolved, because now they've all personally affected each other, because this one-upping game, it's like, oh, so you hurt me, now I'm going to do something as equally heinous behind the scenes. Like, I don't want you doing any of that revenge shit to anybody. Stop the cycle of bullshit here, you guys, because one of these people is going to get mad. And since there's a group of them that like to do this to each other, they're going to do it to another one, right? Well, then it doesn't stop. Just stop. Train's already had every agency fucking called upon her. Okay, honey. I'm sure she's covered. We've already been through that. I'm sure every agency would, just want to stay relevant to the current case at hand, and not waste resources. There's something that tells me that. Missy, I'm sure, has had every place called on her. I know Johanna has. I think it's all covered. I see why the husband got drug into things with what he's responsible. Like, why the fuck he's digging for my job is beyond me. But if we could all stop now, I don't need to be a topic in anybody's life. I have stayed out of all of it. I have no opinion on any of it, other than there are just some things that shouldn't be brought to the app that have been brought to the app, like people's medical shit. I almost yelled at you for leaving the bathroom light on, and I realized I'm the problem. So why did we have to wake up to this? Me, at least I woke up to it. I was taking a late afternoon siesta. But y'all, there was no reason for any of this today. She's still texting. Dirty, please stop. Please. No, it didn't clear the first one. That's what it was. I'm good. I'm good. Like, oh. See, I've been teaching people how to do research of their own when they come across, like, there was this scammer, totally different veteran situation, but somebody caught what I was talking about and went and did their own research. Girl, I like, apparently Missy was the one sending people over to my live. Girl, y'all just stop. Stop. Like, I ain't gonna sit over here and talk shit on you. I'm gonna tell you, just stop what y'all are doing. Quit using me as your topic to get back at each other. Like, just stop. I don't care. What's done is done at this point. Y'all look ridiculous. I sent them the snark page with all of your stupid screen names. My employer closed their little complaint that you made. Just, it's done. Just stop. And Tessie admitting that she called too is a pretty shitbag thing, since Jenn flat out told her that I wasn't the one who even called her job. She knew who it was and went over there and told Tessie. So why she was doing any of these things is beyond me. Or email, either way. Welcome, blessed. Like, I ain't trying to have any fights anywhere. I just want it to stop with my name. I am in no way, shape, or form part of any of what's going on with y'all. I think Train could do a lot worse videos, because she has. Like, we've all seen them. We all know. We all know. We all know. But I think we just need to breathe, or else nobody is ever going to heal from any of this, any of it. And you deserve to heal. I know the part of you that needs healing, and it's hard to heal that. I get it. I got the part just like it. That's not what we're talking about. You just sit over there and shut the fuck up. Sorry, forgive my roommate. But a lot of healing needs to be done. And we have to promote that environment, right? It's all of our environment to kind of mow the grass and take care of. It's like we all have to find that place. None of what's happening right now with the going back and forth is going to solve anything. Any of it. I'm not mad, but damn, like, let's stop it. Like, I don't want to see any of it. You know, everybody has valid feelings. Everybody feels a certain way because of something that's happened to them, that they've been affected by. Whether they can see the whole flow chart for what it is without the emotional barricade, that's a whole different thing. It was never my intent to come out to this app and hold anybody else accountable but the individual who was responsible for her behavior. If that said individual would have taken the accountability, we would probably be done and over with this entire case right now, and everything would be done. But instead, we have a sergeant who's lost his job, career, forced into retirement, or possibly arrested if he didn't return the evidence. We have people getting hurt, jobs, you know, like, it's enough. Like, I've never called your job. Like, I don't think there's anything that warrants me calling anybody's job unless, you know, like, there was something that directly pertained to said job, right? Hey, you went and took a patient file home and put it all over the internet. You know, that would probably be going like, hey, you know, not cool, unethical, right? Against.
We already had a boss do that.
Yeah, we had a boss do that. Like, I can have a cordial conversation with you. I can. I can also remain objective that, you know, there are people that I talk to, but there is going to be information, like, that if you and I talk, I'm not going to go run back and share that. You know what I mean? Like, that is a thing that is between other people that I was never involved in. I want to stay there. And that's what I've said, you know, like, after we had that chat when I was talking to Ash, I'm like, I'm just going to stay out of that. Whatever's happening from the results of everything, it's happening. Like, there's nothing I can do there, but I can just stay the fuck out of the rest of it from here. I just want to see people ultimately heal. It will change folks' lives. Once Trainhorn gets past the thing that's eating her alive, she will be a different human. She will be able to live. You will enjoy live. You will be truly free from those feelings that caused the addiction in the first place. At the root of it, it's trauma. Whether it's viewed the same by parties that are involved, it's neither here nor there. To one party, it was traumatic, right? You can't tell somebody what's trauma and what's not and how it affects them. It's the perspective, the age, and the fact that none of us were there. But it's a journey that you have to recover from fully. You have to be able to look at that with indifference and no emotion. And I think that you will do beautiful fucking things. I do. I've heard you talk. And everybody who may have stepped away from you still is very loyal to you and has a lot of good things to say. That's a pattern, and that speaks a lot. Like, none of you need to be something that you're not for this app, nor should you change who you are because this app has expected something from you. This app makes you think that because you throw gifts at somebody that you can tell them what they should do, say, think, who they should be friends with. And it gets to you because it's a pressure. It's the ultimate peer pressure, right? Which nobody who's battling trauma and addiction even needs to be feeling, right? They're here to support, for support. And we see it day in and day out. whether it's alcohol, medications, technology, gambling. Hey, I don't want people getting angry with each other over like this shit. This is not worth it. It's not. It's adding stress on your life. It takes away from what you're able to spend with your kids, your family. They're taking away from their friends and family, even addressing this ignorance. When that the root of the problem is that this is literally coming to the app because it's a story. We shouldn't unpack there. We should be setting some pretty damn good examples. Like, we've all been through this roller coaster. Like, we've been riding this shit for a minute. Dude, you and that notification sound, like when you're in bed, I don't know how you don't wake up to that freaking ding. Like, you know, there's independently controlled sounds and volumes for ringtones, music. We both woke up to a priority message this morning about a baby in OB, and we're like, we're not at work, off shift, but we're still priority one. Get messages like through the do not disturb. It's like, shit. And I'm off shift. Like, I don't know. Like, I have to delete the app on days I'm not working to not be bothered. Ooh, it's cold. Arr. Wood stoves are in the air. It is like probably about 37 degrees out here. But I think everybody can find a way to exist. I do. I think we can. I think we can. And hopefully the people who keep fueling the fire go find another source of entertainment. Forgive the quads. I don't have hate in my heart or room for any of that. I don't. I just want to stop being the topic of everybody's conversation. I do. Very much. Because there is like other things going on. Like, I think a lot of people missed what really happened to Ashland during all of the other drama that was going on. And that was like truly some true fuck shit. Truly. That whole story was getting overshadowed, and it was very serious. And I think that if more people would have been aware of it, she would have had more support. But we're detracting from the real negative people. You know, when you're wishing unborn children to not live and stuff, over lies and jealousy, like, that's a whole boundary that I don't think any of us cross. I know Blessed doesn't cross those boundaries like that. But I think the other drama overshadowed what was also going on. And I think we're all adult enough to have a conversation. Because, you know, there's some people I've never even afforded a conversation. There's been a lot of assumptions based on the evidence, but you can't really come up with a complete story unless you hear somebody's side. It is gross how strangers can enjoy to see good people fall with each other and know both sides of the story. And I don't ever ask, like, I went to Ashland when all that drama started. and I was asking her, like, hey, what's going on? Instead of publicly, I said what minimal I could to stay in the live without getting booted. Like, oh, that's shocking. Oh, that's a horrible thing to do. Shit like that. But because you know how they are. If you're not supporting or tapping or doing something, they're gonna boot you. But I've always supported the people who go do their research. Dude, can you hear it? Your phone, because just checking, because it's loud.
I'll talk to my RT that's down the Philippines.
Huh? Is it something respiratory?
An RT that I worked in Wyoming with, he's down in the Philippines with his wife and kid.
Isn't there a hurricane heading there or something? Oh.
Well, he was wondering if they needed help here. Because he was here.
Oh, he's been here before, so he knows.
Before the Angela thing.
Okay, so he knows what it's like in Bethel. Thanks, Ash. I wasn't sure who was still on my list of those people. I just went down and followed back. Appreciate that. I just want people to be able to come in and out of lives, and even if we don't get along, we can still be like, hey,
He was here 12 years ago.
Oh, so it was even more primitive.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have hate in my heart. Like, I don't know anybody on this app other than the people that I brought to it and trained because of the situation. I can listen to people. I'm a good listener. I give outsider perspective, especially when there's emotions that get involved. And these are emotional topics for people. This is their life. This is their life that gets messed with. This is their life. We don't know what people are struggling with in their everyday life. Now, there are some very ridiculous things that people do that probably, need to be exposed. Yes, I'm not going to lie. There are some things because people definitely misrepresent themselves and what they stand for. But what it's become is this investigation into people that there's no real research being done. Like, if you're going to look into somebody's record, you better be pulling that whole fucking court case, like the whole court case, to find out what happened. Because that's a very generic law with very broad interpretations for many different situations. There might not have even been a good law to charge them under. And it could have been, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know. Yeah, exactly. Who you fix issues with is your business. You don't have to like each other or people you don't get along with. Just be there. Yeah. It's like when I go to Jen's comments, I try not to inflame anybody. Sometimes they try to keep inciting shit. I just try to, leave it be. And when the drama gets too much, I just exit it. I just will watch from the outside. Everybody talks about me having to be front and center or getting involved in people's shit. The amount of shit I don't get involved, the amount of shit I stay on the outside of just so my name doesn't bring unwanted attention to the situation is astronomical. Like, I try to make a judgment call. And sometimes it's just easier to watch from the outside. I don't want to see people tearing each other apart or starting any more fighting just because of me, my name, my presence, or anything. I'm not out here to try to destroy anybody's life. I don't get satisfaction out of people being destroyed. I don't want to see you do bad in school. I don't want to see blessed, not reach her goals. I mean, none of that. I've heard her egg donor and where her perspective has come from and what she experienced in her relationship. And I can see how it has affected blessed. Those are two different perspectives, one from an adult and one from a child's perspective. So they're different. I can understand both. I do. I get it. And if you stop and think about like the way things were back then about how we dealt with trauma and abuse, we didn't. But the end result is still the same, and it doesn't minimize anybody's experience with that matter, nor should it be up to the app to decide. You know, it's an experience for each one of those people just the same, and it's a different experience because it's from a different perspective. It's affected lives differently. Thank you, honey. Thank you. I don't want to see anybody fighting. I don't want to see me the topic. I want to see healing. And I'm seeing people grow and heal. And I think that they can continue that growth. I think they deserve it. I do. There's just a little bit, and I do have other knowledge of what's happened to manipulate other people's friendship feelings. So I'm speaking from things I've been aware of that have happened to people. That's not fair. I know, and it should never fall apart. Like, I don't think on any other app it would fall apart. You know what I mean? Like, this is such a person-to-person app that everybody's involved. And it's the gifts that make it hard, because I really feel, especially after the shit with Camo this morning, with people going over there and telling her I was speaking ill of her. Like, these people think that they can control and play the puppet master with likes and views and shares and gifts and screenshots and recordings to try to manipulate the situation into something that it's not. And thank you, honey. Thank you, Nikki. I don't want that for people. I don't want them to close this app out and go to bed feeling terrible about themselves, about what they've participated in, because at the end of the day, we all join this app to escape mindlessly from our day, right? We've interacted with other people, we've gotten to know people, and now we don't even know what to believe. It's almost like we came here to escape reality of not knowing what to believe on the television, right? And now we don't know what to believe here. Great. 5 a.m. like go to bed. Exactly. I am normally up at those hours. That is my typical, usual time to be up. I am paid to be awake at those hours. My job prefers if I don't sleep at it. So does my boss, because then he gets woken up and he has to come in and find my ass. And like, that's just a whole different level of, we don't do those things. That's not what I'm paid to do at work. So, you know, I do log on live and try to like keep myself awake on nights that I don't have any patients, but could have a really jacked up patient. And I like to talk to people. I don't like my job called, because I'm just trying to communicate and teach and share information. I'm also not trying to hurt other people. Yeah, and people do take sleep meds. My roommate takes the Tylenol at the night time. People are going to get drowsy. People are going to fall asleep. People fall asleep in my lives because of the tone of my voice all the time. It's kind of a well-known fact that we just come out here, listen to RT, and when the chat starts to slow down, I know everybody's falling asleep. Sorry. He's hacking up for really good reasons. He stopped smoking. We're on day 2 of the nicotine patch. So 3. So the mucus is loosening up. So now I'm the terrible smoker who like had to go get a pack of cigarettes. Oh yeah, that definitely gonna knock you out. I'm sorry, but it's a soon to be stomach issues. Nicotine actually, it has medicinal effects in the gut. So I think that this can be a decent place on this app. I do feel that this is just a few different people causing problems at this point. I think it's almost abundantly clear who those few people are. They don't even need attention because I'm sure that any rational human can go, I'm just going to not participate in that. I hate the thing about not using names because we have 97 Ashleys at this point. And if I don't refer to who I'm speaking about, you all go and get people out of bed at 5 a.m. who have nothing to do with anything. So there does have to be some clarity. That doesn't mean that anybody's speaking negatively. People do come to me to get caught up on what the hell's going on because it's everywhere. But at the end of the day, most of it doesn't need to be out here. I think so much could be handled behind the scenes. Yeah, like leave Camo and I alone. If I have concerns about what somebody says or who has done something to her that I'm aware of, I'll go to her myself. I'm just wondering how much more actual fuck shit is just going to come pouring out of people. Like, I am well aware that there are certain people behind T pages. I can tell what T pages that Katie has participated in. I'm cool. I'm cool with it. They are seen by so few people that I don't even care. I don't even care. And the fact that it probably happened months ago, I care even less. You know what I mean? Like, is it recent? Did it just happen? If the answer is no, it's not worth hurting other people again and again and again. We do things when we're angry. We say things. It's human nature. It's learning how to overcome that nature of a human and not do those human things. Do I want Jenn weaponizing my disability to insult Blessed? No, I don't think that needed to be done. I think that was a bit much. I, again, didn't need to be a topic in any of that. Like, the additional sprinkles should stop. And I think if people would quit trying to drag others into fights, that it wouldn't progress to this. And I don't want to see people's jobs called. I don't want to see probation officers harassed. I don't want to see children's schools listed. You know, like, we're adults. Other people's kids see us. They scroll through their FYP and we get thrown in there because of popularity, you know, with the likes and stuff like that. You look at your analytics, like 55% of your views on lives are from suggested videos in FYP. And there's other people's children in there that think that behavior is what adults do. And they strive to do that because they see the popularity, right? That's a young, impressionable mind. And I'm sure the message that Blessed is trying to send out is not getting received because of the noise that gets put in. I'm sure she would have the message for other kids who have struggled through what she went through in her family life to not handle it in the manner that she handled it, because it was hell. That struggle for her was hell. She is proud of her recovery. She is. Because what I'm hearing from her egg donor, from her story, is that she came a long way to overcome that. If she wouldn't have had the trauma to deal with those, she wouldn't have had pain that needed numbing. So to minimize her pain is not helpful. She does hurt based on what she went through. Her egg donor hurts based on her experience of what she went through that a child might not be aware of. There's two different perspectives that affected two different people completely differently, but it still affected them. I don't want to see people have to have pain that needs numbing. Because if they didn't have that pain that needed numbing, they would have a life that they could live fully, free of the shackle of that trauma and pain. So what I'm seeing is a bunch of hurt people hurting people right now. Hurt people. Let's break that cycle. Let's see it for what it is. It's people are hurt. I've heard that a lot. I have. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Like I said, there are people that do not speak to her anymore. They're not in the in crowd, but they won't speak on her or negatively on her at all. So she has helped people. She's helped a lot of people. We can't ignore that. That's no small, that's a lot of emotional weight for somebody to take on who has also fought battles of their own. Because that baggage is heavy that we carry for other people. Hold on. Let me do it from this. It might be easier from this way than asking a mod. All right, she should be good. I don't want to see a bunch of hurt people continuing to hurt and be hurt by people who they put trust in, because that just is not a healthy cycle. I want to see it just. I don't want to see anybody else hurt through any of this. That's not helping any of you. And I don't think at the end of the day, that's what any of you, once the emotions die down, would have wanted. It's like the Amazon shopping list, especially if you have a mental illness where shopping is an outlet. And you get
54 packs.
Shut the fuck up. That's grocery shopping, damn it. It's different. There's a difference between needs and wants. Put it in your shopping basket and then go back to it in a few days and look at it. And then push the purchase button. Do the same thing with okay, instead of wanting to go live about it, even when somebody talks shit on you and wanting to make it right, those who it matters to are going to come to you, right? Just like I went to Ashlyn, I just don't see these people doing these things. This doesn't seem right. Not the people that I thought I knew. Oh, I was right. And if you would just go ask somebody, they'd be happy to defend themselves. Exactly. It's not fair. You thought that was moose noise. No, that was That was my roommate. He's an Irish moose. You are making the most interesting manly bachelor noises for TikTok. You are.
Don't make me go over there and go live.
No, you are not going to come over and make TikToks. He was making jokes yesterday, and he's like, I'm going to come make TikToks. I'm like, no, you're not. No, indeed, you are not. So if you see some weird motherfucker one day making TikToks, please report. Get him taken down. No, you and Will will be doing none of these things. You'll be on your own account, your own damn ring light, offending the internet.
They'll have to pay me to take it.
Oh, you'll make gift money. Crazy man escaped. Yes, Camo. Oh shit, what the hell am I gonna do with you? Okay, so last night when I told you like my roommate was drunk and he had like 1 margarita, 2 margarita, 3 margarita bed, he left the party without telling anybody. He comes home and like I was blow drying my hair, so I didn't hear the door. Our coworker comes to see if he like where he went. And I'm like, you didn't like go, hey, I'm checking out. He just left.
Everybody was busy. I don't want to bother nobody.
I can't. These children. But I think most of us can find a place. There's going to be a few hiccups because we can't make people do things like not emotionally react. I can encourage them highly. Please, I understand that what they're saying is really mean and they're trying to get you to react. That's what they want from you. Don't do those things. Like 110% I can attest to don't do that. Just put the phone down. Put the phone down if it makes you that angry. And that's what I told, and I think some of us have all had an interaction with Holly Stedman. She's went and made videos about me. She was in Dirty's inbox. She was mad at me for being friends with Missy, and that never happened. But this woman, she came to me because she said she was being bullied by Missy in the very beginning of all of this. And I had talked to her on the phone, but I quickly realized that something was off, and I know she's reached out to Miranda, but she would scream at these kids. And there's been a group of people who have been watching her for over a year, so I didn't need to continue something somebody else is already doing, right? And they do call CPS on her because I'm going to tell you that woman, and I've shared it on the Reddit, that woman deserves phone calls and for her kids to be safe. Because when you listen to her scream at the top of her lungs and at her young children who are like 10, and then she was live while her son was going to the bathroom and patting his head. That is, none of us in any of these groups of people support that behavior. Holly's definitely got some drinking issues, and I pray that she gets help for the sake of her kids. But I've listened to her on the phone. I have talked to her in text. That is a situation that warrants those type of phone calls. I have really witnessed none of those things from these people. Yeah, exactly. Like if you don't get along with somebody in the comments in somebody's live, just ignore them. Miranda moderates for me, but Does she mod for you, Camo? I know she mods for some people that I don't necessarily like put on my top 100 fan list, you know. I don't say a fucking to Miranda about it because she's, for what? What it, see, Lord Almighty. Were you breathing again? You were breathing. See, this is not helpful to anything. Anything. Good morning, Angie. I'm sure you're going to find some interesting things happening in the comments. It's okay. We're all aware. I'm sure if you scroll up, you're going to be like, whoa, what did I just wake up to? It's all good. Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, the cops have a lot bigger things to deal with besides TikTok shit. That's why I never picked up the phone and bothered them all the time in Bandera. I literally called when it was like, hey, my face is up there with a PSA about me being a child SAer and like to pertain to making the police report in my case. Like, that's it. That's literally it. You will not find any other reports or phone calls or emails or anything because I didn't do it. I know how short-staffed we are, how limited resources. And I'm going to tell you what, when a police officer hears the word TikTok, their eyes roll so far into the back of their head that they don't even want to help you. Whose comments? You know, if you are that offended by somebody, that block button works wonders. Like, I didn't even know Katie had posted that video, and thank you for posting that to alert me to, you know, the direction of what was going on. It's helpful in solving the problem. I just finalize it, you know, and give that to work too, along with updating them on the sergeant situation, and it's done. There's no sense in people getting blamed for things that they didn't do. All of us have guessed the wrong person at some point in time. It's okay to be wrong. We're human. All of those things are okay. Yeah, you need to go to bed instead of making burp noises and loogies. Are you liking that vape? I'll have to get more of this flavor.
Not using it.
I don't think you did. I know I didn't. I didn't even know any of this was going on. I woke up 2 days in a row. I wake up from my mid-evening nap and I'm like, what the hell is happening? Like, I'm in shock that any of this is going on, and it's okay. It's out there. I'm definitely not mad. I just want everybody to stop making like me a topic of conversation in a battle. Stick to like the clearly defined, this is what we're mad about, not everything but the kitchen sink, because like, hurt people hurting people is not going to help people. And I think we need to do helpful things. Oh, no, I never, definitely did not ever call the cops on you. There was no reason to call the cops on you. I would have had no legal, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lady on the internet being mean to me. Well, get over it. Block her. Just like every, you know what I mean? It's when legal things that are in place begin to get violated and stuff, and it's just, God, this is such a shit show. And I feel that no matter who comes to the table and comes to an agreement, that there's going to be some fucking group chat that's created 30 minutes later going against everything that people agree to. Like, it doesn't matter. There will be a group chat where the tribe mentality of people, like, okay, we're going to go against this person. Now we're going against this person. Oh, wait a second. Like, Red Rover, who we sending over this time? You know what I mean? Like, that's really what I feel like's going on, and it's not going to stop unless we figure out a way to, like, as a silent majority, just not participate. No matter how much they want to, like, that ESPN channel, they want us all to participate in that bullshit. And I don't want any part of it. I don't want to see you drug. I don't want to see Blessed drug for trying to do something better. You know, there's always the anger that's, you know, an argument that's made, she'll never be good. Well, that's a pretty, like, definitive forever statement for a period of time that has not happened yet. You can't change somebody to their past and based on only your experience. Like, that's an emotional place. That's a very definitive forever statement that isn't true, right? You can't say never. It's just like when you're arguing with your spouse and you say, you always, well, no, I'm sure we can come up with 11 other instances that he didn't always, or she didn't always do that. So you can't say always. Yeah, the best thing anyone involved can do is not respond anymore, because as you can see, it's a volley back and forth and people just keep getting hurt. If only one person is doing hateful behavior, it's clear who the hateful person and the problem is. And I'm pretty sure that there's a couple people that we can all sit back and go, yep, we knew these things. We had high hopes for it not being true, but indeed it is. We don't need to give that person attention. We also don't need to subscribe to the bullshit drama that they're involved in. And as adults, if there is a problem, let's not take it to the app. Let's go to each other and be like, hey, see, oh, well, that's not cool. And see, that does nothing. It doesn't do anything for this immediate situation, right? And getting any kind of information is old news that isn't useful right now. But I know how she is, and I'm sorry you got insulted with my disability of the OCD shit, but I'm sorry. The other individual is the one fixating on pulling apart people's words and lives with a pair of fucking tweezers. And going into that kind of detail. Like, that's disturbing behavior. A lot of things that don't pertain to me, I happen to tune out. So even though it might have been told to me, it's not in the forefront of my mind. But I have a feeling somebody's going to be writing a whole ass book on the topic. Like, I couldn't tell you what your past charges were or anything, because I have not dug into you and memorized your life to the extent that some people on this app do. What are you all doing? And see, I didn't say anything about that trip. I was like, well, okay. If she raises it, she raises it. You know, her people are her people. You know what I mean? And it's just like I had heard you say, you know, you have a job, but obviously any help that and support, and there are people who do want to support you in going, right? Because you've helped them. And that's a big thing for you. I enjoy going to my national conference in respiratory every year. I'm going to Nashville this year. It's a big thing. You know, you've done a lot of work. It's a big thing. I don't see how that's a scam. The whole hotel thing and the reservation, like, everybody, I don't think understands how hotel conferences and room bookings and reservations and things work at all these different places. They think it's just the way it is. And it's just like when they called and said I didn't have a federal job. Hey, boss, are we federal employees? Yeah. But they called and did their research on me, right? But I am.
Open up the website for the hospital and it's right there.
I know. But dear God in heaven, their research is impeccable, you know? This is why you never go off anybody else's research. I came in Missy's live, said Jose, don't want to talk. And Missy said no. And see, like when she come in earlier and said that you were causing drama, Camo, I'm just like, oh, I haven't talked to her about that, but I'm not going to have people attacked in my comments and told who they should and shouldn't communicate with. We're not doing that over here. People can talk to who they want to and make their own judgment, right? Based on their own experiences, not mine. Yeah, here's the problem I have with that whole situation and that everybody has had from day one. I got called a liar about the things I said about Train's case. I'm only able to speak from what's public information, right? So if she's not indicted, there's no lawyer on file, regardless of what she said. The DA's office, the sheriff's department only has a public defender listed on file because of that. I did not lie. To this day, that's all on. They could have easily solved any of the drama by going, here's the receipts, right? But instead, it became a TikTok story for the last several months. We didn't come out with receipts until after we replaced the money. And even they were like, they weren't very public ones. You know what I mean? Like, they demand from everybody else. So that's where the problem I have lies. Until there's something to look at, I can't say either way. She could have easily shared the receipt for the lawyer. Easily. Instead, we did not, and we created a TikTok story that everybody got wrapped up in way too deep before we had everything. And then it started to unravel, right? My problem is, you know, the secrets that we keep for these people are not making us look any better for having kept the secrets and having knowledge of them and not exposing them at the time. And you don't want to rat your friend out for the bogue shit that they're doing, but like, hey man, you're doing some fuck shit. And some people have like, hey, you're doing some really fucked up stuff, man. I don't want any part of it. And there have been people to do that. So like when we know our friends are doing things that are shady as fuck like that, we should probably not encourage them. And it's hard because it's the tribal behavior, right? When our friend hates somebody, we're all going to hate them. It's pack mentality behavior. We want everybody to hate the same people we do, right? Just so we don't have to deal with them, right? In a perfect world, it's human nature. It's human behavior. We have to go, you know what? Let's just stop. Smell the roses. You know what I mean? Like, let's go outside, go for a walk, take a deep breath, and not react to that, because it's meant to do that on purpose. A lot of it's a setup. Didn't find out until the end of July, beginning of August. No one knows what happens after. Yeah, that was what happens after dark. Like a lot of these folks, make sure you rotate sides. You didn't stick it in the same spot, did you? Okay. You're not having vivid dreams or anything yet? Oh, good. Because motherfucker was stealing my car in my dreams, and I was outside, like, and I had a waterbed. Trying to get up off that waterbed to get out that door was funny. I was like, no more nicotine patches.
No, it's like I don't have a craving for the cigarette that I just wanted.
Yeah, that's why I said use the vape as your fidget tool. From the way I'm seeing it, damn, man.
Everything's coming up.
Is it brown?
Huh?
Is it brown like tar?
No.
It's okay. That shit's coming loose, man. Big time. Sorry, guys. It's the retained secretion phase of stopping smoking. What I see, because I've been talking to Miranda since mid-June, you know, when all of that happened. So looking at that and knowing that what they were telling you wasn't true, and knowing that they were behind that phony account that they were trying to get everybody to believe was Miranda, and then this happening, I feel like there was jealousy involved in that you were being forced to choose who your friends were based on how they felt. Because you can kind of tell by who they pushed out and isolated, and then all the drama. Because I've been watching it from the outside, because I've been traveling. I haven't had time, you know what I mean? I'm just been kind of keeping up with things behind the scenes. But it seems like this was very, very carefully orchestrated, and that you were being isolated. Because I bet you Katie was next. I bet you if it would have continued, Katie would have been next. Yeah, I don't know why people make the fake accounts. Like, if you can't say it with your whole ass, like, you're not a like real woman, man, none of the things. Like, at least own your like, sign it. Put your name on it. Yeah, see, and that's kind of where I'm at with what I'm looking at and what's happened, because like the more that they insisted that Miranda was these phony accounts, I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. The accusations that were being made didn't even make sense because, sorry, the house is on stilts. So every time we walk, everything bounces. It just seemed the more that they tried to get you to believe it and the more that they insisted, it just became more obvious what was really going on. but it wasn't really my business to stick my nose in. And I just had talked to Miranda behind the scenes, you know what I mean? And was just a friend and heard her out. You know, she was really hurt. And I could understand, you know, looking at what they did on purpose. Yeah. Only one friendship does matter. And see, I heard her and Train say that, you know, oh, you're always stuck with me. You're my best friend, because you two are involved in so much fuck shit that you're going to have to maintain a friendship for at least another year, because that's how long it's going to take for this case to progress, because of the sergeant being forced to retire for tampering with the evidence in the case. There's so much dirt that they have on one another because this is what's going on, that they have to get along. It's being, you know, I've had a lot of people come to me today, you know, that adored Missy, absolutely adored her. And I don't tell people who they can adore, that were like, man, I really had high hopes that she wasn't involved in a lot of this, but I just seen a whole different side. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I figured people were going to find. And when I say people are going to be hurt, they're going to be hurt because they put trust in somebody and what they said, you know, and they're not the humans that they made themselves out to be. There's a certain bit of disappointment and breaking of trust because, you know, I'm going to tell you, when you're dealing with addiction, when you're dealing with depression, when you're dealing with anxiety, when you're dealing with post-traumatic stress, trust is a huge problem for a lot of people. When you put your trust in people and they repay you with these favors that they're doing out here. I'm just sitting here. When I got out of the hot spring that day, I was like, what are they doing? What is everybody doing? I will tell you that Blessed's live was a lot easier to listen to than the other one. The other one I had to stop. I was catching up on the Reddit and I had to stop listening to the one that was being hosted in the other live because of the emotions and the attitude. Blessed was just very matter of fact about it all. She was. I was decided to have the question, like, why is my name going to be brought up? Why me? That was the only question I had. And I'm just trying to bring humor. I'm not trying to be an a-hole about any of this. We have to find humor in these bad situations or we stay there. Yeah, I like squash and beefs and because what is it really solving at this point? It's just continuing on a very broken cycle of bullshit that is affecting our kids, other people's kids that we don't even know on this app. And the message that all of us who are really trying to send isn't even being heard. I'm not trying to add to anybody's trauma. The only person I've ever come to this app with a personal issue with was Train. Other people have gotten inadvertently involved. Whether, you know, they got involved based on a story that they were told by somebody who lied to them that they called a friend, you know. However, we've all experienced it together collectively. It's been this happy family. I feel like we have our own sitcom. Like when Blessed had done that Loyal Fam video with all of her people in like all the different positions. I cracked up. Some people thought it was corny. I fucking loved it. Which is actually what gave me the idea, Camo, to like change that video that I was doing regarding, you know, like the donuts and stuff and Jenn's mom passing away into something like that. It was actually a blessed influence because of that video, because it was funny. I liked it. It was just corny enough to where, you know, everybody could laugh at it, have fun with it. You know what I mean? It was and it was done in good taste. Laughing at themselves, having a good time, right? And even that couldn't have been done right. If people had an opinion on that. It's like, if people would stop thinking that the world revolves around what they think it should be, we would all be in a better place. We truly would. You're not getting, no. You're just laying in the middle of the floor hoping I trip over a can of wet food. Let's be nice to each other. Let's be nice. Well, at least they called you this time. It sucks that you have to be on like a first, that this is such a problem. Like, I definitely don't go out of my way to go get anything for anybody. If I see it or hear it, I'm like, whoa. Did I think that Jenn like went a little bit too low the day that she said, at least my mother wanted me? Yeah, that was a little bit low. I was like, whoa. Because I grew up hearing from my mom, I didn't want kids, I had them for your father. And I know I still hear that in my fucking brain at the age of 44. So like, that wasn't cool. There's a whole set of reasons behind all that didn't get said in the proper context, that didn't need to happen. So like, hurt people. It's okay to hurt. It's okay to have those feelings. It is 100% okay to feel hurt. We want to retaliate naturally and hurt people. I don't want, I want that to be, my great grandmother always said to kill people with kindness. And that was, I was at the doctor on Friday, and this poor little medical assistant was like, I have to go in and draw this lady's blood. And you can hear her bitching about her thyroid medication through the wall. And I'm just like, I am glad it is my day off, because I know it is Friday afternoon, and every bit of patience that these employees have had is out the window. But I'm just like, remember, just be kind. Because the more that you're kind and the more nasty she is, she will eventually start to feel really bad for being ugly to somebody who was just trying to be nice. Because at the end of the day, it's not really about that thyroid medication. He's like, I'm coating your legs with an extra set of fur for the winter. Just in case you didn't know that. It's like my cupboard's up there. This is Worf. His face is all scarred up and mangled. So he got named Worf. You're not getting any more. This is all you're getting. You ever seen that cartoon strip, Simon's Cat? See, then I gotta feed you, I gotta feed her. You're just getting a couple, you just had a pile. He lays in the middle of the floor and he thinks because I'm standing in front of his cupboard that this is what we're going to do all night. Behemoth. It came out really good. My roommate had a gigantic bowl. Like, oh, it was really good. It was super good. I ate way too much at once. I haven't eaten all day because of it. It's about time to eat something, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, it was very hearty. That was a really good idea. It's very easy to make. You're not getting anymore. You have a whole dish of dry food. The whole damn dish. He'll stand here and be like, ah. You were finally diagnosed with it. It really frustrates me that people have to fight for health care in this country now. They have to fight with their doctor about what's wrong with them. We are missing cancers. We are missing all sorts of things because we just don't believe our patients or that the healthcare brain has checked out. If this is the approach to healthcare that you are taking, you should probably take a break or just retire at this point. And when I hear things not being, here's what I've learned about that side. Bless doesn't really dig into things like Missy does. She'll get to the root of it and deal with it and move on. I've seen just try to cut the head off and move on. Missy will pick and pick and pick, and they will, every person that they have tried to guess who's behind an account or guess that something has been wrong from my end. Every one of them has been wrong. So when I see them in their investigations and that this is what they've come up with, I'm like, if that's the best you got, and that is what you got from this investigation that you have done, and that's what you've come up with, I'm not going to worry about what you're investigating because it's wrong. So if they're wrong about me, chances are they have done the same thing to everybody else that they're calling out. I know that there was a search and seizure warrant issued that I never came to the app about until 10 days later that was issued for Train's electronic devices. Because my friend is a victim in that case, not a state's witness like Missy keeps telling everybody. That's a completely different type of case. She's the victim who had her information shared. That the sergeant in that case tampered with the evidence to do with the phones. So whether or not he took the phones back, I don't know. I'm going to assume because she was on the internet gloating that she was going to get her devices back, that could be it. Either way, the sergeant over her case was asked to retire and return the evidence or be arrested. He chose to return it, and now they have to hire an expert after they subpoena her evidence from the phone companies to compare the two. So I know any fuck shit that was going on behind the scenes is going to be found. And if Missy was involved, the fuck shit that she was involved in will be dealt with accordingly, right? There's experts to go over the shit. The DA is the one who asked for that search and seizure warrant. The DA, the reason that there are no charges and that she was not indicted was because it got kicked back to the sheriff's department to go execute that warrant. Dawn, I had her plug her scanner back in. She was listening the day that they served that warrant. They were also looking for drugs and alcohol that day. You want to guess what else they didn't find, but should have? But I can be quiet. I can wait and see what happens. There's a lot of things that she didn't tell everybody. while she got you involved in her case. She got you involved in a lot of other shit too. There were a lot of lies that were told in the beginning. I was only sharing public information. There's still lies that are being told in that case, but they will come out. They will come out. I have no reason to lie. She is picking up more charges. The reason why they're not there yet is because she hasn't been indicted for the stacks and stacks of evidence that they have against her. If they had a mountain of evidence against her, wouldn't that simple charge that she was arrested for just be dealt with, over and done with by now? Yeah. But there's other shit that will come out, and they're going to be like, damn, RT told us. It might take another year now because the sergeant had to do some fuck shit and lose his career over TikTok. Night blast, honey. I definitely will. We will. We will. I want to see people succeed. I want to see them recover from the trauma, be allowed to heal, be allowed to succeed. Even according to Blessed AIDS donor, it took a lot to even get her into the state to get her to recovery. So to go from that point to who she is today is a hell of an accomplishment. And you can't take that from somebody. That was a lot of self-work to get from that point to where she is today. You can't minimize that work. Addiction is an evil bastard. It really is. But it comes from a place usually of pain that you're trying to numb. And until we deal with that part, the addiction will always be that ball and chain in somebody's life. I mean, I see it with substance abuse here in Alaska. It's just like on the border of Mexico up here. There is a lot of SA within families. There's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of domestic abuse between children and parents, parents and children, all the way around. Nobody's immune to this. Even out here in a village where there's no resources, there's no village clinic that's open, that's life or death. It's a life that could probably be saved if we had the resources, but I have people on the internet trying to take me out of my job because they don't like me on the internet. You might not like the things I say and the points I make and drive home, but they're valid. I had said that Tessie was a rotten, miserable see you next Tuesday because this is the fuck shit that she was doing behind the scenes that nobody knew about, that I didn't just come out here and boo-hoo about. There's been a lot of other things that she's done. So I said what I said with good reason. She owned her stuff that she was doing. I'm not going to go digging through an 8 terabyte disorganized mess of a hard drive to find her the evidence right now, like demanding, like, no, just, you did it. It's there. Don't do fuck shit. Like, she swore up and down to everybody that I called her job. And then when Jenn went over and literally told her that who did it and it wasn't me, there was no, oops, sorry, RT, I called yours in retaliation. It's just coming out now because everybody wants to tell on each other and blame other people. And I'm going to tell you what, Katie, what I've learned is the people who are screaming the hardest that it's you, it was them who did it. Usually. These people. It was Jenn that called. See, this is ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Medication for my back, and I've asked to change it. They won't, and I don't like how it makes me feel. Oh, man. Yeah. We want to take away everything I stand for, all of my belongings, because like my storage unit wasn't good enough. And sending, like, you could have not sent that human my way. I would have figured out my own shit. Especially to lie and mislead me until, like, they knew that it had been auctioned off and that there was no help. Like, that, yeah. Yeah, like, we could have dealt without all that. None of that is necessary. Why did, like, that would be like me wanting to see Trainhorn's father's ashes or something not be existent and to take everything from her in a negative way just because I'm suffering. I don't want to see that. But any memories I had of my great-grandfather, all of that is gone because of these people playing games. And if they would have just minded their own business, it wouldn't have had to be that way. But it's done. But apparently I needed to suffer more for some perceived crimes that I didn't commit. The only thing I did was defended my friend, right? The same thing that she's out here doing. She called the cops to my dad's house and said I was doing things on live that I wasn't doing. Drunk. Thought that was funny. Stressed my dad out, who has, a poor heart. My dad is a felon. He's no more a fan of the police than most people on this app. You caused him stress. So, all for TikTok views and lies. And you got other people wrapped up in a story that was lied about. Like, she legitimately lied. So everybody who come out here in the beginning thought that I was doing something completely different. When they realized the truth, the people, it's probably like nobody who they think, to be honest. It's probably nobody who they think. And here's the thing with their research, their stellar research, it's never who they think. It's never who they think. It's probably one of the people who, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Tara herself, to be honest. I wouldn't. It's something that she would do to keep shit going. I said what I said. Yeah, like, and that's the thing. Whoever made that call, that is whoever, made the calls, the emails to my job, it got nowhere. So we have been around the world now with RT. So we've tried to call the Border Patrol. We've tried to call, supposedly I was going to be arrested by the Texas Marshals so many times. The DE, all of these things, and none of them are true. None of them have happened. So maybe, just maybe, if none of the things and the claims that people are doing to get attention on this app are working, we should stop doing them. Because doing them more is harassment, and it's not going to make somebody get fired. Yes, Border Patrol. Yeah. Yep. When I was driving back, because remember in that text that was shared, they thought I was flying back because I made up a bunch of different ways to get back to Alaska, so nobody knew how I was getting back. So long after I was passed over the Canadian border, because I had to go through Canada in Montana, like right there. Like I was getting ready to pass back into the US, and they're live telling people I was in New Mexico. And I'm sitting in British Columbia, Canada, looking at my moderators going, it's Canalaska in the land of New Mexico. Like, this is how ridiculous this got. And then they were making comments about calling the Border Patrol on me. They were going to call the Canadian Border Patrol, however, and I was already in Canada. I was getting ready to pass back over into the US, so they would have called the wrong border anyway. Why they were wanting to call the Border Patrol on me, I don't know, to make up a fentanyl trafficking story, maybe. You know. It was from a lot of the back end chaos, and that's what when you hear my mods and my friends talk about, she doesn't come out here and talk about all the shit that's going on behind the scenes that causes those reactions. And I won't, because it's not gonna solve anything, right? It's just gonna bring up more hurt feelings. I've gotten through it. I knew if I just waited that all the ugliness would come out on its own. I didn't need to drag it out here to the app. It's got a way of rearing its ugly head, And I don't want to see everybody hating on one another. Not because of me, not because of, but you can tell who's doing the fuck shit. There is no rocket science needed in this. Like, if you need a map at this point as to who was manipulating who, I think it's pretty obvious. Because it definitely answers a lot of the blame of Miranda for a lot of shit. Miranda got blamed for a lot of shit. And it puts people who are friends with everybody in the middle, and that just creates more doubt for people who are just here for support. There have been a lot of beautiful friendships made on this app, a lot of supportive ones. And I think that's also a jealousy thing with Blessed, is that she does have a lot of people who support her, even if they don't speak to her anymore. And that kind of loyalty, and they don't have it. And I think that makes them jealous. Because I don't know many people who don't get along with others, but yet those people won't talk negatively on them either. Not many people can say that. But it's a common theme. Oh, that smells so good. I love that pumpkin spice. I loved British Columbia. I'm going to tell you what, if you have the opportunity to take a trip out there and drive the Alcan, those northern British Columbian Rockies are just, they're fucking amazing. They just fold over and over, and it just, oh my God. Yes, you need to go. It's okay, Camo. I definitely want you to get some sleep if you fall asleep. Good night, honey. I absolutely love, like, it. If I ever disappear from the face of this planet, I'm somewhere in the Yukon or British Columbia wandering around the Rockies wanting to be left alone, like on a dog sled. Yeah. Oh, I didn't think about that. I have pumpkin spice in there too. I'm going to have to do that next time. I am, because that is good. I usually do that with some cinnamon or something at the top. Just regular coffee and spicing it too. Yeah. I usually go get my lovely Alaskan ground coffee, and I have all of like I use like the nutmeg and turmeric and stuff like that in my coffees. I went and raided the Starbucks display at the grocery store. So we have the salted caramel mocha, the fall blend. And you wonder why we have such bad accidents out here, because everybody drives a four-wheeler drunk, and they do dumb shit. They drive boats drunk too and do dumb shit. But yeah, there's the salted caramel mocha, the pumpkin spice, and the fall blend. I thought there was one more, but I didn't think I liked the taste. I'm picky about my pumpkin creamer. I only like the Coffee Mate brand, or if I make it from scratch. International Delight and everybody else, there's something weird about the taste. So I'm anal retentive that it only comes from Coffee Mate. I don't know what it is about International Delight, and like even the Starbucks kind, I don't like. I don't know if it's like you know how like when you pour in your creamer and it gets tan at a certain, like at a certain level. I don't know if it's like that. It's not like the ratio to cream and tanness isn't right. Hey, Jenn, I'm mad at you. Only if you stop weaponizing my disability to insult people, please. Like, quit calling obsessive people RT, okay? Making me mad.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm coming in the box. Someone said it to me, and if that's how it was taken, I absolutely 100% apologize. That's not how I meant it. I was just, at the time I said it, I meant just because it was very consistent, and if that's how it come across, and if anybody else took it that way, I do 100% apologize. That was not my intent.
Which is
That is
why I got mad at you and I texted you again, because you did that the last time I got upset. That's what you did too. And it's a disability.
Okay, well, somebody else came and I wasn't looking at it. I mean, I'm OCD as far as in the house and everything in its place and all that stuff. I don't know. I guess I just don't look at it for me with the house as a disability. And I just wasn't looking at it that way as far as with you and, whatever. So, and someone come to me and said that that's how you were taking it or that it had been told or whatever. So, me, I hold myself accountable. And as soon as they said this to me, I come straight over here. And they said you were
That's
live.
why
I come straight to you.
I appreciate that, because I'm like, damn, man, that's really why I got all set with you like a month ago too, just for the same reason.
Well, it won't be, I can't guarantee 100% that it won't be something that possibly comes out, but I promise I will do my very best
Like,
to make sure that it is not referenced in that way again.
if it doesn't pertain to me And like, I just really want people to quit like using me as a weapon or an insult, or because I have no dog in any of this fight except for, hey y'all, can you stop using RT, like as a reference point in my job, and all those things. Like, can we just stop? Just
Right. I
I'm
get
not.
it. I get it. And like I said, I was wrong and I shouldn't have did it and shouldn't have said it. And you've been staying off this thing and not dealing with any bullshit and all kind of nothing and whatever. And I absolutely should not have even let it come out of my mouth. I absolutely agree.
I appreciate that. I do.
And and I know along, of course with the, with Jen, they're saying this and that about the disability thing or whatever. And then I think something about stirring a pot. I just wanted to clarify with you, for 2 or 3 weeks, I tried my best, my very best, not to say anything after video and video and video was made about me. And when the last one was made, I had had enough. I had had enough.
I get
And
it.
I completely come out of character, and this I am where I am now. But
I get it.
so I try to stick to keeping it just solely based on me and what's been done to me or said about me, and that's just where I'm at. I'm gonna defend myself. I've had enough.
Well, no, and I expect that people do defend themselves, because there does, like, at the end of the day, all we have is our character and our word. You know what I mean? And how we represent ourselves. And like I said, I've been trying to just teach and only get involved in the situations I know. You know what I mean? Like, I usually do veteran things, so like I stuck to just that. You know what I mean? I'm not even with the new information about fucking Train, I'm not trying to drag her for it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure she feels bad enough. She doesn't need any more help. You know what I mean? Like, nobody needs any of that right now. I just hate seeing it affect everybody who is like supposed to be friends, and then like hurt people are hurting people is what's happening.
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree.
And
Absolutely.
I don't want to see any more of that, because at the end of the day, these folks may one day call each other friend again, even if they say they might not. We see it all the time. You can't take that back. So like, let's just not do it on the app. You know what I mean? Like, let's talk behind the scenes, not hurt each other, because it solves nothing.
And the yelling and the back and forth and the back and forth, and I agree. But I mean, we can all be petty
There,
people at times. Not that it's the
there,
right move, but
exactly, exactly. I mean, we're human. There is like a certain amount of pettiness that, there's a certain amount of drama that us women are going to get involved in. We're women, and now the men are getting involved. We got fucking problems.
all right, well, I'm not going to stay in here long. I just wanted to come in. Like I said, I just got the message, and I'm like, okay, let me go over there. And if that's how it was taken, because I'm not going to be on here body shaming, and it's just not me. It's just not what I do. And when they come to me and said that how it was taken with you, I automatically felt like I needed to come and right or wrong, I guess.
I do appreciate that very much. So,
All right,
gracias.
well, be good and stay out of trouble.
I'm going to continue doing exactly that.
All right, hon.
All right. I think we can all come out here and set a better example, because some of our friends who have made bad choices do need that support and those examples. I have said from day one, do not think that I have not chewed Dawn's ass out for her response to some of this shit that Tara did. Oh yeah, but Dawn suffers from the same mental illnesses that you do with the bipolar, the borderline. There are some triggers. Tara knew that, took advantage of them. Is what it is. Where many people went wrong I came out here advocating for my friend who was damn near ready for a nervous breakdown. She shouldn't have to fight that battle. That's what advocates are for. Tara lied to many of you about what she actually did and had you believing something completely different about Dawn. And then manipulated the situation for her case. And it's not what happened. But I think we've all moved past that. I would say somewhere in May, June, things regarding all of that just kind of settled, right? So there was really no reason to keep going back over that. For people who were new to the situation, I gave a brief rundown. But filling up my accounts full of other people is not what I'm looking for. If I can make some education and some analogies to a chapter in that book based on something that we can all relate to that's happened on this app collectively. What are you doing? I feel like you guys are spunky and I need to cover the air mattress before I don't have one. I have a 17-pound cat running around here looking at what can I fuck up? But I don't want to open my account and have a bunch of clapback videos, a bunch of nastiness towards anybody. I want to be able to open, if I do, I just want to be able to laugh about it. What you guys, the video I did towards Blessed. It was not done in bad taste. It was only really addressing, why do I got to keep getting brought up? Here I am again without me. It's shit, I'm over here in my corner doing nothing. And I keep getting brought up. I'm not trying to be brought up. I was trying to be in my corner, but no matter what we do, we keep getting put front and center. So it's all on how we handle it. Yes, it is giving back and doing better, and we're human, guys. We've all done shit in our lives. We've all hated an ex of ours. We've all wanted to get revenge, right? It's human. I usually leave those thoughts up here. Sometimes they come out of my mouth, but usually just an event. Doesn't mean I'm going to act upon them. But this app takes everything people says completely literal. Nobody they are giving human characteristics to words. They're words. They don't have feelings. They don't have human emotions and characteristics. They're words. That's what freedom of speech literally means. Now, if you have a complete plot to do some nefarious shit and you have a plan to act upon it, well, then the law has a plan to act upon you. However, depending on, the level of insanity of what you are out here speaking, because I still haven't tried, I have looked at situations in the media where folks get arrested for, threatening to do X, Y, and Z to cops in one state, right? But I know when I called Arizona over a veteran threatening to do exactly that, same thing in another state like Arizona, that they told me that the police can't be a victim in a crime. Well, how does that, if a cop is shot, how are they not a victim in it? So, I feel like sometimes it's a selective problem. I really wish they would either all make up or literally just agree to disagree and move on. We all know that Ashley records every fucking conversation. We know this. Everybody who interacts with Dirty knows this. Either don't say things that, you don't want her recording, or don't talk to her. I choose not to talk to her because I don't appreciate the invasion of my privacy. I hold it very dear. They are. It is best to just not, like, if your friend gets involved in some fuck shit, go, you know what, that sucks. I'm here to listen, but I can't get involved in the fuck shit. Which was the advice I gave Missy. I was told I threatened her. I indeed did not do that. I was very nice in my suggestion. I didn't say don't be friends with Trey. And I said if I were you, I would publicly pull back because it's going to affect how people look at you on your platform. Voila! Right again, and I had nothing to do with it. But it was a threat back then. It was a suggestion of foreseeable things to come because shit's predictable. Oh yeah, if government shuts down, everybody's fucked. Like, yeah. Yeah, and Miranda, you've gotten the blame for just about everything that happens on this app. Like, seriously, you have gotten the blame for a lot of people's indiscretions on this app. And the same thing throughout this whole phony Miranda thing. And the very people who are sitting over here holding lives about my job are responsible for those accounts. Well, you sat here pleading and begging and like insisting that it wasn't you to those very people in a group chat, like showing your hands all day while they knew it, that it wasn't you. Listen, you little cat hole. I see that face. What are you trying to get into? She's like the catnip. You need some catnip. Sorry, get this covered. The people who scream the loudest are the guiltiest of the very actions that they scream about, just like Nicole. Nicole was guilty as fuck of the very things that she blamed Odin and Ashland for. Here, Ellie. Come here. Come here, Chirpy. Your brother thinks we got something. It's that kitty marijuana. Come on. It's the catnip. They both think they're over here getting fucking treats. No, you get catnip. You are nothing like, and honestly, a Camo is nothing like I've been told. And it's like I was telling Camo, and now that you're here, like I've talked to Miranda, I've talked to several other people that you and I mutually talked to, and not a single one of them at any point in time ever had anything like horrible to say. The only thing that they say is there's shit going on to her and it's causing her to react. None of the people that, even like with Blessed, Miranda doesn't have anything negative to say about Blessed other than that she was hurt. She was hurt deeply. And it's obvious what these people were doing to isolate Blessed from talking to any other people. And I guarantee you, like I said, Katie would have been next. It's all about control. It's these games that people play. And Train is one of the biggest manipulators of people. And she lost a lot of her control with this whole story being exposed. Other people have seen it. They played along for a while, and then they kind of started to see another side that they didn't really want to participate in that much with anymore. And for the 9 millionth time, I never said I was going to set foot on her property. I said I would be across the street doing a news broadcast for my Book of Face page, on which she completely became unhinged and unraveled in front of the entire world. And even the police officer made an ass out of her. So, like, my point was proven, and there was a giant thunderstorm that day. That's why I left. It was thundering behind my fucking head. I wanted the veterans to see. And then I go deal with this Odin and Ashland story. And then I have another spouse on my page whose crazy ex is doing the same thing to that veteran. It's a thing. It's a thing. I think it's hard for people to put themselves in other people's shoes. You know, it's easy to sit and say, don't react. But then when it's a personal attack, like only you know what that feels like, right? And then you react. I try to tell people to think before they react. I don't ever want somebody to not come out and defend their name, but it's all in the method of delivery too. Remember that. It's all in how it's delivered. If we come out in hateful anger, we lose our audience immediately. Look how many people we can keep engaged talking like this from different groups. I'm sure there's people coming in here going, all these people are in RT's live. What the fuck is going on? They're having a plot behind. There's no group chat with us. Nope, we can talk right here. Jenn, come over. You know, she apologized for that. That's literally why I've been upset. I don't like to be insulted or have anybody else insulted because of a disability, and that's the way it sounds. So I appreciate that. She's going to work on that, and that's all we can do, right? No, you never said anything bad. That's a part that, you know, you're a grown-ass woman enough to remove that part of yourself from the conversation. Matter of fact, with Miranda, I called her that morning just to kind of laugh about some of the lies that were being told again. And it was the day she found out that her brother had been unalived. And like, we immediately changed gears. I mean, her face, like, I'll never forget that morning. And people are driving folks together that they don't want to speak because of the hateful behavior. You can tell who's sick of it, and nobody's coming over here out of spite. Camo didn't come over here out of spite to make somebody mad. Bless didn't come over here out of spite to hurt them. No, like, a legit conversation can be had. That doesn't need to wind up on this app. I don't plan on recording a fucking thing. I don't need to. I don't do that. I don't take the messages that people send me and put them on the internet. And that's why people send me messages and talk to me, because it doesn't wind up on the internet. You're welcome, honey. Well, you know, some of those people over there are petty, and it's fun to pick at them because they worry too much about everybody else while blaming people who don't give a shit about them for having our noses in everything. Sometimes it's fun. Or the mess you make on this fucking floor. Like, you need a kitty butler. I am not it. Like, look at all that food you wasted. How do you get this all over the floor? Do you? I literally just cleaned this floor yesterday. I want to get you. And your little sidekick, too. Damn this cat. I don't want to see anybody hurt. I don't get off on that. I don't know why. You know, I'm evil as fuck too, but I still ain't called your jobs. Damn. That doesn't lead to anything successful in our economy that already sucks. It's already full of people who don't want to go to work and get off this app and make a real income. But yet you tear apart the people who do contribute to society. You tear apart people who used to be at the bottom of society who are now being some kind of success. They are being production, you know, if you leave them the fuck alone and just let them live, what they're doing on this app isn't affecting you. What Camo is doing in her house isn't affecting me. What Miranda is sitting in her house doing isn't affecting me. What people are doing with emails and bullshit that they're making up because they don't like me, because their friend got in trouble, is trying to affect me. If you would stay in your fucking lane, that'd be great. Did Camo do some of the things towards me based on lies that she was told about me? Probably. We all know who's guilty of that. We know these things. They don't need attention. It's in the past. But these people want these fights to continue. There are people who feed on it. I have told some creators, like, you just need to stop and quit making videos on people. And that got taken as I'm supporting that creator who's saying these horrible things. No, I just know that if you continue to make videos about that creator, they're really going to hurt your feelings. You know, like, you should stop. If somebody hurts your feelings with their words, I think the last thing that you should do is continue to poke them. Yeah, and at Camo, like, I'm not going to hold you to shit in the past. You know what I mean? I think you've taken a lot of it in great stride. But, like, your husband came in while you were sleeping this morning, and he's like, man, he's wiped your tears many nights. And that's what your friends have said too. That when I ask the questions about why you're doing this towards me, it's other shit that's happening, or, you know, why you're involved is because of X, Y, and Z, and that you've been extremely upset. They've just confirmed what your husband said. You know what I mean? Throughout this entire process. It would not behoove me, and it would be no better of me expecting, you know, people to try to respect Dawn and not tear her up. But then I want them to pick on you? That's not cool, you know? Most of these people don't really know each other. They don't. And the tiniest little thing and everything that, like, skeletons in the closet need to come out. Are there days that Dawn snaps at me for some weird shit and we bicker a little bit Yeah, but you know where it doesn't wind up? On this app, because I know that shit, that's really stressing Dawn out. She doesn't usually act that way. It's either a great deal of pain she's in, she's really upset over something, like what's this really about? And I just go cool off and we fix it. You know what I mean? Like I don't hold her mental illness and the things that happen against her, because there's moments, man, and that's what friends understand, is that there's going to be those moments. They don't need to turn into a fucking weapon. Like I'm not at all comfortable with trying to weaponize Blessed's egg donor and her. Like that is honestly like not my experience. I can hear Mama Duke's. I know her perspective. I can hear where she's coming from. I have been that child. I can relate to that situation. I can. I know that it's from two completely different experiences by two completely different individual people. And that's all that I can do. I don't think anybody should be out here really trying to do anything more than that. That's for the court system and the people directly knowledgeable of the situation to deal with. Because there's a whole lifetime of it that TikTok has not been privy to. And I'm just not going to stand and judge anybody based on that. I want people to feel comfortable speaking up, because sometimes our favorite creators, they need you to. But people are scared of being publicly shamed for that speaking up. And they're really only speaking out of a place of concern. Like Missy's people, I have told Missy and Jenn's comments numerous times, your people want you to go back to the way you used to be. And I pretty much got told, F off, it's none of my fucking business, and go mind it myself. I would have to say the same when it comes to my job. If you could follow suit with that, great. But since you can't, and you're all up in my fucking business, I will say that. But one person's experience doesn't make it everybody's similar experience. And people are allowed to experience things differently. It's called life. We all have different lessons to learn in our lives. But I have a problem with people being tied to like their past, especially when that's a pretty traumatic past that they're not allowed to get over. And you don't get to tell anybody about their trauma. I have a huge problem with that. You don't get to tell people that, oh, that's not like really bad, you shouldn't be traumatized over that. That's not how trauma works at all. And if that's how you feel, I have some education for you on the education channel. Because the body very much keeps the score. And when you wonder why addiction happens the way it does, it's because the body is keeping the score. It's trying to numb it. It's a painful place. And when it happens as a child, it's experienced from a completely different place. That a child's mind is still trying to process. I don't know what you're doing over here begging. None of any of this is for you. I truly just want to see this stop. Like, all of this shit, guys, can be handled off the app. You don't owe anybody anything out here other than your close personal friends, you know. And anybody who insists that you come up in a box and do this front and center, this is why people don't like to go live. Because this is what they see. Yeah, I don't ever want to feel, and like there are some people that, you know, they go, what about Train's mental health? Train continued to antagonize the entire fucking situation. Train didn't come out here and stop at the advice of her fucking lawyer or do any of those things. Train was calling the police and CPS and all these other things and playing victim out here. No. Nan doing the same fucking thing. So, like, if you were out here not doing anything to warrant the attention, I would understand that. But you're not, and you are, and we're not doing that subscription. We all see you. It's not a secret anymore. Stop it. A lot of people are, Camo. A lot are. A lot. This has done a lot of damage to people, and that's really all I ever wanted to do was expose what was really going on this app and what it was doing to people. Because you would never act like this in your normal everyday life. I would hope not. I figured that there would be an arrest charge if people were doing this in person. Because that is like stalking and harassment. Imagine that you sit there at work eating up all your employer's hours. Like, I'm doing my job while I'm there. I am. If I'm live and something happens, it's immediately ended. Like, I don't sit around and, you know, I'm available. There's no delay in patient care, and I'm not in a patient care area. But I can't believe that when I told work what was going on, when I started the whole employment process and told them about this entire shit show, they were like, oh my God. Oh my God. I said yes. And I had every intention of paying for a lawyer and prosecuting Train. But when they said $25,000 fucking dollars, I'm sitting here thinking I can help a lot of people with that. So things have happened in her case that warrant me not having to pay that money that I'm willing to wait for. It's all good. It'll all work out. I need not worry, you know. But I didn't tell any extravagant lies, you know what I mean, that weren't completely, like, twisted when I replied. I mean, I've literally had Missy in my comments when I said, you know, that people should not be using Train's trauma against her. And she literally come out and said, oh, so we only care about people's trauma if we get along with them. I'm like, that's not what I just said. You literally sat here and twisted the very words as they come out of my fucking mouth. What? I've watched her do it. true story. Like, we don't need to do all that. You be careful going to work. Welcome, Fishing with Scott. I dropped into Scott's live today. Let me explain. I just like threw him like 4,500 coins. Blah Blah was running ranks, and I just like to go into random people's lives when people I don't like are running ranks who just don't deserve a spot. And they're just sitting there shooting the shit with their friends, just chilling. They're not about like the ranks, you know. There might be just a handful of people in there, and I'm just like, douche, 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 douche. I like bringing people smiles. I did that to Chenille one day when Blah Blah was running, just to make their life a little bit harder and them to have to spend a little bit more money on themselves, because that's what they do, is they gift themselves and ruin it for these people who are just having a good time. You know, they ruin the experience for people. And I was like, fishing? My kid loves to fish. I'm in Alaska, for crying out loud. I love fish. So let's make this man's day. So that's what we did. That's what I like to do. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Thank you. So it just kind of like, when I see people who take advantage of others, and then I just drop into people's lives, because I was going through, yeah, that Deb the pet lady, she's mean too. So if I see somebody, you know, if I'm scrolling through FYP or I'm looking at the ranks and I drop into somebody's live, I do drop some major gifts. I think I dropped like 8,000 coins on Chenille one day. She couldn't believe it. She was just in there. She'll be playing video games with her friends. She's younger. Good morning, Dawn. You get some rest. How did you finish? How did you finish? I just, 61. Still not bad, man. Not bad. Not bad. That takes a lot of, you know, because like I said, you were just chilling out with, it looked like a friend when I had strolled in. And I'm like, yeah, let's just throw him away. Oh, Galaxy, yeah. They were just like, whoa. But it moved him up higher and somebody else lower that just didn't deserve it. And that's what I do. I kill people with kindness. Try to make somebody have a better morning. Random acts of kindness. I did it to another girl too. I just strolled in, dropped like 2,000 coins. And, hey! But kind of spreads. It does. Dawn, you have missed all sorts of things. Blessed has stopped over. We've had... You are very welcome. You are very welcome. And I look forward to being able to come in and go, hey, again, and spread some love. I do. Because I'd rather see awesome things on this app rather than some of the shit that we have to suffer with. I am in a fear of where we're going to be at this time next year as a society if we don't stop this shit. Oh, I thought we stopped this 4 years ago. I did. Yeah. Possessed. She'd been over. We're going to have a casual conversation off the app. Things are definitely... I don't want to see hurt people anymore. Like, really. Like, if you stop and think about it, like, hurt people are hurting people on this app. Like, I don't take, like, literal sides. Like, I have your back, you know what I mean? But I still kick your booty when you misbehave, you know, when I catch you doing shit that I'm like, I said stop that! here you have to think that Dawn first, I'm not giving anybody any information. It's information that's being shared to me, like about my job all over the fucking internet and things that people know about. So first, I would have to be providing something, and I'm not. There's nothing to provide anybody. Stop thinking that way. We're trying to find a common, like, civil, just... We know who the problems are at this point. Like, if you look at our problem and the current problem, we can kind of see who the problem is, and who's kind of gotten dragged along. I think certain people have a lot more potential than others. Like, Dirty tried to text me earlier about Camo to tell me all the things, and Camo literally called it in the comments. And I'm just like, I'm not subscribing to that channel. We've been there before. That's kind of why I'm in the boat that I'm in with people, because I believed everything she told me. So if I go back to what I used to do and just talk to people and hear what they have to say, because at the end of the day, people just want to be heard. They don't want to hear me. They want to be heard, especially when they haven't had the chance to, like, be heard in that manner. Everybody else does the speaking for them. I know people speak for me all the fucking time. But people, like, Jenn stopped over to let me know that she's sorry if the way that she's using, referring to, like, you're just like RT, is like a weaponizing my disability and making fun of it. If that's the way I'm taking it, she's sorry. She's going to work on not doing that. And I said, I appreciate it, because that's really what's bothering me and what my problem has been for the last month. I don't find that cool. It's a sore spot with me. And she's going to work on that, and I greatly appreciate that. If something I'm doing is bothering somebody else, I hope that they would talk to me. Because, you know, it's called constructive criticism. Head cold and sinus infection, no sleep. Yeah, that sucks. Good morning, Joanne. But like I've said a million times, I would rather set examples on this app for the way I want to see our government act, because if you stop and look at the shit show that's going on, that's what we've elected. That's what's arguing in the mainstream media right now, and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. What we need is what's happening here, and that's what the back and forth people don't want to see, is the bipartisanship and the multi getting alongingness of different groups of people, however they identify. I don't care. It doesn't affect me personally. If that's, like, if you identify as a fucking rainbow, great. I am fine with that. If you feel like you are a plant, I am okay with that. If you want to hug a tree, go for it. I don't care. It's not my business. It doesn't affect me. But we all still have to exist in the same world, and we have to figure out how to get along. And just because I don't think that you should identify as, like, an inanimate object doesn't mean that, you know, it doesn't make your opinion any less valued in society. Like, you are still equal. We have another major shit show of an election coming up in a year. You remember the last one? Let's not burn it all down this time. We have important choices that need to be made that don't need to be pledged allegiance to a color. You need to look at the people you are voting for and apply this situation to what you're looking at. And if the people you're voting for behave like the people you don't want to see in office, don't vote for them, please. And that's going to be my message for the next year. If the people that you're voting for can't get along with people like this across all different platforms and populations of people and demographics, then please do vote for them. That's the best choice I guess I can ask people to make for this next election. I have no hope for humanity after this. You were bragging about being alive. You're to the point and honest, which I try to bring groups of people together who might not have anything in fucking common and try to get them to see something that they can relate to and go, oh, maybe I shouldn't be so judgmental next time I hear somebody talking about X, Y, and Z. Because I'm guilty of it. I get humbled all the fucking time. But I'll tell you about it. I'll thank people for it. And I think people are too scared to be wrong. Now, if I'm right about something, I will fight you to the death. Bet. Ask anybody. I will fight to the death if I know I'm right. Like, I will. I absolutely freaking will. I will not give up. I will die on that hill. I will. It's part of the OCD. But I also know that if somebody's innocent of what they're being blamed for, I'm going to make sure that it's cleared, because I don't think anybody enjoys being blamed for something that they didn't do. I know I don't. But it happens all the time. Like, I feel like the Trump of TikTok. I have been accused of doing so many things that there's no evidence of. My people don't sit behind the scenes and plot up schemes or anything. He is a big supporter, and I'm glad, because that means you've married your best friend, right? The way it's supposed to be. And I will tell people how I really feel. I will. And I'll try not to do it, like the way that Nicole does things, like telling people to go, unalive themselves, or that they hope that their unborn baby. That's a bit much. Who, me? I'm good. I'm frustrated with people who continue to want to just hurt others because they're hurt. The next year is going to be a real... We're already all traumatized now thanks to the pandemic. Like, that's the reason my video went viral during the pandemic from the front lines, because I was like, oh shit, we need to educate people because we're going to have a whole bunch of traumatized people by the end of this. I predicted that one. So I educated my ass off for 3 fucking years. I still have neurotic people with long Rona in my inbox that I'm just like, oh my God. But it comes from a place of fear, right? Just like I said. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. We have divided the country between blue and red and skin tones. I was raised where we didn't really look at the color of people's skin. I didn't even know that there was a skin color difference. The first like black person that I had dealt with, I went and told my mom that they were dirty. They couldn't wash, or not me, my sister did. She was trying to play with this girl and she was trying to brush her arms off because she was ashy. But we weren't raised with skin color and pointing out people's differences, right? We discovered them on our own, and then we would ask questions. Here, in this day and age, we have to do everything by segregation. We have segregated again by minority groups, persons of color, but it depends on what part of the country you're in. If you're in a minority group, I know in El Paso, I was the minority group. So it depends on where you live, and what perspective you're looking at it from. It's not the same, and we can't apply current societal issues to past shit, which is what this generation is doing on this app. This is not the 1950s, but canceling statues that help remember what brought us to this point in this country is also not the answer, because you're ignoring how we got here. And people do need to remember. It's kind of like canceling the Holocaust. We shouldn't do that either. We need to talk about how we got here. There is a complete insensitivity to other people's experiences. And I'll tell you, some of the biggest offenders are us Americans as a whole. We fail to understand that we are just one country, one freaking country in this population of people across the whole fucking world. But yet we seem to think that everybody who doesn't live like us is weird. How weird is that? Imagine being a country that thinks everybody else should conform to their standards, but yet we allow all these toxins in our food. We allow people and drug companies to willy-nilly prescribe shit to people. They don't have these problems in other countries. It's not allowed. They also have health care. Universal health care. A government that actually takes care of their people. They might tax the shit out of them, but their needs are met. See, there's this balance of things. But we think this is weird. No, they think we're weird. Yep. They think we're weird that we sit around and watch the news, because in all those countries, they know that the government controls it and it's all propaganda. They think we're weird because we sit around and do it. Mama Dukes, you're going to have to behave, because I have allowed her to come over. And I don't want any bickering in my comments. We are trying to neutralize a lot of things over here, and Camo is welcome. Just letting you know. She did go to bed. You are welcome here. It's safe at this moment. But I don't want any bickering or accusations or any, if we don't get along with anybody, we're just going to not address them, okay? I am trying to not have hurt people hurt more people right now, because it's just going to get worse for everybody. And then everybody is more negatively affected, and I don't want to see that for anybody, period, across the board. Because that indirectly affects other people that we all do care about and stuff. So let's not play into anything, okay? At this point, I do see overwhelmingly who is more and more every day, just solidifying my beliefs in who is the problem. And from day one, I've felt that way. I think improvements can be made. I think there can be a balance found. I think there can. I didn't say you were. I did not say you were. I just don't want you engaging with anybody. Me and Camo have it under control. Remember that same message that you told me when I referred to Rock and Rodeo? Same. I got it. I will handle it on my end. But I'm also not going to have friction any longer. Like, none of us, there's a lot of us who are mentally exhausted and don't want any more further part of that type of drama. I will message you when I get a chance. Like, I don't even have any messages. Yes, I want to hear about smiles. I do want to smile. All right, you get some sleep. I hope Landon had a good day. I miss Landon's happy face. That boy's got such a big smile. Just warms your heart. Landon's okay, so now I'm going to have to do like a special video for him when I go back up to North Pole, Alaska. I'll have to do a video outside of Santa's house. Because there's actually a town just outside of Fairbanks called North Pole. I'll have to send him some coal. I do have some left over, but I'll have to go pick up some more coal from the North Pole for Christmas. No. Mm-mm. There's a lot I've left you out of, remember. No. Because apparently there's a lot of people involved in emailing and calling my job who have been out here lying about shit. Now, there's a lot. There's a lot you've missed. I let you sleep. I'm not out here having group chats and transferring information. I'm not. Anything I have to say, I've said publicly. So, you need to stop. Like, what are they after? They're literally going to get nothing that they haven't heard publicly done. Settle down. This is why I'm out here. There's nothing to get. First, they would have to be getting something to have something to leverage, and nobody is asking for anything. Nobody's getting anything. I can't wait. Oh, cool. Hold on. The northern lights were going to explode tonight. I'm going to check the solar wind. Oh man, they slowed down the hemisphere. What the hell? How did it go from that to that? It just shrunk right up to top of around the North Pole, and that's it. Like, it went from really, really big and wide to like, I've never seen numbers that large in the wrong direction. Well, I feel like that went like completely out in outer space. I hope those numbers flip. Never mind. Nice clear night. No chance in hell. Let's see, this is what I look at. So you see these, like the numbers are good when they're red, but usually you see them like at like 2, 3, 7s, 8s. But you see the size of those numbers? And then these were all red across the board earlier. Red is good. Numbers that large that are green are in the wrong fucking direction, and it pulls the ovation up around the top of the earth, so they don't push down to these latitudes. But oh, lo and behold, it was going to be a great show the next. Nobody's really coming to get a pat down. Nobody really is. And I want you to be, do we get tornadoes here? I would imagine in certain areas we might. Probably water spouts more than anything, but I would imagine. But I'd say we get earthquakes do more frequent damage. But bestie, I would like to offer you a little bit of perspective. I understand the suspicion, but the less public the suspicion, the less negative attention gets drawn, and stuff. So like, let's put that in a private message, because it's okay to feel that way. But you don't want people to like continue to troll you, because that was the part that we were trying to limit, because it was negatively affecting you, and I don't want that. So we'll talk about it. Just don't be so publicly oppositional. Not that you don't have a right to feel that way. There's just a lot of conversations that I have that don't make it past with who the person I talk to, until it's like needs to be mentioned, or something. But if it has something to do with, the a-hole that we're dealing with, I definitely want to hear what she has to say. If it confirms something that I have been suspicious of, considering all facts in the case and what has just happened, I am willing to hear what people have to say, considering choices that were made. Morning, honey. There's been a lot of poor choices in all of this that has been made. People do people. Worf, he's like falling asleep, like sitting up all pretty, but he's like praying for food. You want some 90s music? He's like, hey, Miss DJ. I just don't, there isn't an easy answer to this. There's going to have to be, good morning, there's going to have to be some sacrifices that people make, because there's always going to be apologies that we're never going to get. It's never going to be good enough for some people. And it's just like, people are like, how do you live in Alaska? Because there's sacrifices that I'm willing to make, you know. Life isn't easy. It's all in what you're willing to sacrifice for your peace. You know what I mean? Like, some people can walk away from friendships and just walk away and maintain that privacy. I don't know why. The minute somebody has a falling out, but like Blessed had said, you know, she dealt with the shit for almost 10 fucking days before she said anything. I know from personal experience that Train, you know, she likes to do shit behind the scenes, as we all see. Don't tell me that she didn't have a part in that. Her best friend is Missy. Like, she knew. Is that anybody else's fault? No. Each person is willing to take responsibility for their actions, but it's really funny how, like, nobody wanted to come out and own what they did until, like, the truth came out. Like, so many people calling my job, it's like a fan club or something. Oh, you're fine. I love you. To get where I'm at in Bethel, which is all the way out due west of Anchorage at the bottom of the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, you have to fly or take a boat. Fairbanks to Anchorage, there's a road. We call it the Alaska roller coaster. And then there's a road that goes to Canada. I drove from Texas through Canada to get here. So the only way to drive here is through the Yukon. Or you can go to a port in Washington and take a ferry. But the ferry system has been kind of shut down due to lack of staffing. I could barge my car over here, but it was easier to leave my car in the interior because I spend all my time off in the main part of the state. Just this time I was really tired of driving all over the state, and I just wanted to stay home on my time off. But I do spend a lot of time in the interior, so I leave my car in the main part, and we have another vehicle that we drive here. It's just easier. Most people will barge their vehicle over if they're going to be here for any length of time, but Bethel will beat the hell out of a brand new car. So we have what we call Bethel beaters, and they are every bit of the way they sound. It's one way to destroy a brand new car. And I don't mind talking about it. Alaska's a cool place. A lot of people are really curious about it. There's a lot of neat ways of life up here. It's different. It's a great place to find yourself or lose yourself. There's a lot of veterans who come up here to just homestead because it's like the only place that they can, like, every day is survival. You know what I mean? Like, they have to rely on those skills because you can go out in the middle of fucking nowhere and trap and build a 400 square foot cabin and call it yours as long as you're trapping on it. So we do have some kind of trapping homesteading laws. And if you're out in the middle of the woods on a piece of fucking land, living off the land, the county commission is probably not going to show up at your doorstep to bother you about it. I'm not trying to argue with anybody, and if you can't come in here on your real name, please leave. Like, that's part of the problem. If you have something to send me, send it to me. I don't need to have whole ass lives held about it. But that's her best friend. She damn near knew. She knew about it. I'm not stupid. They tell each other everything. Of course, she didn't have anything to do with it. Her fucking phones are being watched, and she knows it. First off, who are you? That helps. Who are we speaking to? I hear that a lot. But I know that there are people in here on their real accounts, and then I have somebody in here on a account telling me opposite, and that's usually a red flag. And like this could have still once again been handled in a private message. Everybody knows how to get a hold of me at this point. Every bit of my personal information is all over a snark page. But this is literally the problem. Proving my point further. Ay, caramba. Yeah, there truly is. And there's also a whole ass lives being held about my job that just needs to stop. Because here's the thing, it doesn't matter at this point who did it. I have what I need for my employer, for what my employer asked me for. So it doesn't matter. It matters for TikTok, apparently. I'm asking for it to just stop. Like, why can't that be a thing? Why does my job still have to be a topic of discussion? Like, I have what I need for my employer. I don't need the validation. I'm not asking for it. I know that that's like her best friend. I also knew that her phones were being confiscated. I knew a lot of things that I didn't come out and tell TikTok because it wasn't their fucking business. I still know a lot of things I haven't told TikTok because it's not their business. And I won't be sharing that information with TikTok because it's not their business. So again, my question is, why does my job still have to be a center of conversation? Why can't people just let it go? What I would like is the confirmation of who drugged my ex-husband into all of this and is harassing him, because that's what I'm most pissed off about. Well, I'm not going to attack anybody. No, I have not done anything on Ashland yet because this whole situation's been kind of overshadowing it. I'm going to get with Ashland because this has turned into, because of who is doing it, which is Odin's ex. It's a domestic thing because of the harassment that's involved and lawyers are involved and shit, because of how disgusting that this has been. And I want to handle it appropriately so as not to jeopardize their shit. But the fuck shit that went on is some serious, yeah. So I got to get with Ashland and Odin. She had her kids this weekend, so we don't handle that stuff around the kids. It's really upsetting. So I go back to work Wednesday night, so we have Monday, Tuesday. So I'm gonna hope around Tuesday night I'll have an update on that whole nightmare. But yeah, it's definitely Odin's ex Sierra that's doing all this, and not a damn bit of any of this is true. I just want, welcome Missy, I just want the lies that are being held about my job to stop. I have everything that my employer needs that I was asked for. And that's all that matters. That's really all that matters. I want my stuff to quit being used to hurt other people with. I see a lot of pain in people going on right now. And it's going to get more painful if it continues in this behavior. I don't want that for anybody. I want it to stop. And dragging me into it in my name and my stuff because you don't like me on the internet. Grow the fuck up. Seriously. My job is none. It's got nothing to do with any of this because you don't like what I said. You have picked it apart out of context. Failing to mention all the fuck shit that was done to me that prompted any of that stuff. I'm not calling your job. I'm not calling anybody's job. And the truth was told about, the Tessie's job, who actually called. I didn't know Jenn knew. Jenn went right over there and told her. But you still called mine. Email, whatever. If you're going to be a rotten human being and perpetuate a lie for your friends on TikTok, then you deserved everything I said about you. Karma is a bitch. It has weird ways of exacting its revenge on people. Just ask John Bobbitt. I was raised in a time that most of you would have spent crying in a safe place. Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, Arsenio Hall, all of those comedians, Sam Kinison, probably would have offended you people. George Carlin, all of them. They influenced who I am today and how I handle shit. You were raised in a different time, and you're not going to apply your generational bullshit to my generation or to boomers or to any other generation. I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care if you don't like my delivery. Quit doing fuck shit behind the scenes. Because you know what? You know what you've never busted me or my people doing? The fuck shit that you all are doing. Never. Never. And you won't, because we don't. You will not drag me down to your level. Here's an idea. Just stop doing it. Stop. Just stop. Stop holding whole ass lives to one up each other. Just stop. Quit being jealous of each other. You each have your own niche, your own following. Just do you. Quit worrying about me. Quit worrying about other people. Because it's going to come out. Awesome. It's one thing to have like somebody speaking up for you, right? especially when you're so mentally beaten down because you have been drug across this app 7 ways to Sunday, right? That's why I was here for Dawn. After I tried to make her handle it on her own. And then I realized how bad this app really was and why. Because let's be honest, if the Book of Face and IG and all these other apps had the financial incentive, they would all be just as bad, right? But the financial incentive in this one and the ability of the people in the comments to participate in manipulating people is really easy on this app. So that's why it's here, right? This is like Big Brother. If it was an app that everybody could imagine, the TV show Big Brother, if you could gift all the time to manipulate the characters on the TV screen. That's what y'all are doing out here. You're being manipulated by other people. I advocated for my friend and had my entire fucking life thrown across this app. Other people insinuated themselves into Train's situation. I did not drag them into it. They put themselves in there and on my radar. If they would have stayed to the side, I would have just kept going with that one, who continued to produce more and more and more, that produced more charges that will eventually come to light when cops quit tampering with evidence in the case and all this other crazy shit that did not need to happen for TikTok. That's all of this, is that a sergeant in the case decided it was a good idea. Stop calling people's jobs. Stop trying to hurt one another because you're hurt. I don't want it for anybody. I've stood up for each and every person that I don't even like, because everybody's had some fuck shit done to them. Like, so let's just all agree to stop the fuck shit and just worry about yourselves. And quit bringing up my name. All I know is what's done is done. I'm asking for it to stop. It's not cool fucking with my job, especially since I support my contrary to what TikTok thinks. I do take care of my child. There's 3 other kids in that home. My ex and I have agreements. So, like, I'm sorry that, like, you don't believe what I tell you on TikTok. But it was okay for you to take away from that child because you didn't like me on the internet. You wanted my bonus. You know how many car payments and people's bills how many different people I helped? What, because I wasn't contributing to yours, it was a problem? I don't come out to the app to pat myself on the back for who I've helped. I try to keep that private. That's their personal business that they didn't want to bring to the app. I've asked people, instead of having to come to the app to be harassed, to please personally come to me first. And if I can't, then make the app the last place you go. But we don't talk about all the things that I do for people. We just try to tear apart me and my job. You're not at the bedside of my patients. You don't hear my patients thank me. You don't see the smiles. You don't see or hear any of that, but you sure have a strong opinion based on some fuck shit that your friend did to a veteran for a TikTok story. No. There's a real world out here of people that you're affecting that you don't even realize. We don't have the resources out here in this village to supply everybody's medical needs up a river, 2 rivers, 58 different little independent villages. And because you don't like me on the internet, you think it's okay to take away a fucking needed resource. You need to stop and think about how you're strongly cherished opinion of me really does affect other people, and how maybe you should just deal with it your personal self and get over it and leave people's jobs and kids the fuck alone. It is bad news all over. Like, I am sure that Train has done a lot of work on herself, because I do know from my past experience with her that it could be worser with what all is going on right now. I know that Train could do a lot worse. Yep. Do I want her to make an income in her community and her business to be successful so she doesn't have to come to TikTok to ask you all for money? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Do I want Missy and her husband to be able to go to work every day and pay their bills because they have a mortgage or rent or car payments? I absolutely do. I absolutely do, because if they don't succeed, those vehicles that they drive and everything else, like, get added into, high interest payments and the inability of any American to succeed. So no, I don't want to see anybody fucking fail. I'm not the one calling jobs. I'm not the one calling CPS. I'm not doing any of the things that people are insisting I'm doing. There's no evidence. There is no proof. There's plenty of accusations. There's no concrete evidence. Nobody has went and got the proof. There's no proof. I just can't get down with the amount of accusations that get made against me with no proof. And I'm not going to fight with Train and Missy. I've known about this shit with the police sergeant for a while. I could have come out here and done all the things that I'm just not going to do it. I'm sure the girl at this point in time, it's been since the end of February, right? I'm sure she's really regretting some of the decisions that she made when she was drunk and trolling me and Dawn and doing all this shit, right? I am sure, I am almost certain, based on current events, that if she didn't regret some of those actions, that she'd still be doing a lot of those things right now, right? So what help is it for me? Do I want to push her out of sobriety? Well, that's not very nice. No, I don't. I think the entire internet appreciates this version much, much more. And I hope she does maintain her sobriety, because there seems to be a lot less drama. She's got a little way to go, but I think for the most part, I've been cool with how she's been behaving for a few months now. Since I had word when I left that the case was going to the DA, and then the DA kicked it back for that search warrant, I have really kept my fucking nose out of it. And then when I found out what happened with the sergeant, it's like, Jesus Christ. But other than that, like, I got nothing. Missy's got fucking teeth. Like, I didn't donate. I got nothing for that. People who have direct involvement in that are mad, and, if they have the whole story, then they have a right to be mad, right? But I didn't donate to that. She has teeth. Some of the people accusing her have also scammed. So, like, it's a wash for me. I'm out, because it wasn't me. I have directed the people who had questions to the proper methods that they should use to file those complaints if they're feeling so inclined. I'm not hand walking them, insisting, or any of those things other than what I've been asked. I do public videos when I get asked the same question numerous times, and I have a history of doing exactly that because of Rona. I don't like to repeat myself, so here's a question. Let me address it collectively as a whole. Y'all, quit need to owning y'all, and it can be used in singular or plural form, but you pick apart these little words. Y'all are behind fake names. So if I don't know who I'm speaking to, but can kind of guess the group it's coming from, it's y'all, unless you choose to identify yourself. It's y'all. It's y'all. Y'all are a particular demographic of RT haters. So it's y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. Okay. I just don't understand why it's under Willis. I've heard him referred to as Joe and Bob, and I am confused at this point in time, as I always thought his name was Joe. So I'm sitting here watching these lives going, who the fuck is Bob? And then y'all wonder why we get confused out here. You see the problem. This is why we have to bring up names and be clear on who we speak of. Because then Camo gets woken up at 5 a.m. and all that shit. Okay. See, I had heard of you speaking publicly several months ago about my job. The stalker from my marriage, who is unfortunately friends with my ex-husband, who harassed us through our marriage and is fucking with a combat veteran's head, has probably given you some of that information that you used to investigate me with. That is highly inaccurate and is also re-victimizing my stepdaughter. So I'd appreciate it if anything to pertain to my ex-husband, you just left the man alone, okay? He served this country 30 fucking years. And his daughter and him and his wife do not deserve any special attention from any of y'all, okay? Nana is out of her fucking mind and is obsessed with my ex-husband and husband. And I would appreciate no entertainment of anything to do with my ex-husband, okay? He has nothing to do with any of this and has suffered enough, and I do not hate that man. Fiercely protective of him and my stepkids. So please stop that. That ain't cool, man. That was definitely like it ran him back off the internet after he had just felt comfortable to come out and like share his family tree. He can't tell fact from fiction and doesn't need this drama at all. Literally the reason I came to this app was for veteran causes, and that's what I've stuck to for the most part, and I'm back to. So let's not further traumatize any more veterans who are just trying to keep their peace. Jo was affected by me because she inserted herself into Train's live that night that you were also a part of. I think Katie was there too. Jo made threats. I was not recording for anything to do with Mama Dukes. She was getting on my nerves, actually. See, that's what you don't have, is the other private messages that were going on. All you saw was the public comment because I got really tired of trying to screen record Train's responses to me and answer her privately. And I'm like, I'm recording the whole fucking thing is pretty much what I was saying. I'm recording it. Because I was recording you all. It wasn't a setup for Jo. She owned that. She took over that life. Y'all should have left my daughter alone and a lot of things alone. You sat over my son's prescription bottle. I have showed you numerous motherfucking times my prescription for Adderall. I was on it first. My kid was on fucking Ritalin and getting really bad grades in school. I was in Bethel last year working. You know, when y'all put on there that I haven't worked as an RT since April last year, I was out here. We had a video meeting with his doctor, his dad, his stepmother, and me. And I told them, they just put me on Adderall, and I'm going to tell you what, it's a game changer, and I think you should try him on it. I didn't see my son for several months because of school and schedule conflicts. So how the fuck did I put him on Adderall, which is the story you all painted, so I could steal his meds? Do you not think that his father and stepmom would have a problem with his fucking behavior in school if I was eating his meds? But you all come out here and painted that story and hunted my kid's address down and then shared it publicly. So don't sit here and act like you're innocent and justify your fucking behavior when you were told I had showed you. Oh, because it's a patient portal that I contact my provider through, which was why we went to electronic medical records. I forged it. Everything that you have said about that is a fucking lie that you fed to people to encourage harassment. So I'm not going to sit here and justify your behavior and what you did to my kids, the harm that you tried to do to my stepchildren. Because I didn't do what you wanted. You manipulated a situation to fit your narrative is what you did, and then tried to abuse me with it, is what you're saying in these comments right now. Because we share the same prescription and we were told to. And yes, when there's a national fucking shortage, we were told to do that. And the cops have also told you it's hearsay and there's nothing that that's going to be done about it. They looked at me like I was crazy when I tried to give them my prescription and the videos you all made about it. That was fun. So for your warped ass fucking narrative and some bullshit that my mouthy kid decided to pop off with on the fucking internet, not knowing the whole situation, but she was mad at her mom, you took that and ran with the story. Cool story, bro. Kind of like the story that they're running with your husband right now. How does it feel? Doesn't feel good when they don't have the whole story, but yet they run with a whole ass picture of it, right? Not cool, right? Not cool at all. But I'm not out here rubbing it in. I'm out here going, man, despite what they did, that's still not cool. None of it's cool. No, I didn't do anything to Missy. I didn't do anything to Missy. I didn't do a fucking thing to Missy. I raised questions that a couple people had and got blocked. So I raised those questions publicly and directed those people in the direction that they needed to go. I didn't fucking donate money. I left that whole ass fucking thing a long time ago. So I didn't do shit to Missy. No. Didn't do shit to Missy. Wasn't my money, wasn't my donation, but people had questions. If she would have just answered them instead of blocking them, I think their problem would have been solved, right? She's got fucking teeth. I haven't had a problem about her teeth and I can't tell you how long. Lala did. Blah blah's over there with a problem, not me. So what did I do to Missy? When did I call her job? Her phone number online, that's all public information. Because I went and got my information publicly. Do you know how old? Like, you all sat there and said I had 97 fucking email addresses. Do you realize how many of those were my ex-husband and his family? Because those reports pull things combined by like addresses too. So if you lived at a common address as somebody else, it'll pull their phone number. I've said that numerous fucking times. You owned it. I sent donuts to an address Camo lived at how long ago? Like 19 years ago. I didn't have her personal phone number. I still don't. I'm not sending fuck shit text messages behind the scenes either to people. I'm not having jury duty chats plotting against people either. So again, how is this the same? Asking for a friend. Like I'm not gonna get emotions worked up. I'm not the one who's upset. Apparently, according to you in train this evening, I'm upset. I don't. I have everything I need from my employer. So like, there's really not anything different from the last time I spoke to you in April, May, or April, March time. Nothing's different. I have what I need that proves people were having an emotional reaction about me on TikTok and did a bunch of stupid things. And that it holds no weight. So I truly don't. Someone came in saying, Miranda, see, this is what they did. They did the same thing to Camo, got her out of bed at 5 a.m. yesterday to start shit. And I'm not going to fight with people on the internet. It's silly. At this point, the cops are so heavily involved with this case, I don't want to even talk about it. Because Internal Affairs is digging into this shit now. Like, damn, man. Stop. Just stop. Oh, it wasn't followers who drug that shit to me. I haven't had videos and shit sent to me in so fucking long. If it doesn't come from my mods, I really don't listen to it. I don't. And I don't get it sent to me anymore. I don't sit outside of people's lives. I have a life in Alaska where I didn't work or live, according to TikTok 6 months ago. Like, let's hold alive about all the things that we were wrong about RT on that we went and told people was true. Let's do that. You know, like, I lived in my dad's basement. I didn't live in Alaska. I'm not a RT. Like, the list is like, you talk about the lies I've told based on public information and the perspective that we have, but never the lies that were told on me. claiming I touched my kid over on that snare page. That was pretty disgusting. But yet I have legal and joint physical custody of him. I don't know how that works or how you pass federal background checks with all of the horrible shit that you have made up about me, hoping it would stick. Oh, and that's what I was saying earlier, Missy, is that it's the tribe mentality, it's the pack mentality. Whereas if, everybody is egging each other on, it's a beast that feeds, it's a cancer. And there has to be a grown-ass adult and all of that who goes, you know what, this is just going too far. Because it doesn't make anybody's involvement who's coming out here telling the truth now. But what about right before the fight started? Y'all kept the secret. It doesn't say anything good about anybody for keeping that secret. What I want is people to learn an overall lesson from all of this, okay? And that there is a different way to handle this. There truly is. Nobody else needs to keep being hurt. Exposing people for who they are. Unless this person is actively going through a community of people like Freddy fucking Krueger or some serial legitimate child solicitor, I have numerous times stated I have no opinion on this entire situation because I am still friends with my exes from high school this day who were 7 and 13 years older than me as a junior and senior. I have no opinion because they're still my friends and I don't look at them that way. So until people have the entire situation and what their personal opinion is on the matter, doesn't fucking matter. They really have no room to talk. I have no opinion on it. I have a very strong opinion on those people saved my fucking life. And I still appreciate their friendship and care and concern to this day. Yeah, like all of that. People don't know. And to sit and judge based on a very generic law with a very broad spectrum of possibilities is just not cool. It's not cool. It's just hurting people. And see, I don't even see some of these posts. My people do. It's nice for my trust issues to know who did what. Am I going to retaliate? Am I going to come out here and publicly shame? No. What's done is done. It's not going to help. It's going to hinder anything. And I'm not trying to keep up a battle. TikTok verifications. If we keep allowing all the negative, there are going to be people that are going to get along that I don't get along with, and that's okay. I don't know if you people go to work every day, but I don't think you're best friends with all of your fucking coworkers. I know there's some people that it's like, oh God, I have to work with them. But you know what? You have to work with them. You can't cancel them. You can't cancel everybody you don't like. When this became a thing, I don't know. But that's not how life works. Like you literally can't cancel people. You can't cancel a whole ass human. I do, Missy. I do too. And that's why, like, this whole shit with this sergeant doing what he did, it's, I don't know the circumstances behind it. I just know what he did and that it's going to take possibly up to another year. And it is what it is, right? She didn't make a decision for the man to do that. I can't hold that against her. It's his actions that led to this, knowing what the consequences would be. It's his fault that it's delayed. And it is what it is. I think she's just, what I'm seeing is trying to find a balance in a life that's really changing, and that's okay. Continuing to beat a dead horse is not going to help anybody. Like I said, I haven't even mentioned your teeth, and I don't know how long, because it has not, it's been a non-issue for me. As soon as the people who were worried about their concern had their concerns addressed, it was no longer a problem for me. Like none. I was good. I was good. And then, like, when my life started getting threatened by, other people, and, things just went and took a really interesting downward spiral, I was just ready to let things settle, like, back at the end of April, beginning of May. And then she just kept up. So I did what I said I was going to do. I was going to go live on the county property and do a news broadcast on my page, and I did. Because that's how I handled that page, was as information. It was an update. You took TikTok standards and applied it to the Book of Face and proved my point. Like, all I ever asked for was it to stop. The lies to just stop. Nobody threatened her going out the window to her house. I literally said hi. Like, it was one thing after another. I think some have, but here's my question. When you bring it to this app, who are you validating it for that needs an answer out here? That you can't do that just behind the scenes, and because you have to consider your audience, hon. Some people are here for just the drama and to feed off of it and to run back and forth and start more shit. Other ones are here just honestly because they just want to know the truth, and they do support you or want to. And the ones that don't want to support you, they're not your audience anyway. So why do you have to justify anything to those people? They're just going to continue to warp whatever thoughts, feelings, or whatever you have about the situation. Like, say it once and be done with it. But to keep on, and I understand the need to be heard. I do. At the end of the day, that's what people want, is just to be heard. It is the drama for money for TikTok ranks. They drag it back up when they need to pay the bills, and you'll notice a lot of it's around the first of the month. And Missy wasn't one to ever run the ranks. You know what I mean? That wasn't her bag. I was behind the scenes during the whole money and battling agreement that went down. That's when I was watching, and Missy is correct. I do agree with that sentiment. She did not want people battling for her. As a matter of fact, she was very strongly against it. She is 100% correct. People are losing sight of the fact of context. We pick apart people's words and we take them out of the context of which they were used or intended, and then we manipulate them. Like, if we're going to show it, we got to show the whole thing. We take figures of speech into literal. We were raised in a generation where if you used the N word with an A on the end, that was cool because those are your homies, those are your people. We got called wiggas for wearing our pants low, dressing like crisscross. We were raised in a different time than you. NWA, Eazy-E, 2 Live Crew, like, man, it wasn't a fucking problem. You all made it an issue. This generation made it an issue. It's all in the context in which the word is used. Now, if you're saying it in a derogatory manner, fucking A, yeah. Like, if you use a quote from a disrespectful and disgraceful human being that is used in a derogatory manner and you put it over something like that, then that is definitely 110% the context with which it's going to be used. But if you are lip syncing a song, the analogies that are made, and I see the responses made by people of color to these white people assumptions. Yeah, hon. Hold on. Let me close the comments. I didn't see it. Send a request. I'm always technologically. There we go.
So it's really early, so I'm gonna keep my camera off. I'm not ready for work yet.
It's okay.
I admit what I did was wrong. Absolutely, I shouldn't. But just to give you a little perspective on me. So before any of that, for the longest time, I kept telling people, well, Melissa, to stay out of it, to not argue, to not fight. It's not her fight. And she would continue to tell me, it's my friend. I don't want her to stand alone. And I get that from what I did. Like, I get it because I watched my wife have to answer all this crap and, go through all this stuff with our address being put out there and our phone number being put out there and charges that she had from over a decade ago being put out there and being tried to say that it was something that it wasn't. Now, when I personally found your information and dissected your email and got that information myself, when I did that, I did not do it with the intention of going public with any of it. I did it with the intention of talking with them and showing them and saying, like, it's not as much of a secret as she thinks it is. And I was absolutely egged on. Absolutely. There's Katie in there telling me to go after it. All of them, and you're not going to see it all in written in chats. You're not, because there's phone calls. Yeah,
I don't know that. That's the way it goes.
And people are smart. I mean, they're smart about what they type, what they say. But when they're sitting there telling me, RT dragged your wife for how long? RT put your address out there. RT told people to call the police on your wife. RT told people to call your wife's job. So absolutely, I did.
And I didn't tell them to call her job is the thing. And I'm like, that's the fucking thing. It's like, I don't advocate for that. What I did say is if you've donated and you have questions and you feel that way because you've been blocked by asking, you know what I mean? Because that's what people are telling me. I went over there to ask and I got blocked. I'm like, if you have that concern, then this is where to go. You know what I mean? The address was a complete fucking accident. I had been trying to get a hold of Missy to go, hey, there's something I want to show you. And it was at the bottom of those reports because there was a bunch of Dawn's addresses attached to Train's history. And I wanted to show Missy that. And it wasn't, like, I had no knowledge that that was an accurate phone number. I had no knowledge that that was an accurate address. Most of those reports are so fucking old with addresses that you really have to, like, ascertain that that's current to even go off of those reports. So I just assumed that, you know, it's just as wrong, but there was no reason on Train's history for Dawn's childhood addresses to be attached, right? So she had been being malicious for a while is what I was trying to show her. But nobody asked ever. Nobody has ever asked RT why, what, you know, show me. What do you have?
Yeah.
Nobody's ever come to me, and it's not something I'm going to bring out here publicly.
I mean, I believe
You know what I mean?
I
It
believe
doesn't
that all
belong
of
on
us.
the app.
Yeah.
Nobody
I mean, I
has
believe,
ever come to me.
and I believe there's reasons like for that. Like a lot of people will do things out of anger and hurt and not realize the ramifications it can cause someone else until it's too late. Like, I get that. I'm glad this did not affect your job. Just like I'm glad what they tried to do to me did not affect my job.
Because I didn't think that was cool at all, especially not knowing your situation. And the way it's being painted is probably completely opposite of what the real story is.
Absolutely.
And like I said, I have no personal dog in that. I dated older people who saved my fucking life and my sanity that I'm still friends with to this day when I was in high school. So I have no personal opinion, and I definitely don't sit around and call them the names that this app would. Nor would I ever identify them because of that.
And I appreciate
you
that.
never know somebody's situation. You don't,
For
man.
sure. For sure.
And the
it's
only reason
absolutely,
I brought up the charges was because the kids were getting brought up, and I'm like, look, there was kids involved in these charges, was the only point I was trying to make. And again, I had no idea what the land of TikTok was like when I came out here.
it's a nasty place. I hate this place. I'm only here because I'm a gamer.
We have all learned a few things on this app. My biggest thing that brought me out here was attacking veterans, and I'm just going to kind of stick to that angle. And I have been trying to. If I just don't want to see a group of people who once called themselves friends hurting each other because they're all hurt. You know what I mean? Like, I know that you look at your wife. I know that Garrett looks at Train, and I know that I look at my friend's husband, and them all dealing with how their wives feel. What we need is this app to quit playing such a huge role in those lives and how people feel, to allow people the time to heal and process what they've been through. Honestly, I'm not going to contribute any further to anybody else's pain. Like, I want to talk about why it's there. Like, the root cause of it all is trauma.
Try to actually come to a reason and to help people, not just drag them and knock them down. And that's where I am today. Ever since, you know, Joe did what she did to me, yes, I have gotten angry. Yes, I have said a lot of things that are out of character for me because I was very, very angry. And the reason why I was angry is because I never did a damn thing to Joe or to Katie, neither one of them. The reason why Katie is in the home she's in now is because of me.
I heard, and that's an awesome thing to have done for somebody, because that's a significant chunk of change investment in a person. And
I do that because I care about people, and I care about what happens to them. I care about if they have a home. I care about that they have a child that needs a home to live in, that needs to be stable. But you know, the whole thing, this became this big, huge issue for Melissa, even before I got dragged into it, because Melissa privately spoke her feelings off of this app to someone else about a situation that was going on privately.
And and that's where it's happened to me. Somebody gets mad at me over something I said in a private conversation in confidence of, just voicing frustrations and feelings. This is how I feel. And people just want to be heard. You know what I mean? And then it leaves a private conversation. And instead of holding the person who took it out of the private conversation responsible,
Absolutely. No, I
the person
agree.
with
It's
feelings gets
it, it
attacked. And it's like they have the feelings for a reason, you know.
it's it's between hurtfulness and monetary gain is where people bring things to the app and try to, you know, make things what they're not. Because let's face it, positivity doesn't get anybody in your lives. I mean, we have 37 people in here right now. When you were having your screaming, yelling matches, you had quite a few hundred, and everybody else does. And then, like, if you look at Melissa's case and you look at Melissa, how many times do you ever see her battling? Ever? Rarely.
It was exactly as she had stated in her live that night. Like, she got in the ranks, so she tried to see, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, but she's not a rank runner.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Nobody can sit and say that with any legit, like, I don't feel that she's scammed. I know from personal experience and being in the medical field that the process for implants and dentures takes time.
It does. Absolutely.
It
I
takes
mean, I,
time.
I have the same process going on, and yes, mine are financed. They absolutely
It's
are.
it's not going to help matters. As long as the people who have made the donation, get their questions answered, TikTok doesn't need an answer.
Yeah,
You know what I
absolutely.
mean? I was just concerned with the ones that were getting blocked. I
See,
was
and
like,
that,
hey,
you know,
what I
that,
like that part. Like, as long as they're satisfied, I have no other dog in that fight because it wasn't me who donated, right?
for
Like,
sure,
and the
for sure.
cops will tell you, are you a donor? And if you're not, then it's none of your fucking business.
Well, see, and
It's
that's the
crazy.
thing, you know, I can probably guarantee that a good chunk of people that were coming in comments saying they were blocked because they asked a
We're
question
lying.
were
They're all
lying.
full of shit.
Yeah,
Every
absolutely. They didn't donate anything.
85% of them, yeah. I
Yeah,
found
like
that a lot of these people who were running in between us,
we're
and
lying.
they
They just
sit
want to
over,
watch drama.
yes, they sit over and they gift every single one of us when they're in our
Hmm.
lives to in order to keep themselves there. Suzanne is a big one. That girl, and then she wonders why she gets blocked out of my lives. I'm just pinpointing an obvious one that I can go to
For
every
sure.
video
Not picking on
and
anyone,
see her
just
saying some
pinpointing.
shit about me, on one of their videos. It's just
Yeah.
somebody that's easy for me to pick out. There's a few more, but it's obvious that that's what these people thrive on.
Oh yeah.
And we are going to have to rise above it. And there's, like I said, there's going to have to be some amount of concession that's going to be like, okay, it happened. We can't change it. We can move forward and
Yep.
not sit in group chats and do these things. I don't. You will not find one of me doing that. I get dumped in them after the fact so I can record it and download it. And then, I leave when other people get re-added. That's not what I'm there for. I don't participate in that. I'm just like evidence. I don't conduct myself in that way. So to hear that shit about me is like, whoa, no, we aren't doing that. None of us do that.
And the same with me. Like that one group chat that you see is going to be the only one that you ever see me a part of. And the only reason why I was a part of it was the reason that we're speaking about right now. And
That
when
part.
when you stopped and like was like, no, this is too real, like we're not doing this, like blah blah blah, I stopped. I haven't said a word since. It's been like 3 months. Haven't said a word since, haven't bothered anything, and wouldn't, like, because I saw difference in you and difference in what you were doing, like,
Yeah, I
and I've
allowed
never.
I allowed a few particular people that I no longer associate with on this app pull me into their bullshit that they had going on long before I came in.
Yeah, we're
And when
only
I
human.
extricated myself from that, I had to deal with a fentanyl trafficking setup story and all this other crazy shit. But I have been trying for a while to just get back to where I was before them.
You
Because
can't
if
let
I would have
yourself get
stayed
lost.
on that path, I don't think half the shit would have happened. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And
I agree.
it's given me, you know, yes, is my best friend upset at a lot of different people, but yes, but those are her experiences, not mine, right?
Yes,
She might not handle me talking to certain people okay, but that's okay. That's hers to work through. She's been hurt. Um, I get it. I get it. It's been a lot on her. Just like the falling outs of other things have been hard on other people that existed before I even got here.
yeah, I mean, for sure.
It, at the end of the day, we all know it needs to stop.
Absolutely, it does. And,
I'm not going to further contribute to any bickering on this app. I just want my name to quit being thrown out there because I'm really, whatever each other's personal involvement is with this whole situation, I'm not entertaining, like, I'm not sitting here with popcorn going, oh, look who deserves it.
yep,
That's never going to solve any of this. And if we can't solve these dilemmas, there's no hope for this country, number one.
for sure. I
And
agree.
we're getting ready to go through some bullshit here real fast.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you with
People
that.
want
And,
me to be chained
that
to their past for
the
whatever
whole
calls
reason
me. Thank you,
why
Brittany.
the whole reason why, like, any of this was even brought to any type of light, and you were tried to be brought into the middle of it, and I applaud you for not allowing that to happen, um, is because their attacks, their seething, disgusting attacks on my wife and myself, were not getting them anywhere. They were not getting the views, the comments, the support. They were actually getting in people in there after she released her and I our private messages. She was getting people in there telling her how fucked up it was and how wrong it was that I was trying to be her friend, and for her to do this to me because she's having a falling out with my wife is ridiculous. And I agree, it is. I've never done a damn thing wrong to her or anybody else. And they tried everything. They tried teeth. They tried talking about my wife's medical procedure that she had because we're 40 years old and she's on birth control, and the birth control that she's on causes ectopic pregnancies.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about that because I'm getting real tired of it being called an abortion because it's not. That procedure would mean that the
That's a
egg made it
DNC.
to. That would mean that no, what
Oh,
that, like a
yeah, yeah.
pregnancy, that would mean that the egg actually made it to the uterus. And since
Yes.
it never makes it to the uterus, it's not an abortion.
Yeah, it's not viable.
It's not viable. It's not a pregnancy. It never will be. It never can
Exactly.
be. It's not. So it's not that word. And she's like, that should have never, ever, 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 never, ever come out here.
But that's what people do. They try to stab and stab and stab as much
I
as they
couldn't believe
can,
it.
and it's sad. It's pathetic. Just like they bring my wife's DV charge that she has now, and try to talk about that because she bit me because our son at 16 years old, 6'2", 215 pounds, decided to try to throw his weight around, and I restrained him. Like,
So
and now the narrative is that she went to jail because she was trying to break it up because I was hitting her son. And I'm like, well, then I would be the one that went to jail, not her. Like,
So on that court case that you shared in that group chat with my ex-husband, his daughter, who was like 14 maybe at the time, 13, 14, cost me $500,000 in surgeries by attacking me on her father's trauma anniversary because dad triggered her illness. So I also had a stepson at the time who was a football player. So I get it. And people do not know the circumstances. And that's why I'm just like, can you please stop? Because if I have to talk about this to defend myself, it will re-victimize a little girl who wound up in a psychiatric facility. So I don't,
Understood.
you know what I mean? Like, we all get it, you know, and that's why it's important based on public records that you make sure that, you know, you pull the whole case and like the Zoom
Yeah.
hearing and shit like that. But
I mean, I admit I was absolutely wrong. I should not have let my
yeah,
emotions get the better of me.
most people, you know, didn't know. And I am very protective of my ex and his wife because she is probably the only woman who is left in this planet who will worship the ground he walks on and put up with his shit. And he needs that in his
Your ex
life.
is,
I'm gonna tell you, you know what I mean? Like, he thought he was destroying mine, which is why he sabotaged everything. And that breaks my heart that a man is that broken and up there that that's what he thought he had to resort to. And I've respected him since I was 18 years old. So
my,
yes, I do appreciate that, and anything that does pertain to that, I would appreciate just taking it
absolutely.
down from
And I will
social media.
absolutely go remove everything that was put up.
Yeah,
I
like
will
that,
absolutely do
you
that.
know, I don't care about the snarky bullshit, you know, whatever, you know, but when it pertains to them, I would
Absolutely.
really
And,
appreciate not.
and, and I do want to say that, you know, even with putting it out there, I made it blatantly clear that, you know, I felt as if no one should bother him or anything like that. Like, and I never
But
released
people
any
do.
personal
They
information
fucking
about him.
do.
But
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
it is. And I didn't know that like at the time because like I said, I don't do this. And you know, I do have a lot of respect for your ex. Your ex reminds me of my
Yeah,
father. My father is
he
a
has
31
got a
year.
hell. Man, that man was the director of the Foreign Sergeant Major program. And until they removed that fucking cyst, and it made him lose all logic and reason. And, you know, he never got to see
Yeah,
the first class graduate that he literally built up so they get master's degrees when they leave the programs now. And
my
that's
father
important.
and uncle are both, well, my father's 31 years and my uncle's 30 years retired command sergeant majors in
Yeah.
the Army.
So you
So
already know. Yeah.
I do. I do.
That's, you
And my
know, all it takes is a phone call to them to ask around about him, and you're like, oh, fuck, I'm gonna go
I've, I've,
take that
I've
down. You know what I mean? Like,
I've looked at your ex's military record, and I applaud him for everything he gave this country. And it's sad, you
it
know,
is. It
it's
is.
sad. Just like with my father, you know, my father, he comes from an older age of military
And
personnel.
that's where my ex-husband's at. Like, he enlisted during a different time, and if you read his
Yeah,
writings about when he was at the clinic and like what he looks at now,
yep,
it's a whole different mindset. And he's back in that older time
yep.
and looking at this new army and
It's
this
all
new
different.
way.
It's weird,
He
like it's
feels lost
strange.
amongst his own people, and
So
that's
does my dad.
where
My dad has nothing to do with like the VFW. He has nothing to do with any of that because he doesn't feel like he connects with any of them. My dad enlisted at 17 and went straight to Vietnam. My dad
that's
was
my
seven.
ex. Yeah,
He was 17 years old when he received a Purple Heart. He was 17-year-old when he took his first life. Like at 17 years old, that's a baby. Most kids nowadays at 17-year-old are crying because their cell phones got taken away. Like, you know, and my dad has never been one who likes doctors or shrinks or anything like that. He's a
exactly. That's
tough
my
old
ex.
bird and he thinks he can take care of everything on his own. And I feel for my wife, I mean, for my dad's wife, my mom, because, you know, she catches the brunt of a lot of shit sometimes. She
Oh
does.
yeah,
Like,
too. And
I'm,
that's what, you know, like my ex's friend, like I said, the Nana lady who is intermingled herself in all of this. One of my exes, you know, he rejected a relationship with her, but the jealousy that she has formed has interwoven itself into all of this, and it's like, fuck, man. Like this, oh my god, like of all people, when I found out who was doing that to him, it really broke my heart because that's somebody he really does consider a friend.
yeah,
And
I have
like
never
to
spoken to that woman once. I don't even know who
thank
she
God,
is.
just please don't entertain anything that just, oh god, because all
I don't know. Is she paused or we paused? Do you guys know? Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. It's just crazy, like these people.
It doesn't even seem logical.
Yeah,
It's
you've
my
rode us for
internet.
a good long time. Yeah,
It's my Starlink.
I have Starlink too. Not currently. That's not what I'm using. I have it for traveling. So
Ours is
yeah,
out on a remote bush. This is my bush Wi-Fi. So if I
you
freeze,
actually you actually live where I hope to one day live. I've been talking about it for years.
it's worth it. The
I mean,
jobs
I'm
are
way out
paying.
in the country now, but it's just different. I'm a cold nature kind of person. I like the cold. I don't like the heat. Um, unless I have water. That's the only way I like the heat is if I can be in water all day. But if you have to work, you can't be in water all day. So, um,
We don't do material things out here in the bush.
no,
We live
she's
in a
she's
nice log
she's
cabin.
absolute. Like I'm the one that could like be okay with a hut and a wood stove and like hunting my own food. Like she's the one that's not cool with that. But the what I will say about her and our relationship is that we're very good with compromising with each other with a lot of things, and we're also very good that if it's absolutely a dream or something that one of us
Somebody's going to
wants,
make it
we'll
happen
we'll
and
do it. We'll do
sacrifice.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Like
that's nobody deserves to be judged for their relationship on this app that they're not living. They're not part of that relationship. They don't. You are judging people on the part of life that we show you, right?
yep,
There's so
absolutely.
much more to us that we keep private or try to keep private and off the app, um, because not everybody is privy to the intimate details of your relationship, or
Absolutely.
and nor should you have to explain your. If it wasn't for the internet, we wouldn't have to be explaining ourselves to people all the fucking time. Like
Yeah.
if you want to put people in a traumatized defensive mode, this is a good way to do it. Corner them all the time. And that's why I don't do a lot of boxes or get in boxes when people are heated, because it will never solve anything. You're just going to get yelled at,
Yeah, and talk
and
over each
it's
other, not hear each other, uh, on and on and on. Like I can't see how I've watched some of it just because it's pertained to me, and even on the same side, they talk over each other the entire time. It's crazy to me. I don't understand it. Like, yes, I have a past. I do. Proud of my past for many reasons.
but you
This
don't have
charge is not.
to change to it. You're you're
Absolutely.
your past
You
is
learn from
fine.
your mistakes,
Yeah.
and you become a different person. Like, so this charge that they're dragging around everywhere, and the one that they're trying to make me look really bad on is like the only charge that I have that is just straight bullshit. Like, if they want to drag me, go back and get my malicious wounding charge when I was a piece of shit and I would fight everybody. Go back and get my DUI charges. Go back and get, you know, my petty larceny charge when I was 18. Go back and get my multiple FU to the courts and driving without a license because I just didn't care. Like, that's the person I was. I was the person that didn't care if you spoke to me wrong, if you looked at me wrong. I was ready to get physical. I was ready to do whatever I had to do. I had a failed marriage before. Now, I won't take all the blame for that failed marriage, but I do take some of it, a good majority of it. Um, you know, that's the person I was. That's the person that every weekend I was going out and getting shit faced. And, during my DUIs, like literally I had my daughters one week and then the next week, because me and my ex split, custody every other week. So the one while I had them, I was sober. I did what I was supposed to do. But the week that I had next, like my week off without my kids, I was drunk from sun up to sundown. Like I was, absolutely. I have many blackouts. One of my DUIs, I was charged with two other charges. Now in Virginia, our law states that if they want to get you on a DUI, they cannot charge you with anything else, because if they're saying that you're too drunk to conscientiously drive a vehicle, then you're too drunk to make conscientious choices. Because I was also charged with reckless endangerment, as well as eluding the police. And the funny part of that is I wasn't even eluding anyone. I was just so shit-faced that by the time I realized there were cops behind me, it had been 12 miles with ridiculous speeds, and I thought that I was just in their fucking way, and I pulled over so that they could go around me, and I found out very quickly that that was not the case. But you know, people want to take the worst thing they can possibly see that's just a perception, and they want to drag that as far as they can. Why? Because your feelings were hurt? Like, because your feelings were hurt privately, and not even by me. Like I said, with this whole situation, for an entire week, I saw live after live after live of all of them getting on and bashing and dragging my wife for an entire week. And then I would see my wife go live, and I would see her respond, not drag anybody, but respond and defend herself. And, you know, like she does, she defends herself. And throughout that whole week, I was conversing with Joe and talking to her. And, you know, of course I don't hide anything from my wife. Like, and I was telling her the same thing that I tell my wife, like, y'all are both wrong. This is stupid. Stop it. Like, this is dumb. And towards the end of it, you know, it did change a little bit, because I could see that, you know, what she was saying were lies. I could see that it wasn't the truth. And I started calling it out, and I started saying, like, you said this before, but you're saying this now, or, you know, vice versa, or whatever. And then it was the fact that last Monday I go to work, everything's fine, no problem. Tuesday I go into work, and the owner of the company comes to me, and he asked me, you know, about what was told to him. I tell him the truth. He says, okay. I got sent home for the day until he could speak to his attorney and the corporate people and make sure that there was no legal ramifications. And the next day I was back at work. We were supposed to have a meeting because the other person was denying that they ever said anything. Well, that person never showed up. And, you know, now it's come out that their whole little Six Flags wedding weekend, whatever they had, that I was the topic of conversation. Like, you know, and it's not a coincidence. And then, you know, so of course I went to Joe over that, because I didn't think it was her. Like, I didn't know how it happened, but I didn't think it was her, because we had cordial conversations. And, you know, then Melissa's defending herself one night, and Joe's like, I'm going to release everything. And finally I just, you know, had enough. And I said, whatever, do it. I don't care. Do it. Like, I'm done. Like, I feel like you were going to do it anyway. I feel like you were going to say it anyway. Like,
So this exact situation is really what Odin and Ashland are going through. Like, but it was over like a jealous ex creating a story, and went to the group of people that he was hanging out with and was like, well, we're going to go with this story anyway, despite what the truth is. We don't want to hear it. And then, like, they went out there, and then, like, the hole started falling, you know, and then bigger and bigger, and started, and then, like, the fucking people involved are quickly getting swallowed up. And it's like, if people would have just stayed out of a relationship, and stayed out of, you know, all of this, or just maybe came and asked about it.
And see, and that's what doesn't make sense to me. People listen to people that have blatantly been caught lying, blatantly been caught scamming, blatantly been caught faking stuff. Like, they listen to these people. Like, you know, the people listen to Lala, who did absolutely do the shit that she did with the makeup bags. Whatever, she's tried to make it right. I'm not going to knock her on it. Whatever, she's tried to make it right, from what I understand. I don't care. Not my problem. Not my makeup bag. But people fucking listen to her to trying to dog somebody else about scamming. That's the last person I'd listen to about scamming.
And that's what I learned. It was like when the last person who was screaming in my face about Missy's teeth scamming was blah blah. I quit listening because I knew what she was also involved in, and like it just started to fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, like And the thing with Nan, like Melissa and Nan have never had an issue, never an argument, never this, never that. But because, Melissa came to them privately with questions, that started a whole argument. But that, yet again, that's somebody I'm not going to believe either. So you get out of a hospital, you say you OD, then a couple months later you say you didn't OD, that it was pneumonia. Now it's back that you OD'd. Like, it just, if people would just learn to sit back, listen to all of the bullshit they want to, take half of it and throw it the fuck away, and then split the other half down the middle, they might have a quarter of the truth.
Being able to sit and listen and not get booted is an important factor, though, because, like, if you want your voice heard, you can't entertain the drama, because as soon as you start entertaining the bullshit, nobody's voices gets heard and the comments take over.
Yep.
Like, everybody here, like, there are people like my people who have watched hateful things be done to me, and not a single one of them is arguing. They're all like, it is completely capable. And I am not going to subscribe to the be careful who you trust channel, because I had a bunch of people messaging me about Camo, and you know what? I've had my experience with Camo. She got blamed for a lot of the things that happened in that group chat. I owed her an apology, a legit one, like legit. Like, the woman took a lot of blame for other people's stuff, and I owed her that. And people went and drug her ass out of bed. And these people are going to continue no matter what, because they want us to fight and argue.
Oh, for sure.
Obviously, I'm not going to have a conversation with Train because of the conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Am I going to hold everything that Train does against Missy? No, because Missy is her own person, and so is Train. Just because they're friends doesn't make Missy responsible for Train's fucking behavior any more than, Johanna's behavior is somebody else's fault, like mine.
Exactly.
I didn't make her make those threats to her egg donor that night.
Nope.
She came in to Train and Missy's live. Katie was in there, I believe, too. Missy, you'll have to refresh my memory. I was recording Train. Missy's right there with her all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's her friend. It wasn't Missy I was after. It was Train, because I realized she was getting drunk and doing crazy shit. And she did that night. She called the cops drunk to my dad's house. We all heard it. We all know. That's it. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Can't go back to April and change it, can we? Nope.
Yeah, nobody can change anything. And,
Johanna come into that live, started running her mouth, and overtook everybody who was talking that night. And it became a screaming shit show. And she began to make those threats. And it was like, I didn't make her do that. Train didn't make her do that. Missy didn't make her do that. Katie didn't make those words come out of her mouth. And I don't have an FRO against her to cover in court. I was recording it. I recorded the whole thing. What happened to me, Gypsy's live, my live, all of that stuff. I put it all together for one big picture is all I did. That's all I fucking did.
And see, like, Melissa will tell you, like, who I am and everything else. I am someone that will tell her when she's wrong. If, I don't get involved in Train stuff. I don't get involved in anybody's stuff unless it pertains directly to Melissa. But I am, anybody that knows me or has taken time to talk to me or whatever, like, I watch a lot of stuff, like, I look, I'm curious, like, to see what's going on, because you hear little bits and pieces, but you kind of want to piece it together. Like, I've been in many of your lives, and never bothered you, never said anything out the way, never done anything, just listening, because I want to hear everything. And I want to, like, make my own conclusions and figure things out. But at the end of the day, I will tell you, if you're my friend, like, if you're not my friend and we don't talk, then it's not my place. I don't care. But if you're my friend, I will tell you if you're wrong. I will tell you, like, hey, you shouldn't do that. Or, hey, this isn't your fight. Like, why are you in it? Like, I understand that's your friend. Like, I get it. But, your friend did this and they shouldn't have or
And
whatever.
that's
And
the
I'm not speaking
attitude
on
that,
anything specifically. I'm just
no, and
saying
I
generally.
understand that. And the overall general consensus on this app, and it's like I said, it's the specific mentality of the app itself. You're supposed to ride or die even when your friend is wrong. And no, part of being a
That
friend
ain't
is
me.
saying, hey, you're fucking up, man. Like, what are you doing? Do you not think that I have told Dawn a million times, like, what are you thinking? What were you doing here?
I
I'm
mean, I'm
like, no
sure.
more of this. You know
Like,
what I mean? Like, if
but you
I'm
do
going
it
to help you, you
privately.
can't
You
do
do
any
it
more of
privately, not
this.
to embarrass your friend.
No, yeah, exactly. But you don't think I've went like, Dawn, I just caught you. I like, if I'm going to help you, absolutely no more of this. And she's kept her word. You know what I mean? Like, no more.
Yeah.
And because I'm
Well,
like,
that's
I
the thing.
can't help you if you're like, you're going to have to do what I told you and put the app down if it makes you that upset.
Agreed. Like,
You're allowing too much control, put it down. And that's what I had to do back in May when all that shit happened. The moderator group with the rock and rodeo chick and all of that. It was like, I'm done. Just let it settle where it goes. I should have been back in Alaska by now, enjoying my fucking life. I'm stuck down here. And it had nothing to do with this app, or else you all would have heard about it. It was literally Alaska life. It takes forever to do anything here. And then the background check in Michigan is changing for certain counties. They're doing it differently. So it just took longer.
yeah.
It was nothing that had any influence from this app, or else you all would have fucking heard it coming out of my mouth. And I knew it was affecting my health. And I started pulling away. And I had told my people, like, look, we're going to be pulling back from this. I'm looking at all my people wore out. I'm looking at my friends, my personal friends that I have brought to this app to help me with this, looking at them distraught. Their husbands, hey, thank you, honey. Their husbands are my friends. And they're messaging me saying, hey, my wife is like not getting much sleep and I'm not seeing my wife because of this
Yeah.
app.
Yep.
So that's when I put the brakes on shit for my people. I'm like, you're all fired. I'm taking a break.
Well, I mean, and I
You know
can
what I
tell
mean?
you,
Like,
like,
it ain't nobody who ran me off the app. It was a decision I made
yeah.
to take a break by
I
looking at
mean,
my people who I care about.
and you're absolutely right about it affecting your health. I mean, you can physically see it with you. Like, you were a lot thinner, and
Oh
you
yeah,
didn't look
it's
very good.
exhausted. Yeah,
And it is exhausting. Like, I've seen
Right.
Melissa be exhausted and not get any sleep and go through shit, and it's caused issues at home between her and I. Like, it absolutely has. But you know, at the end of the day, this is what I'm gonna say. I gotta get ready to go to
Okay.
work, so I can't stay on too much longer. But at the end of the
I do
day,
appreciate you coming
I'm
on
I'm
though.
oh, absolutely. But I just want to, publicly say that I own what I did, and absolutely I do. And it wasn't right. I can't change it. I can't take it back. I can't. I
No,
can't do that.
I can't hold the like that against you because, like I said, it's been like 30 something fucking days since that was even posted. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
Like, there's been,
I just looked. It's been over 2 months ago. So
yeah, it was a long time ago. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So it's like there's nothing that can, you can't go back and change it. Like I said, my employer has what they need to close
yep,
out the complaint, and
for
awesome,
sure.
Heather. It's all good.
And
I will let John know.
that's really cool.
Um, and you know, I wish nothing but the best for people. Do I want good things to happen to Train from this? Yes, because her, yeah, Dawn wants her to suffer. Yeah, I'm sure she would like to roast her over the fucking spits of hell. But that's why I'm here. We can't do that to people. They have to be allowed to be punished for their actions and not publicly crucified every time they walk out their front doorstep.
I mean, I've
Nobody.
seen a lot of growth with quite a few people on here.
I had
Like, even from when I first saw you on here and some of the things that you were doing and saying, I've seen growth with you too. And I don't know if it's growth or it's just you were like, wait, I'm not gonna allow this to make me that person. Like,
That's really where I was at because that's that's where I was at in the beginning when all of
Yeah,
this happened, was because I was talking to Missy then, but when I allowed certain people
for sure.
to get into my personal space and affect how I looked at people, like Miranda too. She was a victim of all that.
Yep.
It really threw me off course for a minute. And then I got done with my traveling, and then they came up with their little story, and I saw who they really were. It pulled me and Ashlyn closer together. Ashland is how I wound up talking to Joe. I mean, there's certain things that I'm sure everybody has done to egg everybody on that they want to come tell me. It's done. You know, the truth is nice to know.
For
Am
sure.
I going to drag it to the app and go trash everybody involved? Absolutely not.
But that was the intended thing by
Yeah,
contacting
it
you, which is
backfired.
sad, which is sad.
Back-
But like with saying, with seeing growth, and I've seen a lot of growth from Train too. I have, and I hope that
I I
this
truly have.
situation, whatever her situation with Dawn and everything else, and Train is my friend, and Train knows I did not like her in the beginning. I didn't trust her. Like I don't do well with alcoholics, for one. I was
I
one.
don't either. I don't
For
either.
two, I grew up with,
Same.
plenty of them. So,
Same.
you know, Train knows, like that wasn't, that's another, I'm not going to get
Does
into it,
that
but
mean that
people
Train
were,
doesn't deserve friends because she's not my flavor? Absolutely not. You know what I mean? Like,
everybody deserves a friend and a shoulder to lean on when they need it.
exactly.
Everybody deserves that. Nobody should ever be ostracized from any type of society because they may not think the way that you do, or they may not feel the way that you do.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of growth, but then I've seen a lot of people go the absolute opposite way. And
I
really,
I've had a
if
lot of
you,
hope for people that have like really let me down.
yeah, for sure.
Um, I still have those hopes for people. Like I said in the video, accounts that is long non-existent. And Missy, I have never taken any of your accounts like that. That was never me. I have never sent anybody over to sit and report you to take any accounts. So it wasn't me. But I said I would love for people to learn the lesson that they were meant to learn in this life so they can move on
Yeah.
and live a life that is fulfilling. Because that's why I love Alaska so much. Like it is life up here. You know what I mean? Like time passes so quickly that on this app, in 24 hours, I have messages coming through from my moderators. What did I miss?
Yeah, it's
Like
like an
so,
entire 24 hours is like 2 weeks on this app. Like it really is. But
I'm the same.
where I stand now is, whatever has been done to me for trying to be a friend, and that's fine. I don't really care. Uh, because at the end of the day, it does not affect my home life. It does not affect me in any way, shape, or form. What they are doing is
Be
illegal.
nice if it would, yeah, and it would be nice if it would stop.
Oh, it
And
won't though, and that's okay. Like it's okay. I'm a
um,
strong human being, but right now where I'm at, and I told Melissa this yesterday, and I meant to actually get in her a lot and say this yesterday, but I got stuck in my video game. That's how much I really care. Um, but what I meant to say is, yes, my anger with what Joe did this time and Katie definitely brought out a side of me that has not been here in a very long time,
and you
and
don't want to be there because that's
no, I
not who
don't.
you are.
And
You,
yesterday, I
you
decided yesterday that I'm not going to entertain it. I'm not going to keep getting on and being shitty and fussing. I'm not going to do it. It's not who I am. I've never done it before. I'm not going to keep doing it now. If they want to continue, that's fine. The only thing that I've said is there are legal repercussions to your actions. What my life and what I have to do
oh,
legally.
hang on, honey. Dog lover, can you unblock the Dennis account, please?
Sorry. Um, but
It's Miranda.
what with who I am, and with what is on my record and what I have to do, every year, it's something I have to deal with, not anyone else. And the reason why that website exists is not for you to publicly drag, humiliate, or harass me. It's not for you to
And it
tell people
actually
to,
says that on the
oh, it
website that
does.
you sign consent to get into to
Yep.
look at those registries. You consent to not do exactly the
What
shit
they're
that you
doing. Yep. Um, you know, and it's, it's okay. Like everything's, wrong, whatever. I admit where I did wrong. It's time for other people to admit where they were did wrong and just be done with it. Just be done with it.
Do you know how many people have came to me privately, admitted their participation in shit, even in a quiet live that I've had when I built another account and didn't tell anybody about it for a minute? Like from Jenn's side,
Yeah.
they everybody's, but you know what I didn't do? I didn't come out here and publicly announce it to the planet because I know that's all that needs to know, right? And if people come to me in a private message and try to start shit, I can go, hey, I already know because that person came to me and told me what they did and why
Yeah.
and the picture that was painted. And by me listening to those people and the picture that was painted about me and painting the picture that I am instead of what was painted of me for me and allowed to be manipulated and cut those people out who were doing it, folks have gotten a different picture. And I knew time would happen. I did not expect to see all this when I got out of a hot spring. I was like, I'm at a fucking resort. I was chilling. I was hoping people were too. Nope, that is indeed not what happened. I was just as shocked as everybody else. And I was hoping that people could just exist peacefully on the app and we could quit dragging veterans and other people across the app and just mind our own fucking business and retreat to our respective corners. But that didn't happen.
As long as this
Um,
app is a monetary device, it will
it
never,
is.
it will never be where people can just be positive
Mm-hmm.
and happy. And the reason why is normal people, like, and I don't mean normal like there's something wrong with anyone. I mean
No,
normal as in like just average Joe Blows, like me and you and other people, just average people that
listen,
get up and go to work every day and take care of themselves. We're not going to be able to get on this app and you know make a couple videos and make a bunch of money off them. That's just not going to happen. That happens for a few select people. It does. Um, but it doesn't happen for normal people. So the normal people go and get involved in a shit ton of drama and then turn their battle on, and that's how they try to do it. Like, it floored me yesterday.
I'm going to tell you, Missy is not
Sorry,
the one
my
making
alarm my
it's
alarm
okay.
went off.
Missy is not the one. Yeah, blah blah. I went and one of the guys that I built up by several thousand coins underneath of her stopped in to say hi and throw some gifts because like that's what I do when I see people like that running ranks.
Yeah.
There was a rumor started that I was going around gifting my enemies for information, and I guess some people thought that I was going to go through and gift a trip for that. And indeed, I was not. That's MVP status, like most improved player,
Yeah.
shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I reserve that because at the end of the day, Missy's not making a fortune off the app. You know what I mean? She's
No,
not
she
running the rings. She's not doing what some of these other creators are doing. People don't realize the financial gain from those people running ranks. And even if they say they're going to run ranks, but don't run ranks numerous days and weeks in a row, and they do it one time a month, they still get that gift money.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like there was one guy, I don't well, I mean I remember who it is, but it has nothing to do with this. But he showed his transaction statements from 1 month, and it was like $100,000, and he was
Yeah,
complaining, like, get out of here. But you know,
recycling gifts and shit like that. And there's some other creators that we all know that we've witnessed do this.
oh yeah, for sure.
And I mean, and this is why I've said to Missy a lot, and I think you've taken it the wrong way each time I've said it. Like, your people wish you would go back to what you used to focus on because they miss that part of you that didn't enter.
No, that's actually the one place I've absolutely agreed with you on. And I've told her, your internet's acting up again, so you probably can't hear me, but I've told her that absolutely.
And I'm sure, like the Hubs does too, you know what I mean? Like the app changes you and like it changes how you look at yourself, how other people love to look at you, and alter your image. You know what I mean? And that's not fair. Don't
I
let
have to be
those people steal
grateful.
your shine that you have for people by entertaining
The negative
their,
bullshit.
yeah, because they're always going to have it. You're always going to be swatting flies.
I'll
So
say
don't,
I'll say also that I didn't think about this until the other day when Melissa mentioned it to me. So after Joe did what she did, threw all my shit out there, whatever, tried to dog me, tried to make it into something else. Like instead of cowering, hiding, being shameful, I stood up for myself. And,
mhm.
you
They don't
know,
like that.
when Melissa messaged me the next day, she told me that she was proud of me, that she has watched me worry about this that's hung over my head and worried about making friends and worried about for this exact reason, even though, like I said, for 10 years, this was not something I had to register for. It was not. It was not until
Yeah.
2020 when the law changed. And then in 2021, the state police finally caught up through everybody they had to go through, and I got a letter on the door. Well, at the post office, that I had to sign for. But the one thing I'm grateful for, and I'll say it, that Johanna Atkinson, I am grateful that you did this because I'm not scared anymore of it. I saw like what I was worried about was everybody was going to hate me. What I was worried about is nobody was going to listen to me. What I was worried about is people were going to dog my wife over it. And you know what? There's been a little tiny bit, but I have seen way more support for me and me trying to be a friend to her than her getting dogging on me.
And that all of this, right? All of this is the same reason I created the Journey of a Combat Veteran Spouse page because my ex-husband struggled to hide like the ugly truth and reality of what goes on in veterans households, especially ones, that have more combat tours, more head injuries,
Yeah,
more high rank. I created that page so he could see that, indeed there was support, not judgment, because that was one of his biggest fears.
yeah,
Um, and all of that, conquering that fear, actually, that just like took a huge, you know, we all have our own journey, right? And that's a huge fear and obstacle that's been in your life. And, despite everything that I've been through, I still appreciate the struggle I had to go through to get there because it got me where I am today and through some obstacles in my life. And
absolutely.
it is what it is. I have no hate towards any, that's why I haven't come out here and tore people apart for what has been said. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. I have taken the perspective of every one of these people, you know, shit that Joe's done is wrong. You know, there are certain things that she
Everybody
just,
has
yeah, we've all done wrong.
everybody
It's
has
time
cake
to
on their
stop
face at some
wronging.
point in time.
It's just time to stop and just be the
Yep,
person that knows that when you stop, the loyal people to you, they see it and they still
for
stick.
sure.
And that's your audience, girl, not the fucking filler. You don't want all the, like, they're not listening to you. They're causing problems. Like, you want the people who are there for you, that despite not always seeing eye to eye with you, are willing to hear other people and go, hey, maybe it's not what things are being painted. Maybe this isn't right. Being
Yeah,
real friends. Because it's just like I said, I'm friends with a lot of people from all sides. And that's all I've ever meant by that myth is that, hey, like a lot of your people miss the old you. You know, like who you were before this app became such a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
Like,
the who you were before you were
I think we all
ostracized
learned
and thrown
this.
on YouTube because you were in somebody's live that they didn't like. Like, I mean, yeah, you're right. And I've done the same thing. I've told her time and time again, like, I know it's hard, but ignore it. Go back to what you did. Just talking with your people, like helping people, grow, helping people reach the goals that they want to reach. Like,
There are some people that Johanna has helped. You can't deny that. You know what I mean? Like,
no, absolutely not.
she helped a lot of people. Absolutely, she has. Cannot take that away.
And
Was
I said
this,
that to her
you
in a
know what I
message.
mean? There are some things about her that I think once she gets over her trauma and that obstacle, my
Yeah,
internet fucking went out again.
that's
Um,
okay. I got to go anyway. I'm getting ready
yeah,
to walk
you
out
have
the
a good
door.
morning, but I do appreciate you coming over, and I appreciate everybody behaving themselves in the comments.
Absolutely. And like I said, for what it's worth, I apologize for my part. It doesn't
I
make it
appreciate that.
change. It doesn't, make it not happen. But, hindsight's 2020.
And
And
and like I said, I'm not coming out here to drag anybody. I'm just like, whoa, whoa, who am I mad at? Like, I'm not mad at anybody. I just want it to stop. I
oh,
don't want to
and that's
see
the other
anybody
thing.
else hurt.
I also want to say that I did not get in here to apologize to try to keep you from saying anything about me. Like, I'm really
No,
at a point that I
no.
don't care. Like,
There's been a lot of growth this whole weekend. Just in like I like even my moderators are blowing up my chat. Like, what the fuck did I miss?
yeah.
I just
And
woke
and
up and
that's the
live.
thing. It's like it's not really that they missed it. It's the fact that it had nothing to do with you, but because somebody else couldn't get their way, they wanted you to become a part of it so that you would relentlessly attack me. That's what they wanted. And that's not
And
going to happen. So I'm sure they're pissed.
I am not going to do that. I am not going to attack Train over a sergeant's decisions. I am not going to attack Missy over Train's decisions. It's not fair. And I'm going to do my damnedest to not let my emotions come out of my mouth again. Sometimes you're going to hear my frustrations, but I'm going to try to keep them off the app and open communication because that's the only way any of this is going to fucking work. And that's what people don't want. But it quickly
Absolutely.
becomes obvious who doesn't want open communication. And those are the
When
people who need to be cut off.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree 10,000%. You know, so I appreciate you and
Thank
allowing
you.
me the
I
opportunity to
appreciate you both.
personally apologize. And
I
I
appreciate
wish
you.
nothing for the best of you. And maybe I'll see you in the bush one day.
Yeah, I am always here for a good reference. I'm great
Thank you.
reference material.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. And you guys have a good day at work.
Thank you. You too. Oh, well, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, days off, days off. I appreciate that. And I know my moderators are so fucking confused right now. I'll explain later. I do appreciate that because I'm just not going to come out here. People enjoy my clapbacks, but my clapbacks are going to be lighthearted, not evil minded and like nasty. You know, a blessed has her reasons for not being so blessed sometimes, and I know that Missy's probably coming from a place of a lot of hurt. You know, I know Miranda did. Miranda was hurt. You know, there's a lot of I don't know if it's self isolation or what. I am not in that. And don't ask. It's not my business. Like me and Miranda do not sit and talk about her friendships with everybody else. Um, we talk about how wild the situations can get. Um, I think there's been a lot of people I haven't listened to at the behest of others that deserve to be heard. I am not going to continue to fight. It is not going to contribute. I know Dawn is You know, there's some of it that doesn't involve me, and I don't want any involvement in that. And we all can see that that's not mine. But I can clearly see that that's not right. You shouldn't do that, and let's not bring my name into it. Don't insult people using. You know, it's sad. And I appreciate owning that. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't expect anybody to continue to be drugged for it. I'm not going to come out here. I'm just like, well, hey, thanks. I have what I need for my employer. Doesn't need to be done publicly. Like, Missy doesn't need to come out and have to defend herself. I can clearly see a group chat was involved, and I know what happens in group chats. It's abundantly clear. Like, it's all covered. Like, we're good. It doesn't. I'm just not going to do it. I don't think it's fair to have attacked her husband or his job. I don't care who did it, but please stop what you're doing. I don't care who did it, but stop. Like, at this stage in the game, actions speak louder than words. You should just stop. You know, it gets narrowed down more and more and more the more that fuck shit that happens, that we know who's not doing it. So let's just stop before things go way too fucking far. Girl, don't say that name. Don't summon that demon. It should be getting up for work soon. She'll be calling in sick. Fuck. I just don't want to see more people drugged through the mud unnecessarily. That's why I did not unblock the one person last night. And Camo called it. Exactly what she said in the comments is what I got texted. I didn't need to read it out loud. It was exactly. And then I got another message from somebody else about Camo. I'm not going to pick and choose. I have always tried to keep my lives open. I expect the adults in the comments to be able to conduct themselves in such a manner that if they do not get along, to not refer to each other, about each other, or negatively, and just scroll past if it's not your cup of tea. I hold no loyalty to anything on this app but the truth. And I have learned enough about y'all as a collective, that most of you suffer a lot of trauma with addiction issues or previous addiction issues. And there are people who need to hear your voices and your experiences, and you should be allowed to speak those, okay? Because there are people who you reach in your FYP. It's put in their feed because they're listening to people who talk about addiction, right? If they scroll through their FYP and they see bitch boxes and screaming, when you're trying to deal with trauma and recovery on your platform, you never know who's watching and who needs to hear your voice at that time. Something about what you say strikes that person. It happens to us all the fucking time. Johanna's helped a lot of people. Missy's helped a lot of people. I'm sure Train has helped a lot of people. We've all got that niche, okay? Nobody's voice deserves to be muted. We've all been guilty of some fuck shit. saying something negative that somebody doesn't want to hear. I've just learned to not follow Missy. Like everybody's having to ask, can you unblock so-and-so? Can you unblock them? As long as we can talk, yeah. Except for Dirty. Like I wasn't unblocking her. She was a big, we've tried that numerous times. No. That's between her and I. I'm done with that chapter. It's closed. No is the answer. Camo, I feel, deserves a chance based on everybody who has advocated for her privately and quietly. Despite all the insanity and knowing that she suffers from a lot of the same illnesses that my friend suffers from, and knowing how my friend can be, I'm willing to allow some grace, because I can see the perspective, and that's why people appreciated my combat veteran spouse page. What was she? I mean, I don't mind this. And like I said, for me to sit here and continue to pull Train down and for her to suffer for her actions forever is not logical. My best friend would love for me to do that. Again, that's why I'm here. So Dawn doesn't do those things. It was never my intent for anybody else to get involved in the middle of it. I underestimated this app is where I fucked up. I did. It is competition. It is so much competition. And I have seen a lot of growth in Train. I have. I very much fucking have. Like I said, I have no knowledge of the entire situation behind that police sergeant. I am speechless, and it will be handled the way it gets handled. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that any of us can do at this point in fucking time that's going to influence a decision of anything. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure the matter will be wholeheartedly investigated 7 ways to Sunday. And TikTok's not needed, right? It's under, so what is it going to benefit me to come out here and do any of that? I don't envy her at all for that decision. I'm sure everybody's going, like, there's nothing that can be done at this point in time. Also not her fault. I know. And I truly think that in direct videos, I didn't know what the situation was, so I therefore couldn't guess at what was being referred to. So if it was an indirect message meant for the particular person that received the message, I assume that the message is received by those who know. If you know, you know, right? Whereas in Dawn's case, or other people's cases who have experienced Train in the past, which I think sobriety had a lot to do with that, or lack thereof, and the fuel of this app. And I do think that her interactions with some of you have been encouraged behind the scenes and heard finally. I thank you for that. I think it could be 10 times worser than it currently is, based on past knowledge and experience of Train. Does that make me her best friend? No. But I do have to say I do see improvement, which is why I've left her the fuck alone. People have wanted me to go after a lot of people. And I've looked at videos and I'm like, okay. Noted. If it requires addressing, I will address it, but let's see where it goes, She could be so much worse. I think that not everything is entitled an explanation, because we are not, even despite our flaws, do not need to explain our lives away to an app. I don't mind answering some questions if people have some respectful questions, but like the flooding of people's lives, like if you're being a vile, vulgar human, then yeah, I would expect my people to sit and report the vile vulgarity. If you're expressing your feelings and how something is making you feel, I'm not trying to, like, it's just not me or my people. I try not, after my experience with those particular people, that I will no longer, like, even want to think I sat in a group chat with some of these people, and trusted what they had to say and supported them. I'm disgusted, because that took away from people who did need help, right? Missy is not one who's running ranks every day or saying they're going to run ranks and trying to, oh, I'm only 8,000 diamonds away, or, whatever, to try and get gifts. And then, oh, I didn't make it. You were never even that fucking close. Like, there was a million other people who needed 8,000 diamonds too. But you don't tell people that. But she do it. Trying to earn a legit, honest income. She has. I'm not going to take that away from her. She needs that. Fucking Starlink. She needs that to survive. I don't want to take away anybody's lifeblood of survival. She has a kid to support. You have her fail at everything, then her child suffers, right? That's not fair. We only care about kids, no, that, like, if she completely fails at everything, then her daughter suffers. Her daughter didn't do anything to deserve that. Like, any more than my kid would deserve anything taken away from him. Let's not continue traumatizing the kids inadvertently through their parents, okay? Like, let's not. She will pay for her crime. It doesn't need to be continued on TikTok to where her sobriety, which also affects her daughter, is affected. Yeah, I am just not going to entertain that woman ever. Like, me and Camo have called it. Like, I apologize to her for blaming her for something that happened over here that she didn't deserve. You know what I mean? She's admitted what she's done. We're good. We're good. Camo's problem is a lot like mine. She cares about people too much. And then when you attack her, that's what happens. And does she dabble in the girl drama? Yep. But when we're presenting lies to people and twisting shit and fabricating things and splicing lives together and trying to make it sound like, shit's going down that's not, it's like, let's not talk about who was ultimately responsible for the creation of my snark page was dirty. Even if she left it, she was ultimately in charge of it first. She created it. Like, she plays innocent in a lot of things. A lot of things. And she is not the person that she presents herself to be. I don't like that N word either. Like, y'all quit summoning that demon. Like, she's going to wake up for work soon and she's going to call in to deal with TikTok. Like, she was helping blah blah run ranks. Like, don't. Shh. It is not Halloween yet. She's like that woman. If they named the next hurricane after her, I would roll. When I said what I said, it was because there's not one person's life on this app involved that we can directly, have knowledge of that has not been severely impacted by that woman. And it's not just some random fuck shit. You know what I mean? It's some major fuck shit. But it only seems to ever be a problem for her. And she don't want to come out here and do all this unless she's trying to deflect attention off something she got her ass involved in. Yeah, exactly. She is right. Like, I'm not even going to read that out loud. You all know your job. There are certain people just not allowed in here. There's not. I can have casual conversation with people that I don't get along with. It is okay. But there are some people like that and the other one that asked to be unblocked that I said no earlier. No. Remember when I nicknamed my account RT Says No Dirty? That's why. Nope. I have sat in a chat with those people. No Wharf. No Wharf. That was the name of another account for a reason. But it's not clear to some of these people who I see who, are never going to. And if somebody, like in Ashland's case, if it's somebody that they called a friend, clearly stated as a fact. I cannot say the same for some people sitting in boxes together right now. I'm gonna like troll. I'm praying it's Starlink. I think it started about this time last night. I can kind of tell when it lags on my end before it's going to interrupt. Sorry. But I don't expect anybody to get trolled for being over here to speak their truth, right? Well, I allow blessed the same privilege. Yeah. You all know how I feel about that whole situation from day one. We all know that Train did not send out an invitation or any of that. She inserted herself from the get-go. I think we can all agree on that. I cannot force anybody to do anything. I do not have magical powers and puppet strings over anybody. A lot of people have been hurt. I know Miranda was deeply hurt by severing friendships with people that she really considered a friend. I listened to her for that. You know, she didn't trash anybody. She just genuinely expressed being hurt. She misses the loss. She's grieving the loss of those friendships, like legit. And that's it. As much as I love the fan, it's chilling me. But it's not like these people aren't out doing destructive ass behaviors, trying to tear each other apart. Like all of this really would have been handled well off the app. You know, I still was flabbergasted at a medical procedure that really wasn't pertinent to the situation at hand. Got brought out here. I don't care how it happened, make it stop. Like that's shit behavior from a human. That's exactly what it is. They watched you. There's people who follow in and out of my lives that go in and out of your alls, if you let them, who said, you know, but when those people are out there and this only comes to an app when their viewers are down and they're just not getting the attention that they want. And I also think that there are things happening in these people's lives that other people are getting blamed for. It's probably not coming from the direction that they're blaming it, nor do you have any knowledge of it. They should stop doing those things. Me legally charging RT. she goes to court and hands in all these screenshots and shit to the judge, and he didn't want to hear anything to do with any of this. Threw it all out. Left the paperwork in court pissed off. I'm not calling people's jobs. I'm not harassing people. I'm not doing any of the things that I was accused of. No, I feel like we just did this. I feel like we just fed you. I'm pretty sure the can's still at the top of the trash bin. Somebody tell him no. You look like nobody tells you no. She is going to be back in court on the 12th for a trial. Everything that has been addressed has been sent to her mother for court. By myself, other people, or otherwise, not in maliciousness, more like, oh, did you see this? Did you see this? I may have knowledge like days after the fact of it happening. Worf, I swear. He's like, no, you're not picking me up. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a beggar. You're a beggar. You are. He's like, I can't breathe. My lungs are on the bottom of my fat. No. You're not getting no more. That's why you're fat. I really hope that people are allowed to heal mentally, physically, medically, emotionally. I'm not partaking in any of that. I have meant it. I am going to come out here and we're going to expose the truth about what people did from, like to Ashland and Odin, hoping that she had her kids this weekend, so I wasn't going to interrupt her time with the kiddos. I will catch up and see where we're going with all of this. This has been really damaging to a lot of people's lives, man. I watched Odin go from a TIA to a fucking aneurysm to a massive seizure. It's like, holy shiznits, man. When I'm telling people at work what's going, wait till I catch the one girl up who went on vacation for 3 weeks. She's already curious enough about the TikTok bullshit. Wait till I tell her all this. Y'all. Coming after people's livelihoods, their jobs that support their children, that you care so much about, is not okay. It's not. Worf? This is the Get out of here. Get out of here. Quit begging. He's got static and he's zapping me every time he walks by my legs. Like, Nan, Ellie's she was on the back of the couch. Where is she now? What'd you do? She's sitting over, fuck. She's over by her sofa begging for treats because his ass is going. I swear to God, she puts him up to it. You're not getting a can of fucking wet food. Oh my God, come here. Come on. Get off that pillow. You're not eating on a pillow, princess. Do you hear him? Here, I wonder if I eat some meaty bits. Eat your meaty bits. Here, have these. Stop. Ridiculous. like, I don't know when Amazon's going to be here with the other box of cat food. I don't need to be caught without that. Jesus. I want everybody to find some peace and like the healing that they need. Because like in Ash's case, like with the exes, I don't, it's this weird X triangle because there's a couple X's involved from different angles. And that even sounds fucking weird. Weirder than the actual situation is. But yeah, if we could like leave X's out of things and quit, texting X's and involving X's who come from emotional places, and just maybe not do all of those things, it won't become an issue. Because that's really weird. For somebody who says bitches are weird, they sure act weird. There's that. I'm still lost that somebody would go after their supposed best friend's ex and think that that's a trophy, and then message them about the same problems that they had with Missy. Like, I don't joke around when I say like your phrase because it's perfect. Lord blessed Jesus, fix it. Like, fix it. These at what point in time? And then we bring in Oda's ex in the picture and become friends with him? And then he mixed it with somebody who had like a crush on her. I'm still completely flabbergasted as to that shit show for a veteran tragedy story on this app. But it's really that weird. It is very obsessive, and and I don't really think that's in like a disabled sort of way, like an OCD way, like in that type of fixation. It's in the psychotic level phase of obsession. It's in the beyond weirdness obsession. They make TV shows about that shit. A lot of them originate in Florida. Some of this behavior up there, but I'm not thinking she went swimming in the Everglades. So I got nothing, man. Knowing what I know outside of the app that doesn't get brought up to the app, that I commend you for bringing to the app, because y'all, I've thought about bringing those pictures to the app many times. And I'm like, man, I will be crucified. But people should see those, right? Because somebody who's taking care of animals. Thank you. Let me know if there's anything that there's in particular that you all would appreciate that I have the ability to remove, and I will take care of that for you. I don't know what all goes back on my page. I truly don't. There's some old stuff, but I will dig if necessary. But when we have like a bird's eye view of somebody's life, it is so not okay, because these folks who have recovered from addiction issues have like fought a long, hard battle to get where they are, and to want to bring them back down. That's really not a good feeling. Yeah, I will not, and I will not allow any of that. And my people usually come to me before they post on that page, because that's why I do restrict who comments, because I hold people accountable with their identity of who is allowed to post on that page. That way, if it's something that I can go directly to the person and go, hey, it's not just some hidden identity, especially because of the case. You know, I'm not going to allow any of that. Everybody's tired. And I think that there has been some growth in the past several months. And I think that people do, like, Dawn had some shit reported on her account the other day. I don't, for 1 second, really think it's either one of you. I think it's being made to look like it's you based on the current drama, because that's what some people are really good at doing. I just want all the poking and ribbing and everything to just let the court case happen. Nothing else is going to be influenced because of the level of involvement, right? So nothing anybody is going to contribute at this point is going to be added. You know what I mean? It's going to be found. It is what it is. Can't change it. But we can just not tear each other from limb to limb and cause each and every person stress. I think we can all, and I think hopefully as she begins to, at one point in time her apology would have been helpful. She truly hurt Dawn, but that's honestly, like, I am seeing some growth. I want to see her keep going in that direction, right? Holding her back isn't going to allow her to be remorseful, right? If she winds up slipping from sobriety again, she will not be a nice human. And we don't want that version of Train Horn back on TikTok, do we? I don't. Dawn doesn't. Yeah, I'm sure Missy doesn't, because I know Missy is the one who has to deal with Train, get off the internet. Train, please get off the internet. Train, do you not think that her friends are behind the scene going, hey, honey, you should get off the fucking internet? Missy going to tell you she has. She has spent many nights telling her to get off the fucking internet. That doesn't mean she's going to listen. I'm going to let her keep doing that, because it's in a better direction. I think addiction and sobriety and lack thereof played a big decision in some of her poor decision-making skills. I do. Looking at the situation and then this app, I think that there were a lot of factors that led to the explosion of what happened. I think in hindsight now, does she regret some of the choices that were made? Yes. Any rational human being would. I can't keep putting her over, spit and roasting her, though, We have to learn from bad decisions that were made. Yeah, it was definitely egged on. She didn't just come out here and decide that, hey, oh, it's easy to see that the fire was fueled, and Dawn took the hit of that. I don't think it will be healthy for anybody involved if we just keep dragging it out. and trying to hurt one another and one-upping each other with evidence. Because I don't like to play that game. I've told you all that from the beginning. My problem was I let a few particular people lead me off the path I was happily on, and I should have never done those things. That's my bad. I touched that hot stove, and I'm not doing that again. I think if she continues on the path that she's on and doesn't let this app and these people play such a, and I think she's kind of learned most of the way who is a healthy support system for her. Let's go with those words. Or they're very, like the unhealthy barnacles are quickly falling off the ship, that are egging on the not so pleasant side of her. I think if the right people stay as her support system, that she will do and make better choices in life and be a better human and make better choices and stay sober. Because all of those things are crucial to her success. And I don't want any of them to fail, because then other people have to suffer, including her child. So that's not, she needs her mom. Regardless of how any of us feel about her mom, that child still needs mom to be able to provide for her. I would be happy to take the attitude that it's not my fucking problem, but if I take everything away, then it is. It is my problem. And I don't feel good about that. So I'm not going to advocate for all of that. There's a time and a place for that, and TikTok ain't it. It is. And it's just like Missy's husband. It's like you had said, you don't do well with alcoholics. I was like my dad's fiance that he went to prison over for like being abusive towards me was an alcoholic, a raging alcoholic. I don't do well with them either. I have no patience, and I will not put up with their shit. You cannot ration with a drunk. And it's very triggering. I won't do it. That's not to mean that I don't wish somebody sobriety and a break from that, because it is a chain. It is. But at the root of it all is trauma, and that's what needs to be addressed. The trauma. Or it will continue. There will be a slip until the trauma that's causing the need for numbness is addressed. And that's the problem with the mental health system in America. And what I get down to and why I educate on trauma is because there is no support. That's why we come to these apps, right? For the support, and then this is the shit that happens. Which happens to veterans. Which is why I come out here in the first fucking place. Full circle. Like, we gotta, put the brakes on. And it's okay for everybody to feel hurt and feel pain. They just also want to be heard. They want their voice to be heard. They don't want to be ridiculed for having a voice. They don't want to be muted for having a voice. They just want it to be validated that I'm hurt. What I went through wasn't a lie. I didn't deserve it. You know what I mean? That's all people really want. And I don't like all the fighting. It was exhausting the fuck out of me and my people. I think everybody's exhausted, and I think it shows. I'm sure both of them are over tiptoeing through town to avoid one another, worrying about, we don't see every time that Dawn runs to town anymore. I think we're over all that. We've all moved on. But I think people are just tired of looking over their shoulders. Can we stop all that nonsense? I want nothing but the best for people. What they choose to do in their lives for their own peace, I hope doesn't harm others. I hope there are valuable fucking lessons that have been learned in all of this. I don't think that any of us intended to come to this app to do any of these things on here. Like pledging allegiances to nations, and I pledge allegiance to my cat that I rescued, because that's my fucking job. Whether he's healthy or not, I don't cut his head off and stuff. Just saying. Yeah, I'm responsible for the animal that I took on. I'm also responsible for the 17-pound beast laying in the middle of my kitchen floor, who seems to think that all those treats were not enough. Right, Worf? He's like, you rang. I truly think that I was reading something about her post today about the end of. I've kind of gently scrolled through the book of face, because that's also becoming a very toxic place. Just go to Erica's page. Is there like news? What the fuck are you doing? Hi. Is this? This is what we do? This is not what goes on in my kitty household. This is not allowed. Did I miss something? Hold on. What am I missing? There is like, oh yeah, like, okay, I understand what you're saying now. I would honestly like go through the captain and her attorney for that, just to protect everybody's interests. I must pee. Hang on. because I want you to think about something. She has a daughter at home to hold her accountable to that sobriety that she portrays online, right? That child, if she wasn't sober, would not be quiet about mom's lack thereof. There has been a change in behavior from a significant point in time, and I can kind of go back and pinpoint it. There has been. And that kid knows that mom drinks, right? She's brought mom beer on live. I've been that child. And trust that she's been out here publicly saying I'm sober, and that kid is going to hold her to it. She's going to let her know behind the scenes what a failure mom is, and that's not going to be an easy cross to bear. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Good morning, Gypsy. Everybody just behave, and here we're going to keep the same momentum we've been going with. Keep the same vibe. I don't like having to block people because then they don't get heard. And then we have all the other things that go on that don't help anything. They help nothing. They help nobody get heard. And that's not helpful. Okay. Just want to make sure. I know she's been run through the ringer too, because we all know Gypsy's got a disability, and we just need to forgive some things that Gypsy does. She is very apologetic for the things that she fucks up, and it's not bad intentions, it's just Gypsy. I don't expect her to come out and have to lay her life out here to explain it. We just all know. I want everybody else to understand that as well, and be nice. People have so many questions this morning. They're like, what did I wake up to? I don't know. Y'all are adorable. You woke up to growth and change. You're seeing the change that we wish to see in the world. People are tired. Their mental health is tired. It has been a constant. This all happened at the end of February. We're getting 7 months now. Longer for some other stories and people, right? This particular one that I've been involved in is 7 months. I know I'm tired. I'm tired. Yeah, you're just being a crap human if you pick on somebody's disabilities. That's why I get so frustrated. Come on, Starlink. My back. Looks like I'm back. Everybody's just getting caught up. They're laughing. Apparently Dirty called everybody trying to get unblocked. People didn't wake up for the phone call. I just don't want to hear it. I've heard a lot. The people that she has also called to try to talk to have heard a lot and just don't want to hear anymore. I don't want to hear anymore. I don't want to hear more excuses, pleads of innocence, not today's site, no. Nope. I know where a lot of the problems have been. I know what's been said. I'm not out here saying the things. I'm not sharing the chats. It just doesn't matter to me anymore, right? We could do this back and forth of, yeah, but he said, she said. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. I truly think that people should just be allowed to heal and lick the wounds that they've been given by folks that called themselves friend, and just be allowed to heal for whatever perceived injuries, offenses, whatever it is. Okay. Just let them heal, because when you quit ripping the scab open, it's allowed to do that. Like, I think people thought and wanted me to come out here and just be a vicious bitch, and that, like, if any indication of the past few months of those things not happening, I've tried to just make light of the situation. We're gonna be all over Reddit. People are gonna be like, hey, that's success. Like, my son used to drink my cold coffee on the way to school. I would save it because of the dentures and the plugged saliva duct. That's when I get like some, and he would drink it. We would fight over this all the time. And like, laughing at people who have enough courage to come out here without their dentures in, like, whether or not they fit right, they're made right, like, just stop. Mine, this gap is like what my teeth normally look like. I want that gap in, like, my implants. I still want that gap. It's still part of me. I've never, like, done meth a day in my life. But you can see the duct. It's plugged. It's huge. They told me it was a swollen lymph node my whole life. Yeah, I honestly think that we just need to quit feeding the beast. Be the change that we wish to see, and just not subscribe to those channels. Like, this shit with blah blah going back and forth with other people. It is the hardest thing to do, to sit and listen to people just tear you apart that you used to be friends with and share everything. You want to defend yourself, but you have to be able to pull that emotional place out of it and go, for what? What are they getting out of this? Views, right? The more that you don't react to it and people see that you're not reacting to it, it's not that you're hiding or running off of an app. Fuck, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Yeah, after last night's live, I'm definitely changing who I once believed. Yeah. Missy and her husband coming over and discussing their part, and, and everything. I appreciate that. That took a lot of ownership. That lets you know who the people have come over, and that's cool. Like, if If they expected me to come out here and rip somebody a new one and jump up and down and scream and holler, those days are long past with me. There's and a Starlink bracket. I need a bracket for my Starlink. Bracket for Starlink. Like, that would help getting it off the ground. But I don't want to see people not being able to produce in a society where we need producers. We need people who give it as much of a shit here out in their everyday lives. Oh, good morning, Wendy. Elon does need to do better. That motherfucker, like, it needs to be. Yeah, we've come a lot of places tonight. The past few nights, people have woken up and went, RT, what are you doing? We had Camo in your box this morning, and now you got Missy and her husband. Like, what is going on? Blessed was in earlier. Katie was. Like, I can hear people. I can help try to mediate. I can do my part, and not contribute to the drama. We can discuss it reasonably, rationally, and for what it is. I do think a lot of Train's behavior was influenced by alcohol because, as you all know, I'd start recording Train after hours when she would start drinking. It wasn't during the day that she acted that way, and you can ask Dawn. I told her, that's why there was the setup that night, because I knew she would be drinking. And not a fucking thing to do with Blessed. She stopped in to help out, I guess. It never was about her. Anybody who was involved in any of that can tell you that. She took ownership of all of that and got herself in trouble. That's the supreme control your emotional reactions. Like, there are some people, I think, who just aren't going to be able to, no matter what we do. No, absolutely not. And I think that they're just going to have to be left to their own devices, because no matter what any of us do, they're always going to behave this way until they heal that weird part of themselves that thrives on this. Everybody's coming in confused. Like, people are still waking up like, what is going on? I'm sure all of the internet is like wondering what they're going to get up to next. And I'd rather be the positive side of what the fuck did I wake up to, Reddit, than what the fuck is going on now that I need to catch up on. Because we all know at this point that there has been so much shit go on. We know. I just... It's not even to do with this situation that I'm laughing about. Sorry. I know a lot of people forget what I look at on my screen is not what you all see. And that's like, we all have made a lot of assumptions about a people's lives. Good morning. I really feel like there will be some sinister forces at play over this. You have to be suspicious of drama that gets brought to you. There's going to be rumors. There's going to be all sorts of shit that just has to be ignored. Because I have a feeling there's one of those people who doesn't like to be ignored is feeling very typical. She's feeling very typical. I'm not doing it. They had their chance. They blame me for trafficking fentanyl. Good. Yeah, and that's the thing. Tara has had a solid friend in this. You know what I mean? Despite her good decisions, bad decisions, whatnot, she's had a solid friend, right? Nobody deserves to have every friend ripped away from them over an app. They need those friends who, despite good decisions, bad decisions, are like, hey, friend, you should probably not make those decisions, and this would be a good time to talk about your drinking again. Everybody needs that friend. Because that's a friend. It was just like, yeah, but her sobriety, Dawn, I think, really got the best of her. And so did this app. Because she had a lot of victims. Because if you remember, what the captain had to say in the beginning was that she was not taking this very seriously, right? Because she was still drinking. And then there was a point that she did stop. And so did a lot of the behaviors. I know they do. I'm referring to a Facebook book of face message. All this food in my house and I'm eating ramen. But yeah, there was a definitive point in the beginning where it was obvious that she was not taking any of this seriously and continuing on that behavior. But it wasn't until she started to take her sobriety a little bit more serious, because the sergeant thing didn't happen until recently. That's not what made her take it seriously. So there was a significant change in the behavior. I mean, I'm sure she has a lot of regrets about the way she went about doing things and about what this app caused her to do. We all do. It's easy to get drug into the drama. Any one of us will tell you who has been in group comments during shit shows. It is 110% a spectator sport. I don't want people scared to go live to share their story. That's not how they should feel. Nor should it be dissected and tore apart. And most of the time, that's what leads people to do this, is because they just want to be liked. It's that overwhelming desire to be liked because they don't like themselves. Whether it be because you had an abusive past and somebody has made you feel devalued as a human, whatever the reason, you know, when you get to the root cause of it all and address it, she'll get her life back. She'll realize the wrongs. Her daughter will get her mother back before she's, out of the house and doesn't have that opportunity. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm not trying to pull the rug. I just wanted to slip on the ice a little bit and go, oh, shit, I should stop. Interesting. I hope that people just start seeing the light. You're never gonna be 100% liked. Your audience is the people who you're reaching, not the entire world population who you're never going to please. You should not try to please all those people. There are some people who find their self-worth in this app and this app only. When you have to tell people that you're popular on TikTok because they don't know who you are, you're not as popular as you think you are. If you know, you know. But if we have to tell people who we are, we're not like Kylie Jenner or anything like that. Like if anybody, girl, don't make me DoorDash them to you. I need to quit eating on camera. I'm trying not to go outside and smoke. Like I'm looking over there at the cigarettes and I'm like, ooh, vape. Trying not to completely torture my roommate. I have a little bit more self-control than he does, however. Yeah, or Kim Kardashian. You are influencing people's children with the 50% that, traffic that you get being pushed into people's FYP and suggested videos because of your popularity. I don't know. Like in the beginning, I definitely told my son to stay off of TikTok. Now he's not even allowed to have the app. Everyone should put it in when you reward good life decisions. You know what? That's a better idea. Build people up, reward the best decisions that they make, and that's what a wish list is for, I thought. Not to. I only put a wish list up because people were wanting to know how to help me because they saw the price of groceries out here. You see what I do. I fly things in. I Amazon them. We go without, seasonal shit. We just do. But you bet your ass I go to air cargo and load up at Costco and ship it out here. Yeah. Am I going to make $100 fucking lasagna? Absolutely not. If I forgot to get mozzarella cheese in town and, and ricotta, well, I'm making lasagna the next time I go back into town. Shit like that. Amazon Prime is free. It just takes longer. Like my bed is somewhere between. It's at the Pacific Ocean, somewhere on a barge. I'll get it in maybe 2-3 more weeks. If it comes over on a barge, you have no idea when it's going to get here. If it comes over on air cargo, it's relatively fast. If I ship it over by air cargo and I go inland to buy it, it's still cheaper to pay for the shipping than it is to go buy it here at the store. So yeah, it is worth it. But you usually buy a lot at once. You can have it barged over. If you have like 3 families that like to shop at Costco, it's cheaper to barge it. So like in the summer, the barge runs, but we've had a lot of problems with staffing, so it's not consistent. So I'd rather just air cargo it and know when it, a relatively decent time frame. Oh, it's bad. When I get TikTok famous, I could make I would rather feed a couple people for that $100. Ridiculous. Because I don't like to see people suffer. I don't. And I don't want to see people start over with a debt hanging over their head either. I know you do, Carlita. And it's like, with all the drama that was escalating, I felt that if I continued to talk to Jenn, that there would be conflict. You know what I mean? It was just a good time to just kind of pull back, because I didn't want it creating a problem with her friendship with Missy and things. It was getting too crazy with the accusations that were getting, and not by Missy, but there was other things going on behind the scenes and claims that were being made that were just not what anybody needed. Nobody was blocked out of my lives or anything like that. It was just, I quit being a presence because I know Jenn does value her friendship with Missy, and I'm not trying to do anything there. Oh, Gypsy, I was referring to Dirty at the Nickelback concert, but I didn't know Johanna did that too. Y'all, we are lucky at the end of the day that people listen to us and enjoy our entertainment. We don't need to create drama in other people's lives to have quality viewers. I think at the root of it all, Missy has some good quality viewers. At the root of it all, Miranda has some healthy, solid viewers, and that people that she can call friends. So does Camo. It's when other people start trying to insert themselves, and I mean like the viewers who go in between the lives and manipulate things and try to encourage with gifts and stuff to manipulate how a creator thinks and feels about somebody. I think Jenn has a unique way of talking. She maintains alive a lot like this. She popped over tonight to apologize if, I had taken it that she was, Jeez, oh, Pizza Google, help me out here. I think if we just resist being dragged into further bullshit. I'm still waiting on like some people to produce evidence that Miranda and I were talking since April. I really am. I think that some friends have been very, very fake and not loyal. And I think that there have been people that do hop into lives and make claims and accusations that are definitely not true just to fuel that fire, because I have experienced exactly what Missy's husband referred to. Most of these people who come over, there's no evidence of any of it. Like I started asking for it, like up front, like I'm not taking anybody else's word for shit. Because a lot of these people are sick enough to, it's like the people that they interview at car accidents who didn't see any of it happen. They're just a bystander with a rubberneck. Morning, Candy. Yeah, like I would rather have a small live like this. It's like we have not had anything out of control because there's no drama, right? We're not arguing back and forth in bitch boxes, so we don't have, thank you, honey, 300 people in this live. We have the people who aren't contributing to that particular subscription plan. And it's obvious who's who by the lack of who's not here and who is. But we can't, they want the emotional reaction. They want it from us. They feed off of it, and they will do anything they can to get that emotional part. And we have to be bigger than that. That's why, like, I was like, well, at least on Reddit, like I can talk to Missy here. I don't have her blocked. Like, I don't think what happened to her was appropriate. Regardless of how I feel about a situation, I'm not going to sit here and be like, wow, that's okay. You know, it's not. It's not. The people that do matter are here. Or, you know, they're being apprised, you know what I mean? I'm sure there's a lot that Blessed wants to say, and I'm willing to hear. Doesn't mean just because you're willing to hear somebody doesn't mean that you believe it. Doesn't mean that you're their best friend. You're hearing what they have to say. That's it. That's all it means. I'm not going to be over in a group chat being all buddy, you know. There was a lot of things that were wrong, and you do, and the thing is they don't want you to catch on to who's bullshitting. So there's always this deflection, always a story. It's so you don't remember. It's the carrot that dangles in front of you. They just keep doing that in hopes that you don't see what's going on behind the scenes and the manipulation. Yeah, and they're always recording, yeah. And Missy does, and it's just like everything that, you know, she has said that, you know, that I've lied about when it comes to train. You know, she wasn't looking at it from the perspective that, you know, it's all the public information I can get. She's got different information. It wasn't that I was lying or intentionally excluding things. I just didn't have that information. But she's coming at it from a perspective of she's got different information. Because it became this battle that I was not expecting on this app. This is not what I was expecting. Like, I did not expect what I found on this app. I mean, I'm sure I found this because I needed to see the bigger picture on this app and what the problem is. It's an interesting place on TikTok. It truly is, and I'm sure it's affected everybody in a way. You know what I mean? There's been shit between Train and Gypsy. A lot of it's been exacerbated by, again, by alcohol. But we can pretty much pinpoint the time when Train quit drinking. All of us can go back on her videos and go right about there. You know what I mean? for real quit drinking. Because there is a legitimate difference between that. Like, I don't want to chain her to what she used to be. No, I do not. Can we not have that version back? Like, I like the better version of Train. And seeing her struggle, it's not an embarrassment for anybody who is trying to tear her down for struggling with sobriety. It lets me know that she's actually taking the steps. Because if you're not struggling when you're going through sobriety, you're not going through. If I smile when I see her struggling, it's because I know she's taken those steps seriously. And that's really hard for somebody to do when it comes to alcohol. Because remember, she said for a long time she didn't have a problem. I mean, she told everybody on the Zap when I came out here she didn't have a problem. So if anything, this experience on this app through all of this has helped her find her sobriety. I think that's an outcome that some of us can be happy for. Please tell me that's the fridge drain. And then I have a full can of something in my trash can in the kiln. You know, when Joe talks from a place like the night that Missy was over there, Love Bug said that she was like, I think the $500 donor or something like that. It was that night. Missy and her husband were over there, and it was a really good, like, calm. Oh my Lord. Would you like me to, like, straighten the phone out too, Judge? Are we good? Are we good now? Surprised I didn't. I guess I have all my notifications off, so I can't hear you if you call to tell me about the fucking drawer. I think the group chats do bring out the worst, and you've fallen victim to that too yourself. The lower drawer too. I'm gonna, both of you, you're fired. You're fired. I feel like a lot of people get fed on by the tribal mentality in the group chats and the anger and the hurt and the need to feel like you have to react because the viewers expect a reaction from you. They don't they don't accept the fact that we handled it privately. They don't like that answer. They have to be included in on what was handled privately. It's that morbid curiosity, and people just like in healthcare, they have to learn that not everything is your fucking business. Like, I didn't pull TK's medical records. I would prefer that she would have pulled them herself and gave them to me. You know what I mean? Like, some people on this app, not this particular immediate group of people, just a different situation. I'm just like, really? That's great. They do some real stellar things as humans that I could never imagine standing up in your community and doing, or let alone your front yard. I do think Train has turned some corners. I do. Based on previous videos on her account that I have copies of, and her reaction to this entire situation involving her, right? Directly involving her. There's a significant response difference. What is going on outside? Is it that windy? Hang on. And I brought in a bug. Still bug season. There are lots of dog lovers. Like, I have to keep telling people, Minnow gets blocked because she has dog lover at the end of her on her account, and people think it's my friend. And then Dog's World gets mistaken for dog lover. They're all three different. If you fuck up my house based on that bug, we're gonna have a conversation, Missy, cat. Get down. I don't need your help. Oh, dear God, I don't need your kind of help. She's like, I'll be right back up on that fridge. Let me help you out, Mom. Worf's like, I'm not moving. Shit's on the floor somehow already. Well, it's damn near snow season. She's over here playing with it. It's teasing her. It was on the ground. She had it. There. Now you can play with it. Oh, it flutters around the floor. It's not even a moth. It's some kind of Alaskan annoying bug. You hear her over there talking to her. I feel like I need to turn the camera around, like, and change it to bug eater. insanity is really worth it. It doesn't matter who did what. I know I'm not gonna, I can make a pledge to, like, and I know my people are gonna hold me accountable, right? Because they're friends. They're real friends. That if I get involved in that shit, they're gonna be like, RT, but you said. And I expect them to put me in my place. They shouldn't be publicly shamed when they're going, hey, but I'm literally doing what you said that I should do in these times. You know, and if somebody's coming from a really emotional place and saying some really, really mean things that shouldn't be said, I'm hoping he gets home soon. I'm hoping that he gets home just in the right time, that this society is going to need his fresh voice. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to be out at the right time. And I know I want to be setting a fucking example that he's preaching. Because I do call his wife a friend and, you know, stuff. And I think that that's an important message that our kids need to see, is that resolving differences in this manner. Oh, I just did a post on Reddit after I saw your response video to Katie. I shared the screen recording that I did just on that little part to do with me. But it was in response about like people being affected by me. A lot of times it was just because they inserted themselves, or it was inadvertent. It wasn't intentional as it was perceived. It wasn't really even hateful. It was just pretty much what I've reiterated tonight. I just don't want people fighting anymore. Hurt people hurt people. I want to see hurt people healing. That's what I want to see. Camo's going to get her smile soon so people can quit making fun of her and her gums. I want to see people be able to smile. Good morning, Heather. Like, I don't want to see any woman brought down. I see them brought down. I see them abused. I had a woman who was raped and sodomized that the police walked in on. Nobody deserves that. Most of you cannot even imagine what somebody in that condition presents like in the emergency room, nor do I ever want that for your significant other, nor should a creator come on this app and threaten to do such to your family, your wife, your children, or anybody. That's disgusting. That's pushing some boundaries that is beyond shock. That's beyond shock value. That's disturbing. And that's not for likes and views. That's, I don't think Train, Missy, not even Blessed, any of them would ever go so far as to cross that boundary. But I know some people who have. You have missed a lot, but I don't think it's been entirely negative. Only connection I've had interrupted was thanks to Elon and Starlink. I have allowed people to come over and speak in my live civilly and respectfully that most people would find shocking. Blessed and Katie were over earlier. Jenn come up in the box. Missy is here. Her husband was up in the box talking and apologizing for my job stuff and, you know, what part that they had in it, you know, and I'm cool with that, because what they What everybody wants me to do is come out here and tear these individuals apart for their involvement. And I'm not participating in any of that, whether in front of an audience or behind the scenes. I'm just not. We are all tired. Camo was woken up out of bed at 5 a.m. yesterday, being told that I was over here talking shit about her, and I was literally saying I need to apologize to her for blaming her what these folks have admitted to, right? And they went and got her up out of bed saying I was talking shit. They don't want the positivity. It is abundantly clear that there is a particular group of people. It's really crystal fucking clear. As to who thrives off that drama. And they don't benefit from growth. They don't benefit from positivity, so they won't speak on it. And I'm not trying to. I see Missy battling every accusation known to mankind, and it's like, girl, just don't feed the trolls. They want it. They just keep bringing it. They do it on purpose. When they can't get to you this way, they're going to try this way. They're going to use you, and now they're using her husband's past. But it was okay. Every other day but the day that you decide that you're not friends with her anymore. No, it was okay then. It's still okay now. Not having context, we're only getting partial stories because people get blocked, out of fear of having another account taken for just trying to defend themselves like that. It just needs to stop. Yeah, like I said, I went and made a few people's days and made it a little bit harder for her. But it made a whole lot of sense. It did, because for a whole month leading up to this, I have heard numerous times about how they were going to get up in the morning and run ranks, and then we didn't hear anything until evening, too late to run ranks or start, I pay attention. Your words from our conversations before, I still hear things. Jonathan! John! I may have to pause this positivity. Oh shit, were they trying to get a hold of me? This phone died. Was I on call? What happened? Baby? Are you going in? Yeah, my on-call phone died. Did they try to call me at all? Did they try to call me at all? Because I just looked at my other phone and it's dead. Great. Is it already here or is it being brought in?
It's already here.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Let me know if you need anything. He's our experienced baby person, but he's actually due to get up and go to work, so he would be the one to call in anyway. I just noticed that phone was not, it's the only one I have that will get a phone call. Although if they do try to call these ones, because it's like I can get incoming calls on my Wi-Fi, but going out on the Wi-Fi calling it doesn't. We have had a shit ton of babies, either born early or smokers. It's the quitting smoking cough. This is going to be a really rough season for anybody who's got babies with breathing difficulties. You passed out watching me last night. I just don't. Dirty got mad about something that I said privately to somebody. Well, it was private. It was private right up until that person decided to share it with you. And it wasn't even that bad. I just called her best friend. Didn't seem like that warranted running to the woman and repeating it. I do know that there are a few certain people whose vileness comes out when they're around each other. What you need to do? Kickstart? Yeah. One right here. No, that's nothing. Here, you can have one of my rock stars to get you out the door with. Here's this. Take the weight. I'm sure like you can come back and get anything that you got your badge. Car keys, you got the truck keys. Are these it right here? You should have them in your pocket because I don't see them. I feel like I need to see them. No, nothing is being investigated for you, Worf. Nothing like an angry healthcare worker. It's a good moment. I made these for here. Put these in your pocket. You're the one who last drove. Where did you go? You came home from drinking. That's helpful. Oh no, wait. You went and got the entertainment center today. Worf. Oh, they're right here on the counter. I found them.
What's that?
Here. Here's your coat.
Let's go have some fun.
Is it a newborn or
I don't know.
labor or your assistance is needed because somebody needs your help?
Yeah, and they're trying to figure something out.
Got it. I got it. Yep.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah.
Okay. This job is not easy out here on people. We're not gonna, it's 5 a.m. and I no longer have to worry about being the one to wake up my roommate. So I'm cool with that. Like I can just do my thing again. He used to work nights, but he's taken the lead therapist position. Dude, you're gonna knock it off. Dwarf. He's like, you said my name. Wait. Well, last time. No, she did. There's a, like, you know, no, Worf. Joe touched upon, like, she, you know, had made right on the makeup boxes, but only with certain people. What people don't realize is that she left some people blocked and did not make right with those people. And still, to this day, calls them a liar. So, hasn't completely made right with people. Just some perceived. And then they silence those that come out and tell the truth. And that's why I always question those screaming the loudest as to who is the guiltiest. So, yeah, we've all participated in things that just are not helpful to any situation. We cannot go back and change it, but we can all agree from this moment forward, this timestamp in time, right, that none of us will partake in any more of anything. And if there is a question, instead of coming out to the app and questioning it, we can knock on somebody's inbox and go, hey, you know, like, I thought we were really, and I know some people have tried, but it's like in a relationship when you go to like marriage counseling and they tell you, you know, what changes need to be made, like when you blame somebody, right? It's always like he always does this. And then the minute that they screw up, because you expect them to walk this perfect line right from the get-go, right? You always do that. And you point it the fuck out. You can't do that. You know, if it continues, like I would expect that followers who are aware to gently go, hey, you know, and that it doesn't become an epic battle of proportions of ranks. Yeah, and then when I found out about how Nan got her Dyson, it all made sense. We're telling places that you didn't get your packages and committing scams that way. Because I know, like, if you got bills to pay, you're not buying your friends, you know, like Dyson. Damn. Damn. We all need friends like that. They weren't besties. Dawn's warned me of a lot of people. I hear her. Like, I let Blonde Barbie sit in my lives for a lot of times, knowing that she was there, and then I go into Gypsy's live, I believe it was, and get, like, brutally attacked. So when she came back over to my live the next time, I just returned the favor of blocking again. So, like, I was willing to let her sit, and then I wasn't, you know. I I hear people. I see them. I just wait. I do. If that's a HUD housing that she's in that I stopped at, that's the nicest HUD area and stuff that I've seen. Maybe, just maybe, if she worked more than like 16, 18 hours a week, 4 hours a day. But her husband has a good business, right? That's what we hear. I'm wearing the latest from Costco. Socks, Costco. Leggings are Old Navy, last year's model. Costco. Walmart. Purse is Camo. Coat is Costco. That's our like extent of fashion here in Alaska is Costco. A lot of people, that's why I call her blah, 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 blah. Like a lot of times when blah, blah is putting a story together, she forgets to check timestamps. The timeline doesn't add up to the truth, ever. The mouth left before the thoughts formed. And it catches up to her cart every fucking time. They do give their last dollars, and it is sickening. There are numerous people who have had negative bank accounts for these creators. Numerous. And these creators did not feel bad over that. The one time I had to come out here and ask people for legit, like, I'm sure I, like, it, Missy, in hindsight, I'm sure would just never agree to another fucking fundraiser on this app in support of her ever again. Like, she felt it was, like, not going to turn out well in the first place, and I think that was a fair and accurate assessment that she had. She did it because her friends asked her to. I watched it happen before I even came out here with the train story. I watched it from behind the scenes. I legitimately watched it. She's right. Yep. There's a lot of things that people have felt are not worth it on this app. Apparently, I need to feed this cat or he is not going to get off my ass. Can we go with the squeezy? Can we do a squeezy gravy? Because I don't think you need another... Like, I have had to deal with your sensitive stomach issues. Like, I just mopped the floor, homie. Can I not squirt it all over the floor? That would be a thing. You're fine. You don't need any more. Go sniff some catnip. Dear God. Hold on, what did I miss? Wait, Miranda, what did I miss? Oh, IRS is going to catch up to people big time. This, you are correct. All of these people who are moving money for like people like Nan through their PayPal accounts are going to be paying taxes on all that fucking money. And they're going to be looking at people like her like, hey, where's your contribution towards my taxes? Because when you get 1099, it's self-employed and it's a high tax rate. I'm going to give it till like next April, May, when people go to their accountants and they start finding out just how much money they're going to have to pay out. Buckle up. I've done Uber, Instacart, all that shit. At least I have mileage that I can write off of my self-employment income. You don't have that. You're not unless running your mouth earns miles. Like, I don't think that counts as mileage. Missy isn't moving mass amounts of money through her PayPal account for other people. But bet that she knows what happens when you do. Especially with the tax law changes that people aren't used to because, they've changed and people haven't kept up with that. All these people who run ranks but are getting food stamps. Your times are coming. That's self-employment income that's going to get reported. They don't understand. They think it doesn't apply to them because it's not happening in the immediate time. The problem is the consequences aren't immediate. They're not immediate. So touch hot stove, get burnt, right? Until they're extremely, and this is where this app is going to be a downfall for many people. Until they get burnt and they're so far in debt, they're never getting out. Then they're going to be like, how much you want to bet the fundraisers next summer are going to be, hey, help me pay my tax bill. Are you good, bro? You bet. Trainhorn knows as a small business owner that you usually pay quarterly taxes, right? You put money aside every quarter and you pay unemployment taxes or even on like small business taxes. You put that aside because that chunk of change all at once is usually more than people can bear. Any small business owner who juggling like that or any kind of income will tell you that, yeah. Like the taxes wind up different. Shit, I'm screwing this up. So it's all on how you structure things, but you're better off like making yourself an employee of your company and paying yourself a wage. You wind up paying less out of pocket. But most people learn that too late. That's what I used to use Reddit for. The Uber and Lyft and all that stuff, like all the ways to not screw yourself when you get 1099. No, it's not the same, Ashley. It's a different Katie. And everybody's got the same names that, we're not allowed to say people's names. I just hate that, like, I'm watching more stress get created where a situation that this is something that could have been completely handled off the app. Completely, right? Like, Nobody needed to know all this extra business. It's not even tea. And I even went, we have an Alaska tea page because you only really need one. The whole fucking state knows everybody anyway. But there was exactly the same situation with somebody who was in like the National Guard who's being told that, you know, that's not a armed service, and, you know, all these things. The poster's name is Seer. I'm just like, holy shit, man. Even on the Book of Face, the same situation is jumping out at me, and it's like, it's not tea when you're ripping apart somebody's life to analyze. You know what I mean? And I know we do a lot of it in retaliation to what's being done to us. And that's like a behavior we all have to work on stopping, right? That's why I've tried not to participate in any more of it and just not done these things unless it's necessary. And if I do, it's relatively pertinent to what I'm doing, like the shit with Nicole. You know, she's got active cases against her. She's still actively being a horrible human. Taking away everything that somebody stands for, believes in, violating their parents' peace of mind, their children, you know, threatening any of those things is just not okay. It's all gone way too far. My concern is when we allow our children to do risky things on an app, and I know many of you told Train that you should take your kid, you know, and my concerns are valid. Texas is a really bad state for human trafficking. There are people all the time who are spontaneously abducted and involuntarily and held against their will within 100 miles from, and people never see their loved one again. Adults, kids, you know, it's concerning. That stuff winds up on the dark web, taken off of public sites. We don't think it'll happen to us. And my only concern was, hey, mom is so wrapped up in not being sober, and then, you know, the kid is making some really scary decisions that mom's okay with. Friends, it's probably something that you should have a talk with her about, like that level. And then I got accused of putting that shit on that picture. I did not do that. It just blew up from there. The reality is there are so many missing adults, kids of all ages and sizes, men, women, because of things that are done on the internet. And that's the scary reality. I don't know how many times we open the Book of Face and there's some post on there about a woman who was followed out of a grocery store, or like around a grocery store, or there was something left on the car. You know, it's very real, and they're doing this shit in broad daylight. They don't care. Alaska's a wonderful place. Alaska is a great place. Now this is a place that's rooted in trauma, though. There's a lot of struggle with substance abuse, addiction, and depression up here. A lot of assault of all kinds. And to be able to make a positive impact up here is important to me. So I'm glad to know that at least our immediate parts and all of that will stop. That'll be very beneficial to all of us. I know I am not participating in any of that behavior, nor will I condone it. I'm not. Folks, it's one thing to just not like somebody, but to just want to see everything about them. If I can't have you, nobody will mentality. That's when you know that a step back needs to be taken. No matter, what I found out about who went after my job and who did what, I would never participate in that same behavior. I would, there's things that we all fantasize about, and then there's the things that we rationally and logically do, right? Some of us think out loud a little bit too irrationally and make some pretty bold accusations and statements that violate things that are in order for people's protection. Just because it's an emotional reaction and comes from an emotional place does not make you any less responsible for that behavior. It's like, I love and care about my ex-husband. I have not forgotten about what I've went through. Does not minimize but I can understand where he came from. I can understand where his kids came from. I do not wish anybody ill will. I want everybody to heal. I know that contributing to TikTok drama is not anything that he would ever participate in. And, respect, thank you for, leaving him out of that. That's important to me because I'm not that kind of person. There are people out there like that. I choose to not be one of them. And I can see through many of experiences with silent followers, watchers, mutual friends, mutual creators, that people have been painted in a wrong light. And you can kind of see where people have been led astray. And when those folks try to speak up, a lot of them do get tore down. And they get tired of trying. Swatting somebody's house with the police. It's not cool. Utilizing the police in any way but the shape in which they're needed is not cool. It's put a lot of people in awkward positions. Alaska does need some new... unfortunately, Mary Peltola, who was just voted in as our representative for the natives, her husband just died in a plane wreck on the Bush Plains, I believe. Oh, it's okay if you share. You're fine. I try not to hold, and that's what... It was really bothering me in the beginning, because after I let everybody in as a silent watcher and sitting on sneakies to just listen, I had to start booting them because of the ease of ability to mute people's voices on this app and report things we don't want to hear. I've never sat and reported Missy's account. Nope. In the beginning, I did get several of trains taken by reporting the shit out of everything because of the attacks on Dawn. But if it had nothing to do with the situation at hand, or it wasn't I'm more concerned with when I create a new account and it's got a bunch of people from other countries, that I'm looking at a bunch of women without a top on protesting and jumping up and down in a sea of tatas, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because, I know it's being pushed into my kids' feed because there's tons of people liking it. It's a popular video for obvious reasons. I'm more concerned about that, about how that's still up, you know. Thank you, honey. I'm happy to see the growth that people have put forth and the work that they're accused of like not putting into themselves. A lot of us see it. A lot of us see it. I mean, it's taken a lot to resist reacting to a lot of the bullshit that's been out here. Because honestly, a lot of people have sat quiet for a long time, and just not addressed a lot of the frivolous BS. But when it starts affecting people's sobriety, their bank accounts, their financial independence, you know what I mean, from the system that we're not supposed to be sucking off of and needing that system because somebody on TikTok took it away, and affecting children negatively because, you know, there are kids that live under those roofs. It's time to control some emotions. A lot of people are scared of this app, and it's sad because most of us came to this app during the pandemic as an escape because we were forced into it. We're social creatures. And if you're not allowed to talk about your experiences and talk to other people with like minds due to intolerance for difference other than what you perceive life should be, we are not going to progress anywhere as a society. And we are teaching these corporations and companies who create these apps and the government exactly how to manipulate us next time. You see, a lot of folks love Missy. They do. And I have never faulted them for it. Train has definitely come farther than I ever expected. I mean, especially like the last few months of growth have been very significant with her. That's why I'm kind of looking at this whole situation going, I just think if there was indirect videos that could be hateful, that they could have been more, you know, hateful. If it was the same Train that we're all used to. If anything, the people who have been there for Train and supported her and been a friend to her, she has them to thank for helping maintain her sobriety. I mean, and that's, I'm sure, no easy feat, y'all. We all watched it. I can imagine that, you know, that's just the tip of the iceberg when she's at her lowest. She's not going to come out here and share that with everybody to tear apart. You know, I'm certainly not going to laugh at her and tell her she fucking deserves it. For somebody to come out here and own their shit, number one, and even go from I don't have a problem to I have a problem and I need to be sober, you know, that's pretty fucking bold. Because when she first came out as, you know, I won't have a problem not drinking because I don't have a problem. A lot of this behavior on this app is just out of pure jealousy. And if you look at the views, that people get with the drama or with who is maybe sitting in their box with them, who thinks that their presence equates to support, you know why these people are buddying up to each other. And it's kind of a huge slap in the face and a sobering reality when you realize that your entire friendship was faked for a TikTok story. Or that you were that expendable. You know what I mean? It's not easy. And that's, yeah, exactly. And nobody can take away. It's just like the Camo and her husband. He rides hard for his wife. You know what I mean? He's the one who wipes her tears, who sees the frustration, who sees the truth, and knows, you know, what she's done for her friends. But that never gets acknowledged. It's always the negative stuff. I don't come out here. I don't expect the people I've helped to come out here and tell anybody. But you know, the people that I refuse to help will come out here and tell everybody that I'm just the biggest piece of shit. I am not the solution to people's bad decisions. I'm a helpful resource in a time of, you know, like medical need and stuff like that. You know, what are you doing now? Oh, really? This thing come back alive? Temporarily stunned. Where is it? Oh, get out. Right? No, that's hair. That's not it. Where is it, Allie? I mean, it could be one of those Alaska-sized mosquitoes. Did I feel bad that my roommate never seemed to get enough rest? There's only so many of us, so like if there's somebody on call or there's some shit going down, I don't do babies. I'm not the one to call anyway. I just feel very bad that my phone died. Hello, Moto. I definitely got the priority message over here. Good morning, Christy. Did she happen to? Is this your first time seeing the live this morning? Don't freak out. If you come on in the comments, just don't be alarmed. It's all good. Don't start blocking. And Elon getting his shit together. No, Dirty tried to get me to unblock her, Jody. I told her I was not subscribing to that channel. I indeed I did. No, nope. Just not gonna do it. I'm good. Right here. Oh. I don't want to see anybody's shine stolen because everybody's got their own, right? I don't think anybody needs to hide behind a filter and not be real or make fun of for being real, their true self, that they're shamed for not being. You know what I mean? If everybody could quit playing in traffic and stay in their own lane And like, if it doesn't apply to you, just be like, hey, you know what? Doesn't have anything to do with me. They always do try privately. I don't subscribe. She's blocked everywhere privately. Like, I don't even know what account that she messaged me through. This is the problem I have with blocking people through the Facebook page. Like, they can still message me through the page, but I can't message them back. This is what happened to Miranda. She's still lost in somewhere on one of them. But I'm good. Like, I'm so good. I'm gonna touch that stove again. Or if you come anywhere freaking near me, ain't nobody subscribing to your bullshit either. He's like, yeah, that ain't the right kind of can sound. He is hilarious. He wears his expressions well. What I like is when he gives up in the middle of the kitchen floor and just... But he reminds me of Simon's cat. Like, that's what he sounds like in the videos. Like, if you pull up the Insta of Simon's cat official, you'll hear Wolf. That's him. He's over there like, I resemble that remark. I am happy that I know that at least in this corner, in my people's corner, because it upsets my people to see me tore apart just as much as it upsets their people to see them tore apart, right? None of that's productive. That doesn't make me feel good. I don't like to see my people exhausted. Like, I had to tell them just, you know what? Quit chasing it. If it's not something that you're watching for your own entertainment, don't watch it on my behalf, because my people were getting so upset. So upset. And I'm not going to ask my people to be in that mental state of mind over some bullshit on the internet for me. Like, the internet stuff just didn't matter at that point. But it's easy to get wrapped up into and feed off of one another. And that's why I just stepped back from all the people that were enjoying that type of crap. Once? Mm-mm. It's only 5:30 in the morning. It's not a monster though. It's a stubborn soda. Oh, I see what you said, Roja. Never mind. I'm trying to keep up with comments. I'm trying to be part of the conversation. We do. Carla, message me, because they're usually posted on... I know they do a lot of in-house contracts, and then we also do agencies, and I can get... Ironsides is one of them that they use. A lot of people come to us on contract. a lot of people will come out and see how they like it. And then they'll go home and then they're like, I really want to go back out to Timbuktu. A lot of folks do like it. And if you're like a skilled nurse, you do well in the ER. You've got the ICU experience, because when you go and get tough, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like let her husband work and provide for his family. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. Like, so what, you want to take away his job so he can't, so you can come out here and demasculinate him? Because that's what, oh, you know, like, what? That's the answer. You're just supposed to not exist because TikTok said so. Worf is, oh, these are really fucking good. I'm sorry, these are just like really good. They're not too sweet. He's over there acting very adorable, waiting for me to open that cupboard again. Ellie is once again standing over by her cat scratcher, expecting to be treated like a queen. Oh, you don't want to leave Ohio? Oh my God. The most boring state in the Midwest. The winter with the brown ass cornfields. There's like nothing. Ohio's pretty flat till you get to the bottom. Uh-oh, who am I missing on Flynn? Who's that? Sedate and intubate, yes. There are some people. Officer Flynn. I'm lost on Officer Flynn. Are you talking about who's Officer Flynn? Oh, over in oh wait, what? I'm so confused, ladies. Oh, that's what I figured. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Oh Lord, Lord. I know the man's pain. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. We should send a pizza and say 2/3 of TikTok apologizes. That poor man. Like, I can't say this enough, people, but if you could quit bothering police departments over things, they would all across the country appreciate that. Not needing to handle TikTok. If you could all conduct yourselves in ways that didn't involve TikTok and the police all in one sentence, it would be also helpful. You know what? I have more Nature Valley snackies that are really good. You know, they came out with these when my son was a baby, when I used to coupon at Kroger. And then they reintroduced them like a year ago. Like they're all these new things. And I'm like, you had these a decade ago. You're not fooling me. Your new and improved BS. But yeah. Yep. And that's what my employer told me, that they would make a statement to the police. And I'm really not trying to alter anybody's life over TikTok choices. I try to give them the option of changing the behavior first. But when it literally comes to something like this, that's a pretty bold claim. That definitely you called that person like friend, or, you know, at least an acquaintance right up until you didn't like them anymore. Mm-hmm. And that's where mine's at. And, you know, you all owned your part, and it's not going to happen no more. And I think that the problem in that area is quashed, and I'm totally 100% cool with it. I'm not going to tear anybody apart. It's not going to be helpful. Mm-mm. Like, you're going through shit. You've just been through a lot. Like, how many people do we have to kick while they're down, man, for this app to feel good about itself out here? Social media, for somebody to be able to grow and heal. They don't need to beat themselves up any more than TikTok's already doing it for them. Good morning, honey. I think that if we afforded more people the kindness and the opportunity to change, that given the opportunity to change or keep being an unhappy human, that they're gonna not want to be that unhappy human, right? Because they're gonna see that despite being at their worst, people are still willing to be kind. Does that mean I've forgotten everything that's ever happened? No. But I can understand where it came from. I've had people that I had a falling out in high school with 10 years after the fact come to me and apologize. It's just this weird thing that happens in life. Yeah, because that really wasn't like a tough love kind of kick, you know? That was a heave-ho, man. That 100% was not something that my heart did go out to you when I heard all that day. Like, even my people were in the chat, like, I got service and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, oh my God, is it about me? You know what I mean? Like, what is happening? And I'm reading and like watching videos that they had dropped in the chat of clips. And I'm like, oh God, this is really happening on the app. You know, like, oh God. And you would like to think that people that you once called a friend I don't want to see anybody further kicked. Like, we all have things that have taken a significant blow. Like, every time, like, I don't have something, you know, from my childhood, it's like, fuck, man, you know, it stings enough. And I could come out and be resentful every time I think about that to this app, but is it going to bring any of that back? No. It's given me trust issues that I didn't want. But I think ultimately it's brought a larger group of people together that can relate to a common feeling. Once you set the emotions aside and you see it for, you know, what it is and where people are coming from, like, this is the way school boards should be acting instead of screaming at each other. Like, these are all the ways, things that should be happening in our regular society, and they're not, because people in general can't deal with their fucking emotions. They have to be chained to their past. They're not allowed to grow. I know many behavioral health and substance abuse counselors and therapists who have a past of their own. And who better to speak than somebody from experience when it comes to substance abuse, right? Who are you more apt to listen to? Somebody who's been through it or somebody who has no idea what the feeling feels like? I definitely don't want to hear somebody being told that their life is invaluable and to go off them, you know, and do any of those things. Like, that is somebody's child, that's somebody's mother, that's somebody's kid. You know what I mean? Like, stop. That person served this nation for your freedom to say horrible shit like that. That's not what the First Amendment was meant for. Although it protects you from saying it, should you? Probably not. That's not what it was meant for. There's this thing called tact. People didn't used to speak the way that we do either. Did our generation fuck up raising some of the millennials? Yeah. Gen Z? Yeah. Yep. We either became helicopter parents or we were so ill prepared at being parents because our parents didn't parent us that we had no clue and we just let you run free and became your friends instead of parenting you. Yeah, we fucked up. But we're applying like current societal norms to the past and we can't do those things. But we could sure learn from each other. I've had a lot of good lives. There was parents of transgender children of all ages in my live one night because we can talk about things that some people don't quite understand or agree with, but when I can tie it in from a perspective that I know people are trying to understand, they listen. And if you approach more topics like that, you get more people to actually hear what you're saying. Your message is received. And I think a lot of your all's messages is important. A lot of your struggles and what brought you here is important. Everybody is on this app for a damn reason. Something brought you here. Sorry, it's that internet. It's that Starlink. It's that good old Starlink. I don't want to sit and tear somebody's live down and report them if they're literally just speaking their feelings. Some people's feelings are definitely a Pandora's box of things that should probably not come out of people's mouths. A lot of us sit there going, we've all been privy to some of those. Many of us don't try to conduct ourselves in that manner. It's hard not to when you're being attacked. It's really hard. Yeah, we all came for the fun, and it got toxic real quick, and it spreads that cancer. That cancer fucking spreads as soon as they get wind of any conflict. But you see, I think at most there's been like 55 people in here tonight. How many were here for the tea on all those lives last night? Because I know on the screenshots I've seen there was like 300, 200s, it was large numbers. I've thought about doing a clap back to this one with all of our lives that get recorded from outside. Because like the clapback channel wasn't created to be an a-hole. It was created to kind of, I wanted to take like old school Gen X stuff. And it would be cool if folks who normally don't do or even speak to each other got involved, because I wanted to take like old Gen X type situations and put, like a list of all the TV shows and do a skit, and everybody's group do their own take on it or whatever, and just have fun with what we've all been through. It is a way to heal from it with some laughter, you know what I mean? Not to be hurtful, but just to be in just good fun, with the people who can do it in just good fun. Because if we don't and can't laugh at ourselves to get through this, like, I don't know if there is a way to get through it. The battles and ranks. Yeah. See, I really wasn't around. I did some research on it when Dawn had brought it to my attention, and I totally forgot about like even telling her about like what I had researched and how it all worked. Pixel last October, and that I even remembered telling her about like the financial incentive. That's how little TikTok played in my life until all of this. Did it get brought in for a reason? Yeah. Has it been a valuable one? Yeah. I think I have learned a lot, especially for my overall message on most of my platforms. But at the end of the day, I'd rather see everybody trying to get along, or finding a way to find a common ground, to just agree to disagree, and just not pollute our environment anymore with the toxic crap that none of us want. And I know that there are some creators that can do that easier than others. And I know that Missy is one that's usually been very positive. There's always been positive feedback. And, I'm sure Missy is just sitting there like Ashlyn did. Like, why are people jealous of me? Like, why? Cross. Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback after lives that Jen and I have done, where it's been this kind of conversation right here, with kissing, and we had conversations with others about addiction, and being able to talk somewhere where you're not judged is kind of nice. You know what I mean? I just don't think that when somebody is vulnerable and talks about something that has been traumatic to them, that it deserves to be weaponized against them on an app. Because what causes somebody trauma might not cause the next person trauma, and any other person who, you know what I mean? But to them, that is trauma, no matter how big or small. And to minimize all that is very dehumanizing and devaluing. And that's what happens to a lot of the veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder. They are told to get over it. You don't just get over shit. You know what I mean? If that was that easy to get over, depression wouldn't be a thing, right? I do feel bad for some of the decisions that people made at a young age that has affected them and haunted them into their late adult lives, because times have changed. what wouldn't used to be public information and common knowledge is now blasted across everything. I don't want to have to do that. If behaviors don't stop that are jeopardizing people's livelihood, then that's what's going to happen. I'm glad you did too, Miranda. That's why I said, like, I don't know if us talking back then would have even amounted to what it means now to talk to you after everything else that's, been ridden, gone through, and all of the things. I don't think I would change the path that it took, because I don't think I would have gotten to know the real you. There always would have been something else back there that individual likes to use that brush to paint. Which is why I said I wasn't subscribing to that channel anymore. I don't care who's against me, who's for me. I think I have made that abundantly clear from day one. I don't care. I'd rather coexist peacefully amongst a group of people, though, because I don't feel like, I need to battle for followers or anything. I think that everybody contributes something important, you know what I mean, or of value. The mentality is insane. Missy's allowed to be friends with who she's friends with. Miranda can be friends with who she's friends with. They can moderate for who they moderate for. I don't require a contract as to who, like, you're allowed to speak to if you hang around me. There's only really one former person in my group that my moderators will personally tell you that I've objected to, like, maintaining, like, constant communication with, and me at the same time, because I just feel that the individual is not good intentioned and did some really dishonorable things, and I just can't forgive those. And that's like one person. Exactly, Miranda, and you would do the same for me, I have learned. And what you have not brought to the app. See, here's the thing. Miranda has been blamed for so much, for being behind so much. And I'm going to tell you, there is so much that girl has not brought to the app that she could bring out just for clout, that word. But she doesn't. And the fact that she respects her former friendships that much to not do that, to hurt people, even though they continuously come out here and hurt her, that says a lot about a fucking person. And Missy, that is probably the same advice that I would follow. It's been a little rough for her, for a few months, but people began to see that it she put up with it and put up with it and put up with it, and took it with grace, to be honest. And people began to see that she was not the person that she's been painted to be. It wasn't her behind all that shit. There were particular people that wanted to manipulate situations, and their F stuff has been exposed, and we're, just not going to they're going to have to atone for their wrongs. And when they're standing out there all alone and you're just ignoring the blatant flaming dumpster fire and going about your life, that just brings you to a whole different level of class. She hurt a lot of people. A lot, yeah. She tried to get unblocked over here last night, Jennifer. That was denied. That application got denied. Um, I don't think people's jobs should be jeopardized. Like I said, Missy and Joe have talked about all that stuff, and I'm cool. I have everything that my job needs to be happy with the situation. Um, I'm good. I'm not gonna come out here and just tear people apart. I'm tired. Missy's tired. I know Joe's tired of seeing Missy tired. Tara's tired. I can see it. I can hear it. Here's the big thing, okay? What really killed me over on Reddit on one of the videos with you and Train, and I think Britt was over there or something. I'm not sure everybody's faces because I don't sit and stalk y'all. So if I don't know you, it's because I don't know you. But there was like 4 people in the box. But there was one of the comments on the Reddit was, no, look at Train sitting there all quiet like she hasn't stirred shit. I'm like, you know what? For Train to be sitting there quiet and this directly involving her, she's not sitting there smug. She's literally sitting there, not drunk, not reacting emotionally, and not doing dumb shit behind the scenes, is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the fact that many people don't like that version, but I know what I'm seeing compared to what I saw, and it's not the same version of Train. They're not even comparable humans at this point. And they shouldn't, buddy. There's nicknames that have been brought to my attention that life have for her. I may have used it once or twice, but I certainly have not come out here and hammered it home because my weight and my pant size can fluctuate 4 or 5 sizes depending on what my body is holding on to for stress. So is her weight going to change because she's not drinking, she's eating, and she's doing everything that she's supposed to be, and she's going to be healthier? I haven't seen any recent, but she's not overweight. She's, let her just be. I'm sure if that girl's like me, I can eat a lot. A lot. A lot, a lot, a lot. Like my dad, I was 30 pounds underweight when I got out of Alaska, and it wasn't because of stress. It was because I lived in a dry cabin without indoor water, which reduces the amount of shit you cook because you don't want to wash it, right? So you don't eat as much. And then when you have to fly it to a fucking village, Motrin 800 for my sore ass. Ugh. I'm wondering how the baby is. Could be nosy. Hang on. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, I don't think we should like alter. If a woman wants to use a filter to feel better about, you better get away from me in the begging shit, Ellie. You got a Poofaloomp over there dreaming of chasing mice, and he's over there with a big old meaty ass paws. Get out of here! Don't you wake him up. That's exactly it, Carly. That's what I've been saying all night. I just want to see that stop. I don't want to see any more hurt. Not with my name, not with, that's why I just want it all to let's just stop the merry-go-round, because that's what I kind of feel like we're on at this point. We're just going around in circles at this fucking point, and like, let's just throw everybody off the merry-go-round for a minute, and let's just all dust ourselves off, and let's see where we're at. Let's evaluate, the injuries, and let's just, yeah, it's a bit much. And I think most of the grown-ass women who are grown-ass women on this app at this point are just like, we don't want any more. Oh, yeah. What are you dreaming about now in your sleep? Oh my God, girl, you're going to have Reddit really talking. I did not eat anything else. I mean, I did open a stubborn soda. It does kind of like remind me of you, like with that redheadedness, but the whole stubborn part. I ate nothing. Oh, wait, hold on, I did. I had the Nature Valley bars. I had the Nature Valley bars. These things are really good, though. These guys. This one's Cherry Lime Tarragon. Oh, look. TikTok's like, let's make sure you're not a bot holding lives for marathon. But no, I didn't think tarragon would go good in a soda, but it truly does. It goes a lot better than the rose does in that vape. That's too botanical for me. That's not herby at all. It's very, very good. See, I missed a lot of, like, all of it. I actually missed all of it. I've caught what was put on Reddit and what my people had caught. And I'm like, wait a second, before I come out here and make an ass out of myself, again, based on something somebody said that I might have like 10 other conversations up here stored for that I haven't shared with anybody, let me just be clear. And I did go over and listen, and I'm just kind of like, and I understand why Jenn steps out of character when it comes to that. I mean, I understand your friendship with her. I've not tried to interfere with that. At the end of the day, I know what the people are asking for, and that's for original content and original happiness and the creators that they knew before all the negativity got involved. So like I'm going on some of the stuff that, like you all are even filling me in on, because I was asleep. I had woke up to my chat, and I'm just kind of like going backwards, because the chat starts from the bottom up, and I'm like, where did it start? And I'm scrolling up and up and up and up and up. I'm like, oh fuck, again. I knew when I closed my eyes and went to bed that there was a possibility I was going to wake up to some of this. I did. I know. And the best thing to do is maybe put it in a journal and get it out get it all out first, non-publicly, and just out there on something that you can look at. And then just kind of revisit it on what you want to put out there. Because I bet you'll feel a little different about it. I mean, I would. Because what happened to your husband isn't fair. On any level. On any level. I would want to fix that wrong as well. I would too. Would you? You better get it. Please ignore the dancing cat behind me. What are you doing on the? No, we're not flipping everything over on the counter. That's not a bug. She's being fucking naughty. She's like, I am here to fuck shit up. She doesn't get to play much. I'm gonna let her. You better be good. Yeah, that's right. I think the emotions, like, there needs to be a cooling off period. There needs to be like a no anything period from like any direction that needs to like hopefully be agreed upon, and allow people a chance to just process those emotions instead of expected to process them publicly. Like if we could quit making people process surprising things on the internet in real time, that would be great. Would you stop? I don't trust you near that ramen. No, I haven't dumped it out. Where did that bug go? There needs to be like, you're doing too much button on social media. Yeah, like there does need to be a button like, I wish AI was that helpful. Like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, maybe we should put this in drafts. Check back tomorrow. Things might change that will influence on whether or not you regret this post. There's so many things that go up and down on posts. I'm like, make sure you just record it because I'm sure it'll be gone the next time I go to look. People make a lot of bad decisions. A lot of them happen after hours. A lot of them. You know, like a lot of trains' bad decisions used to happen like after 10 p.m. We could count on it. Facts. My moderators, I'm sure, like, get your fingers out of your eye. She's looking for that damn bug. She doesn't eat any food. She doesn't eat any human stuff. She likes crunchy crunch treats only. But her ass wants to play with this bug, and she won't unalive the bug. We have to play with the bug. And she got bored. That bug's gonna be coming out now, like, hi, here I am. And then, like, Worf is literally right I'm literally waiting on my regular bed to arrive on the barge. I had pulled this out here to be able to watch TV. There's the bug. And clean my room. It's the only room in my house I haven't cleaned. I just want my bed. But you know, there's so many people on this app who really aren't that petty, who are made out to be petty. And everybody is so unique in what they have to offer that they're not taking away from anything. Like, the people who should be mad at each other are the ones who are over there sitting in boxes right now, stealing each other's followers to run ranks with, while they create drama and talk about other people who really don't give a flying two. Because that's not it wasn't a combination I was really expecting to be thrown together. Oh yeah, we live really close. There's really nowhere else to live here, but close. Everybody, you either live up a river or you live like in town. I mean, there's really nothing else out here. Everybody lives close to where they work for sure. There is on-site housing for some of the workers. I was, when I first got here, miles and miles away. It wasn't close, but I made sure to get closer. Oh no, we drive all of those devices. Some people will have a quad. That's like the Tundra buggy. Everybody pretty much has a quad out here to get around on the tundra, especially if they're one of the natives who live out in the village. In the winter, a lot of the snowmobiles, and they'll travel from upriver. Once the river freezes over, the ice road opens. So they'll make a lot more trips into town from out there. They'll bring the trucks that they have out in the upriver villages and stuff like that. But it also adds to a lot of interesting traumas. I never thought all of my worldly job experience in a level 1 trauma center would come in so handy out in the Alaskan bush, in the remote. It's been interesting. It is very different than any other state. There are a lot of challenges here that people would never, like, when you hear what we do, you're just like, wait, what are you doing? But it's normal here. And each area of Alaska is different because each area has a little bit different climate and unique needs based on that climate. Like, we don't use road salt anywhere up here. Up in Michigan, where I grew up, everything's salted, right? No. Up here, they expect you to have studded fucking tires or some damn good winter tires like some Blizzaks or something. But no, indeed, like, you usually run your studs until the middle of May. That's not normal. Obviously, our grocery prices, getting our food here on barges, is not typical. We don't have any dollar stores. When you see things that are like advertised for like the continental US, you log on to an app and there's like, you can't order your food through certain apps because they don't participate in that up here. It can be stressful. You have to be willing to wait or go the extra mile. But what's interesting up here is if you're not willing to work with other people and network and love thy neighbor, or at least be willing to compromise with thy neighbor, those neighbors are really, like, everybody will pitch in to get something done here. It does take a village. Alaska is a small town. We might only have 700,000 residents in the entire state. We're 2.5 times the size of Texas. So you fuck up in Alaska, like, I don't care where you go in the next town, somebody gonna know your ass because there's only so many populated places to live here. We do barter a lot up here, especially in with the natives too, you know, because you can't always trade things for money on the marketplace, but if you have something to offer in trade for something else that you need, it's 100% that happens up here, legit, all the time. All the time. Bartering is still a huge trade. Berries are a huge commodity up here. Furs, because they're needed to make the clothing, because they still wear mukluks and all that stuff. Still a lot of traditional. And when you see American values, I guess, the devalues that we have in America affecting these native cultures out in this primitive ass environment, because they have our fentanyl problems. They have all of these problems that we deal with in this little appy app and in everyday life right out here in these villages where they don't have resources at all. A lot of these village clinics that used to be open when I was here last year, they had staff because of Rona funding. They're not staffed anymore because those people don't get paid as much. They're just health aides. They're not RNs. And I'm going to tell you what, those just a health aide, they're valuable as hell. And they are worth their weight in gold. But it is a unique way of life up here. And a lot of people can't hack it. A lot of people can't hack it. And it's not as cold as people think it is up here. Can it get cold? Yes. Yes, it can also be very dark. I am usually awake and alive during those hours. It works better for me. But I wouldn't say it's any colder than upstate New York, you know, any of those areas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, the plains. It's a hell of a lot more beautiful. I'm going to wait until these mountains are snow-capped and I turn that camera on when I'm live. Y'all are going to be like, that's a freaking screen picture thing you got off the internet and put up there. Oh no, it's real. I am thankful every day that I have the privilege to live in this state. It's amazing. It's everything that you think it would be. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And hearing how many of my patients in the lower 48 had a lot of things that I do in my life on their bucket list, everything that I do, all the travels that I share is remembering those people who I've sat by their bedside as they passed away at 57, 58, barely living their life. I don't want that for any of y'all. You think I want any of you sick or miserable in life and passing away from chronic illnesses, life choices? Hell to the no. No, me, Jody Lynn, we don't want any more of that that breaks our heart to see people have a network of people out here who do care and still feel alone. And give up on a life that hasn't even been lived. That's heavy. But if there are people who are going to continuously take advantage of that life and then make TikTok stories out of it, that's a whole different level of shit. Nope. There are people who would love your life and the opportunity to heal and recover. I started off in HVAC and mechanics, but my daughter's health led me to healthcare, but there's not much difference between the two. All the things I learned in heating and cooling, I needed for respiratory, because all of those gases affect the human body. But I've always cared about other people. Always. Sometimes they test every bit of my patience. Lord Jesus, do they? But I'm happy that I sure wish you'd ship my damn bed. It's great, Amazon. What about my bed? When they ship it parcel select, it goes on the barge, but usually they update you on something. Order received is all it still says. Like, I'll fly my ass in. September 13th. What's today? 25th. It's 12 fucking days ago. And you can't tell me when we're shipping that? But you can do that, and you understand too all these importance of medical codes and how people get medical diagnoses wrong based off of billing codes that are so vague. Your anniversary for what? Like getting married or work or I just definitely hope that some people can find their way through the pain that has happened on this app. I think everybody deserves a little bit of peace. Your wedding anniversary. I don't think what's recently happened really needed to be happening. You were recently mentioned, dear God. Password to what? Like nobody knows what you want. Don't even have a username. I don't know. Oh, y'all. It can be, and then you get people who don't get things covered. You know what I mean? Insurance doesn't pay, and then you get outside the timeliness of billing, and you're not getting paid for it. You don't have the right documentation. Especially if the doctors don't document like they're fucking supposed to. Damn nurses have to do it all. I don't know where your bug is, but you're bugging me. Like you all need to get right with each other. Ain't nobody. That little face of hers. Like, how many more days we got off, Mom? They're used to me flying out of here. Oh, you know, this was the first year that passed that I didn't like remember the anniversary of my ex-husband and I. So many people are so confused. So confused. How anybody willing to wager how much of this live doesn't wind up on Reddit or on a T page somewhere? I'm willing to gather. I'm curious. I'm curious what I'm going to go to bed and wake up to. No, Dawn, that's not. I feel that there's going to be a lot twisted, so it's going to have to be up to us to maintain calm order, and not entertain the drama. Dawn, the video that you're raising a fuss about, because I'm really tired of trying to text this, was not done while in this live and then going over the input. No, that was a response to Katie's video. That my lengthy motherfucking post that I put up on Reddit was in response to. You're getting it mixed up. I'm addressing live and I don't know if you can hear me. Period. I understand the distrust and the frustration, but seriously, once again, I am not asking for information. I am not giving information. Nobody over there is doing any of those things. What we're all looking for is a way to find a little bit of fucking peace. I cannot walk around paranoid, looking over my shoulder, Nobody is getting anything from me. Just like Jenn said, she wasn't giving me anything. I wasn't asking for anything from her. Nothing. So not trusting somebody is kind of silly of an accusation to make when neither party is benefiting other than trying to find a place for peace. There's nothing wrong with peace. I'm sure the U.S. doesn't trust Putin, but I'm sure they're looking for a way to find peace. But the paranoia and distrust and level of fear that people have in trying to trust that anybody's sincere in their actions it's sad. It's sad. Everybody is tired. There's a few people who still have gas, but they're usually not well-intentioned. I hear all the time, I don't trust him, I don't trust him, I don't trust him. Okay, I hear that. But I also hear that there's nothing, what is being here in this lives and in these comments communicating, what threat does that pose? Would I ever sit and just divulge everything that I know? No different than Missy would sit there and divulge everything that she knows on train. Nor would I expect her to. I don't want to know. Those are secrets that friends have. I have my secrets with my friend. But not giving anybody a chance to be able to participate in peace because we're scared and distrustful. Well, that's not something that's a productive. That's not going to lead to anything. The law is going to happen no matter what in this case because of what's happened in it. Facts. I'm still up. This is like I would be getting off work normally in 15 minutes. I keep my regular working hours. Usually. I got up in the middle of the afternoon yesterday and then I took a late nap and woke up to more interesting things. The more interesting things have happened all night that probably won't wind up on the Reddit because they're positive. They're like positive things that have happened, and people don't want positive things. I want positive things for people. I don't want to see their struggles smeared across the internet and laughed at. I'm just not impressed with that behavior from a lot of people. Even people that I know have done some things where I'm just like, really, guys? That's not what I've encouraged. And I know that some of our friends on the app have also done things that none of us have encouraged either. But they went and did it anyway, and they're still our friends. Depending on what was encouraged. I think that people need to get the name P3DO under the right definition, because that's somebody who likes underdeveloped children. You're misusing those terms. You're throwing them around very loosely. Not in the proper context. Be the change that you wish to see in the freaking world. Please be that change. And if you can't be that change, please be quiet. Like, if you can't participate in society because you are struggling, instead of being hateful, just don't spread that. Wharfie, you look so poofy. Wharf. Hi. Is it you got food? No. Leave me alone. There are some people who are at a certain stage of that healing process where they're still speaking from that traumatized place. Cash really, like, for those of you who don't know who Cash Kelly is, he was caught up in the J6 shit. He had made some poor choices a long time ago, but really got railroaded in this old ass case. And J6 got brought up into it. And he has been a voice for be the change that you wish to see in the world. And he thought a liberal. And Cash is mixed. He's kind of a mud of all types. But his father, I believe, was a cop. But he had gotten involved with gang activity when he was younger. But he hit the streets during the last election and started educating people, like on the streets of Chicago, and on the realness of the politics and how they're playing us against each other. And they've really given this man the short end of the stick over some BS. But be a street light in somebody else's life. Only you can be the change that you wish to see in the world. That little bit of light in somebody's life might be all that they need to save them that day. That little bit of hope. So to dim that shine, to dim somebody's light. I mean, how would, like, just because you didn't like somebody and you devalued them if they went and took their life because of that? I mean, I don't think anybody would feel good. And I would like to align people with like-minded views like that even if we don't get along, we can still be the change. Because when Cash gets out, that message is going to spread like wildfire again. That man's got a strong fucking voice. I've been on that show with them twice. It's a small world. I had no idea that me and Carlita followed the same people, or that she was just getting ready to, she's like, oh, I have to be off at 7. If you all want to watch the show, Anthony Russo, The Truth Will Set You Free. And I'm like, what the hell? I was on that show over the hydroxychloroquine, and then again we had another one a little while later with healthcare workers. Small fucking world. And if you just be quiet long enough to filter out the noise and the drama, you find things that bring you together. Like, that was pretty cool, because that's a pretty important thing in my life and a very strong message that I preach. So even if, like, we don't, when I had posted about it on my Book of Face, Russo's like, man, this has made my whole fucking night when I told him about that. Because it's a small world, man. It's a small, small world. He's doing so good, too. He's so, seeing all the rodeo pictures is adorable. And he's come a long way, and I'm friends with his mom. It's just, when you be quiet and you listen and you hear what other people have to say, and that you actually have other things in common besides this ridiculous bullshit on this app, you start hearing and seeing what the problem is. not just like the immediate problem, but like the bigger picture of the problem and how this rapidly grows so quickly. And you take a step back and you're like, ooh, I might not want to be involved in this way again next time. I have learned that this is not a good outcome. As much as I want to come out here and defend myself, what good is it? One time is good. I hold a whole ass live about it. Everybody fucking records it. It's there for the people who want to watch it, and then move on. You know what I mean? I'm not saying don't defend yourself, but there's only so much somebody's going to take in being beaten down and their character being assassinated and all of that stuff. It's like no matter what I did to prove I was working, nobody fucking believed it. It didn't matter. It was never good enough. You could hear with the Odin and Ashland stuff, they told Odin it would never be good enough. No matter what he did, it would never be good enough. The truth isn't even good enough. That's a new one. Like at some point, the truth isn't even good enough. It hurts. The truth is going to cause people some pain. It's going to cause people discomfort, but it's okay. It's okay. I think most of us as adults have learned how to handle some kind of discomfort. Whether it's a woman having to give birth in front of, like a bunch of strangers, at a hospital, or, a man having to discuss things that he doesn't want to discuss with a doctor, shit like that. Everybody's been a little uncomfortable at another time. It's all right. It's only made people stronger. Did you finally give up the bug? Because now I'm going to go open that door and do this shit all over again. How you doing, Worf? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh. So in Bethel, it's like New York City with the cabs. That's all they do is beep, beep. Oh, it is cold. It's cold. So I seriously want you all to go out there and just spread love and kindness today. People are going to need hugs. Big virtual ones. As long as my fucking Starlink dish doesn't disappear. Oh, my Lord. And I hope things have been going good for you guys, Carlita. I really haven't been catching up on anything over there lately other than what I've caught recorded in a live. I'm hoping all that noise is across the street. Good. I don't need any drama. They actually evicted our neighbors. They got drunk and a little too, boisterous one night. Oh, these taste like shit. Ugh. Oh. Ugh. Girl. I'm good. Well, we were on the wait list, and then what I did was I looked and saw that Best Buy sells them. And my roommate was in Seattle, so I'm like, hey, go to Best Buy and pick it up. I don't know what we're fucking waiting for. I just need to get it up off the ground. The house right here at the edge is blocking the signal because it's supposed to have like a 180 degree unobstructed view. And there's about 30 of it at the house. I did watch Suni, but Suni's values don't align with mine. And in the beginning, she was very aggressive and was like a major turnoff. So I don't watch Suni anymore. Yes, Best Buy sells them. So like what used to be like the residential and the mobile, now it's pretty much like all able to be residential or mobile. So yeah, look at Best Buy. I think the only difference is the ability, like you can change the service over, like stay on the wait list for the residential service because you get higher priority. But I have absolutely no problem with my priority on the Starlink out here. Yeah, Best Buy. Yep, or anybody else who decided to sell it. Look on eBay. Yep. Damn Elon. So yeah, they made it so now you can travel with the dish easier. So you can buy like a RV mount or a permanent mount. It's just all in the service plan, which the mobile service plan works just fine. I think the biggest problem that Starlink has is reception east of the Mississippi. And it looks like anything that you get, whether it be like internet service with the 5G or any of that, east of the Mississippi, there's not as many cells for the population that's demanding stuff. But other than that, I hope it will. I have talked to Casey about it on the side like a few times because he used to send me like, hey, we're live. She's not a co-host tonight is what he used to send me because I'm like, you lost me, man. Can't do it. I can't find a happy place for this thermostat. Haven't quite found it yet. I just want the ability to have freedom of thought without people feeling attacked again. And I guess that's more of what I felt than anything when she was on the show, was that people felt attacked on a show where we're literally not trying to do any of that stuff. I mean, she is very old-fashioned in her way of thinking on women. And you don't usually have that from a woman. So she does provide some unique perspective, just sometimes it comes across way too fucking strong. So yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off and update my peoples on all the confusion that is going through their poor skulls right now. I do appreciate everybody's mutual respect for one another in the comments in the live tonight. It made for a lot. No, thank you, Missy. Thank you and your husband both. All we can do is pledge to not play into this, and if there's a problem, let's try to just be adults and handle it off the app and not let people dig into it. I'm not gonna allow it here, and it's just not gonna happen. And I think we can all pledge, to do our part, mutually on the topic. What happens with other topics, that's not for me to say. I can give my best advice, but at the end of the day, it's not my experience. So just try to be your best self every day, truly. And let's just set a better example. I think if we keep rocking to the rhythm that's been going on, everybody will be, hey April, everybody will be in good shape. So y'all have a good morning. I'm gonna apparently feed Worf because he's like, bitch, this is the time you usually start getting home from work. It's time to feed the cat again. He's not gonna let me forget it. So, all right, y'all. You have a good day. Try to just don't subscribe to the drama. Just don't. Please don't. Keep your peace. Keep your peace. See you later, hon.